Okay, Mahigi amemaliza. I think some ngoja tu utajibu Mahigi na Royal Boy na Cosma wote ndio to save time, and then we give it to Philo. Royal Boy, did you want to say something to Seth?
Yeah. You know, Sam is forgetting Ruto alienda kwa X akaadress youth, ndio sababu alifanya mageuzi, watu wengine walifuta kazi, akina Ndwale, akina Murkomen, so akina Mbadi wakaingia. Nobody had that issue wakati Mbadi waliingia. The problem is wakati Murkomen walirudishwa, Ndwale wakarudishwa. That's the problem. How do you want them to listen to the government yenye imebadilika tena? So even public participation, my brother was saying about. You remember how Kachwang was doing on wakati wa public participation? Hata ingawa wananchi walikuwa wanakataa hiyo finance bill, ilipitishwa tu kwa nguvu. So my brother, there is nothing we are saying ya kwamba hii government ijasikizwa itaongea. Wameongea, Ruto ameongea na wananchi, but the problem alibadilika tena. So it's not the same. Can he listen the way he listened first demonstration? So that's what the problem we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam ngoja tu utawajibu wote na huyu Cosma. Cosma ulikuwa uongee kitu na Sam. Oh, and
mimi nilikuwa naongea hivi.
After Cosma, ngoja Jack Captain, I just mute you na unaji-unmute. Cosma and then Governor, and then Sam will answer to. Sam, make sure you tap it in your brain what Royal Boy said, what Mahigi said, and what Cosma is gonna say, and what Governor will say, and then you answer them at once. Then we move to the next person, who is Jack Captain, and then Philo.
Mimi nilikuwa nasema hivi, rais wetu angesikiza vijana, hakuna shida ingekuwa, kwa sababu vijana wameandamana akafunja mawaziri. Mimi niko sure angechukua hii mawaziri ape vijana, hakuna vijana wangesumbua rais. Hii yenye amefunja hii mawaziri waina akapea watu wengine, angefunja apewa hao vijana tu, vijana wangekuwa leo, hakuna shida. Lakini yeye kusikiza vijana, alisema vijana hakuna, wacha vijana sisi tuweke wazee, tuachane na vijana. Kama Oparanya yeye amefanya kazi kwetu kwa mara ngapi? Umempea waziri, umempea nguvu ya kuongeza mwanamke mwingine. Hii ndio vijana watamsumbua mpaka leo, kwa sababu ape vijana kazi. Hiyo ndio shida rais yetu ako nayo. Yangu ni hiyo.
Okay, thank you so much, Cosma. Governor ni yako, and then Sam will respond to you guys.
Okay, I wanted to put across kwa ile point yenye anaitwa nani? Mahigi was directing to Sam, like when he said the government is not listening to the youth na watu wengine. You know, government listens to classified information and questions. When you have people wanna flutter to the internet with the kind of questions and reactions they want, they say, I remember when Ruto had a conversation with the youth in X. Aliwaambia, can you guys form a structure where you can deal with the government? What did you guys say? We don't have a structure and we will not form any. Sahi nyongeza ndio huyu anasema ati vijana wangepewa kazi. How can you be given jobs when you do not have a structure that will be used for you to be involved? That's why ODM, a structure, or Azimio, a structure that is there, they forwarded their names. This is why hii revolution ya youth pia wanafaa kuwa na hiyo structure yao. Tuache kusema we are just operating in a void yenye hakuna formula, alafu tunalalamika. Number 2, let us put our issues on paper and take them as a petition to the president and to parliament. Tuache hii mambo ya kupiga stories kwa internet that are not documented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sam, can you respond so I can give Anishuka? I'll give Philo.
Yes, I will say this. What happened after that finance bill under the government, President akavunja bunge, aliorganize mkutano pale KICC. Akasema anataka kumeet all the Gen Zs at KICC so that he can meet the Gen Zs personally. They refused. The Gen Z said they can't meet with the president face by face, right? They said the president should go to X, and president went to X. When the president went to X, they form a parallel X platform. I was there. I also on that live when the president was addressing the X. There was another group who was discussing another group. So president was like wote walitoka kwa hiyo X, ilibaki tu wachache hapo. Unaona? Then okay, the president say, okay, fine. Can you form a structure so that I can deal with you? I must know how to deal with you. I cannot deal with you on social media, Facebook, TikTok, X-Space, Nini, all this. Can you have a structured the way I can now address your issues? I meet to elect your leaders so that we meet. They don't want to elect their leaders. They don't want to be the president. They want to address president on TikTok, on Facebook, on X. It doesn't work like that. Or intelligence. Intelligence will not give the president what the youth want. The intelligence will just give the president the risks that are the country is facing with Mandamano. But he will not go and address the president. And these people want to sack. They want you to sack Duale. They want you to sack Murkomen. Intelligence can't give the president that. The risks that the country is facing, that's what the intelligence will give the president. If you want to have a structured dialogue, the senator, the speaker of the National Assembly is there. We have the church leaders are there. Gen Zs can organize themselves and meet with the church leaders. Then the church leaders can organize and with the president so that they took a memoranda to the president. The president will listen to them and address them. Kama ni issue ya corruption, kama ni issue ya kuvuta watu kazi, kama ni Gen Zs kupewa hizo kazi kwa CS, I don't think the president can have a problem with that. Because this country belongs to everybody. It belongs to the 60 people, it belongs to Gen Zs, it belongs to us. So you cannot destroy a country because you are a Gen Z.
Okay. Wow.
That is a
Go ahead, Mahigi, and then let's give below the mic.
okay. So, something you don't understand.
Another thing, just give me a second. Mahigi, just give me a second. Guys, can you keep tapping? Naona net ikishake. Usianguke tafadhali. Go ahead, Mahigi.
Vizuri, wewe uelewi what Gen Z want. Wewe unachukua ni kama Gen Z want to position. Want what? That's not what Gen Z want. First of all, mimi nikifuata what Gen Z wako na nayo, rampant corruption yenye unaona tu. Gen Z hawataki high taxation. Then unafungua biashara, then unakuwa tax the ground. Sasa hata biashara yenyewe ijaanza itaenda. Haya. We have companies that are moving away because of high taxation. That's something that the government doesn't want to handle. So, hizo ndio vitu zenye, hizo ndio issues. Ati kae chini, decide nani kasi mwela atapewa position gani. That's not what Gen Z want. Kwa sababu akipewa hiyo position itamsaidia yeye. Unajua what I like about Gen Z because they have another mindset from you as kama millennials. Unafikiria provided Raila amepata kitu.
Let me
amepata minister. All laws wako kwa serikali. So that's the problem is here. But
let me ask you about that. The government
where we have a good environment for business. Everyone thrives. Si ati watu wawili kwa serikali alafu tunasema community. That's not what Gen Z.
What I'm addressing national. I'm not addressing.
Some respond to Mahigi, nipatie Filo tafadhali.
Yes.
Respond to Mahigi and then we move with nipatie Filo chance yake.
What we are saying is not about Luo being in government or not in government. This country belongs to everybody, whether you are government or you are not out of government. If you talk about tax, in this finance bill that has just been passed, the same what you are saying, the companies are running away from Kenya. The government reduced this tax in corporation tax from 5% mahali ilikuwa kwa ile ingine ikarudisha to 1.5% so that it can attract investor to come and get employment. This is one of the issue that the Gen Zs were raising has been addressed in this finance bill. It has been reduced from 5% to 1.5%. These are the things that when you talk with the president or with the head of government or with the speaker, they will listen. Not on the street.
It should be Maigi. Have you guys sitting with the president so that you tell him all these headlines in your umesema hapa? Have you ever called that Tareflani we want to meet the president? Other than one term, Ruto must go. Have you ever called him? Na akakataa, ndio sasa mseme Ruto must go ama one term?
Gen Z jai sema bwana one term. Wenye wanasemanga one term ni ndio sisi
hapa kuna kinyo unaongea hapa tu hajai sema. Ni nini unaongea za ni nini unaongea mbele ya watu? Ni nini unaongea mbele ya watu? Hajai sema. Hata wewe unatubeba aje sasa hapa wewe. Wewe unaota
kwenda
kulala.
Wewe ndio kwanza
time yangu.
Guys, Mahigi was to respond to governor and then below. Mahigi, governor alimekuuliza kitu. Sijui kama ulisikia ama waliongea before usikie.
Na mimi namwambia kitu moja. Na vitu must be like ukiongea hivi tayari ashasikia, kwa sababu kama ukiongea hivi utajipata uko kwa Subaru. Inamaanisha daily. Mbona wasisikie nikisema taxation? Work on that. Why should I go and visit State House to just that if it's one to? So you usikize ground. Whatever intelligence yenye iko, you see, listen what the ground is not happy about. Fix. Lazima amini.
You fear to speak out with the president, but you want to go to State House. You fear talking with the president, lakini you want to go to State House.
Nimesema if they can listen us the social media, what we say, when people say one term, Mr. Waisema, but when people say one term, anasikia. Mbona asisikie tukisema kuna corruption? Mbona wasisikie sema kuna ministries zinaraniwa na watu wenye wako incompetent? Mbona wasisikie?
Yeah, I think let me help Mahigi here. Not that I'm being biased, but sometimes even no communication is communication. In communication world, even no communication is communication. So I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna give Philo so we keep moving. There is Nyando who came up. We have to give Nyando a chance. Philo, the mic is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. And I just want to begin. Sija interrupt Mutu akisubmit. So I need also time. Na mimi
umejua topic ni sabasaba kesho.
Yes.
Na okay, kama unajua tafadhali yako 3 minutes sawa.
Yes, so I just want to say this beside that kidogo tu, just the Gen Z call themselves they are learned. And
okay, hold on. Give me just 10 seconds. Guys, please keep tapping. We are not tapping. Naona Philo sauti yake inatetemeka kidogo. Ni kama tunatingika, but we need to continue with this discussion. So for the goodness of the discussion, let's keep tapping, please.
Yes,
thank you.
They claim they are learned, and yet they want to engage guerrilla warfare instead of professional boardroom meeting, a good setup, professional. And I think they are confusing us because sasa wana engage in what they are not claiming to be. Hata huyu Mahiga, besides that, Mahiga anaongelea like on behalf of Gen Z, yet we know hata kenye unasema hiyo about corruption ndio watu wanamwambia hata sio hiyo. Their issue wako tu na vitu tofauti. Ukiuliza huyu Gen Z atakwambia Ruto must go. Ukiuliza huyu mwingine unemployment. Ukiuliza huyu mwingine, so they don't have that structure as we have said. That's why they are They have said they are leaderless because they can't be they have said that they are partless. That's why no one can engage them. Yet they want to cause the problem in this nation. We said that tomorrow, about Sabasaba, they want to join Sabasaba. Yet those who, the ways they used to engage the government, those either that Mandamano and all that one. Yet they want also to join them. And they were saying that they are the only people right now wao ndio kusema kwa hii nchi kwa sababu they are learned, they know things, they can do all things. And hao wengine wakijaribu kuambia wenye hao wenye wanaenda Sabasaba, wenye hiyo siku yao wenye walipigania, wanaambia nyinyi you are a caste generation, don't tell us anything, go there. You know, some of the things the way they have been saying, wamedharau watu hapa nje mpaka hii Sabasaba sioni. I don't know why they are going, because they have said the generation that fought for Sabasaba is a caste generation, and yet they want to join this one. I don't think they are confusing themselves. And those, I've said, I don't think they are the agency that even tomorrow if they will come out, they are not the agency. These are opposition youth, sponsored, very well told instruction what to do on the street so that you do cause harm in this country. They claim unemployment, yet they are causing more harm to the parents of Gen Zs when they are losing jobs, losing shops, business. When they are parents of Gen Z, they are not going to work. When they are parents of Gen Z, when they are losing properties, vehicles banned, things that are happening on the street, yet they are causing the parents of Gen Z to have issues. I don't think even Gen Z's parents that have lost properties, they will support this, what they are doing. And I don't think if Gen Z, they are going to street, those are youths. Gen Z, they finished their course with the finance bill. They won. The other days, they were not the ones, but they won. Those were the real Gen Z that did that. But the rest are people who have organized themselves, and that's why the government. Sahi sasa Kenya wanaenda ndio unaona wenyewe wameachwa kwa koti, wanangangana na cash bail, wanangangana huko peke yao. Yet wakienda kwa kuchocheana wanaenda wengi. Sahi kwa cash bail wako peke yao, kwa bar ya court wako peke yao. So these things is also harming them, and they don't know. They should be told. It's not even right now. Kama umecheza kwa uwanja na 90 minutes imeisha, toka kwa uwanja. Ukiendelea kucheza sana tena unaharibu. You are spoiling everything about them. What they are doing, we cannot trust them with the leadership of this country. Even if they want someone to go, but if they are given, can they show the same good maturity the way they are compared to what they are doing now? They can't do it, because what they are showing to us nowadays is showing that they can't be anything. It's just to let tu shida tu kwa kila mahali. But they are not Gen Z who are going to join tomorrow maandamano. That is clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Philo. If anybody wants to rebuttal, I'll start with who wants to rebuttal?
Cosma.
Okay, Cosma and Royal Boy. Okay, Cosma, chukua mic 30 seconds. Alafu
Mimi
Royal Boy 30
nasema hivi huyu mtu mwenye anaongea CNC ni wako opposition, wako na wanasponsiwa na mtu mwenye hajasema jina, na Kenya tuko na security iko juu. Ona wachichika huyu mtu opposition, kama wa vijana wachaenda kwa barabara, achika huyo mtu mwenye anapeana CNC pesa before CNC iende kuwanjani kama kesho. Tuache kutumia kasumba ya ukora ya unyanyasasi, hiyo ukora kabisa tuache.
So, Asante, Royal Boy, and then Mahigi, and then Philo to respond. Philo, make sure you keep in tap what Royal Boy is saying, what Cosmo is saying, and what Mahigi is saying. Then you respond once. Royal Boy, go ahead. And guys, please keep tapping.
Philo ukiwa kwa government, it doesn't mean wewe umesoma kuliko hao wetu wengine. You know, when you hear stories like mtu amefanya mechanical engineering baada hajapata kazi, wengine wamefanya, you know, there are people who have graduated with masters hakuna kazi. So you cannot call them when they are against the government ati hawajasoma. No. If they are raising issues, wako na haki ya raise their issues, they have the right to be listened to. Hiyo wako na right. You know, us who have been supporting Raila wakati tumeingia kwa government, tusifanye kama sisi tunajua zaidi ya wale ambao unajua this government, watu wenye wako against it, the chance who are against this government ni wale ambao walifuatia this government. They have any rights to cascade. They have all those rights. So you can't tell them like hawajasoma. And then another thing, let's just be honest. Since hawana reader, kama wangekuwa nayo right now, mtu angewaweka ndani. That's why wakati aliona Chensi wameingia kwa barabara akaona ya kwamba eti just bring Raila at least chote ipunguse. Haikupunguka. So for me, I don't think Chensi wako na readers. Kama wangekuwa nayo, saisi angekuwa kwa meza, wakuwe na mkataba na Ruto, and you cannot say like wakuwe na professional discussion about the country kwa Ruto. Hapana. Even when Raila was having issues by the previous government, mpaka hii government, it was just communication ambayo sasa imetuleta katika hii handshake tuko nayo. So there's nothing like professional, there's nothing like hawajasoma. No, there are no issues government inatakana wajibu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahigi. And then Philo respond to the three of them at once, and then I give Nyando the mic. But please keep tapping. Tafadhalini, tapini. But quick question, ngoja tu Mahigi. Cosma, aki sijui Kiswahili vizuri. Kasumba ya ukora ndio kusema? Kasumba ni nini?
Yes.
Kasumba ni nini? Nataka kuelewa Kiswahili yako.
Perspective. Hayo.
Okay, thank you. Asante sana Mahigi. Chukua mic.
Okay, kwanza I would like to say that nani hapa, you are so misguided. Nasema Gen Z cannot amount to Gen Z kwanza. That's a generation of people who are aged 12 years old now mpaka 20 something. Those are Gen Z.
Yeah, 98 from 98 to 2013 wale wamezaliwa kwa hiyo bracket.
Those are Gen Z. So ukisema Gen Z hawezi kusaidia kitu, some of them wamekuemploy, sawa? Some of the cars zenye unapanda kama hii gari inaitwa Matrix Baruto ambaye ni Gen Z. So Gen Z ni like like hawa watu ni madui. These are teachers unawapelekea watoto wako. These are doctors. Kuna doctors wako 20 and below. Enda hapo unalala hapo, you trust your life. Gen Z are still drivers, wanaendesha magari, wanakubeba kwa Uber. So don't have to demonize the whole generation. And one thing I like about Gen Z kwa sababu wako na ile mindset tulifaa kuwa nayo from that. The mindset unateseka na unataka kuvuka. No. Wako na ile mindset teseka make away haraka. Kama kuna mtu ana date Gen Z atakwambia utakosea hao wasichana ovyo. Tell you to your and hivi kidogo amekuacha na amesonga na kuna. So there are people when you wanataka things change. So there's one thing that what tunasema kwa kizungu, either shape up or shape out. The people, a generation that is likely to stay. And kuna siku tutakuwa na Gen Z president. Might not be now. Anaweza kuwa atakuwa maybe president akifika 50 something. But tutakuwa na Gen Z president. So this is a generation that is here to stay. Hata kama unaichukia, just know. And hata ukiwachukia your brother, your small brother, Gen Z. So
thank you. I'll just start with you, Mahigi.
Philo, respond to yes. Cosma, Royal, and Mahigi.
Yes, very fast. They have very simple things to respond. Like for Mahigi, no one demonized these guys. I just demonized what the negative things they are doing. I demonized the negative things they do. And I demonized the way they are causing things in this country. Yet we will expect them to behave as the way they claim to be. That's what I said. They said they are learned, and they are calling other generation that who fought for Sabasaba, they are cast generation, ati hakuna kenye walifanya, kuna kenye waliachieve, wakae nyumbani huko. Wao ndio watadili na hii dunia sahi. That's what I said. I said I demonize what they are doing, the negative things that are causing to lives and the properties of this nation. They are causing more harm, yet they want the solutions, the problems they are causing. So I don't know wanataka aje. That's what I said. Yes, I know what they are fighting for, but can we have a good, proper, structural, how they have been taught in school, tafadhali? That's what I'm saying. Kwani nani amefunza? Si masomo wamesoma bure. So wamefunza, this is how you can engage, you can have this, you can have, ukitaka kuandika barua ya kazi, unaomba kazi, unaandika in a official this way, you can do this one, write CV this way. That's how wana behave kama hivyo, hakuna kitu kama hivyo. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm mentioning. That's what I'm saying. They are good generation, but now they need guidance of these Sabasaba men and women who fought, who have wisdom to guide them through, but they don't want. Wao wanataka tu kufanya mambo, kupiga mboka kwa street, kupiga mboka. Wakisema kama kesho ni kupiga mboka, hakuna kitu maandamano, ni kupiga mboka. Hata ukikutana nao watakwambia hivyo, mimi ni komboka boda, ni komboka, kaa kando ni komboka. So for Royal Boy, tafadhali, to arrest direct, they have to start somewhere. So don't worry. Soon they will reach to whoever is sponsoring all those things. Don't worry. And the government will catch them very soon. So they will not just start from there, but we know very well some of them, what they are claiming, how they are claiming, what they are seeing. They are in bed with the opposition from how they are claiming and what they are saying. We see them, how they are saying and what they are doing. So that one should not be a problem. They will be arrested, don't worry. And the issues they are raising, yes, you are saying they have issues, they should be listened to. Remember, Raila went to the street, and when he went to the street, it's not that because of Gen Z that he went to handshake with no, you are lying. I told you need to do a lot of research and do studies. If you are not a Kenyan, try and learn histories and things of this country and follow up updates very, very fast so that you can have something to say. Because I know that day that they were signing a document which had begun long time ago before Gen Z. So let me take my time to educate you a little bit so that you can catch up with whatever took place that day. Raila did not see Gen Z and use that opportunity. No. Some of you are lying to this Gen Z, telling them like that so that they can have head to Baba. Baba had a document and was in a process, was just they were finalizing it, and it just happened that time, and then they came together at KICC and they signed that thing. They agree on 1, 2, 3, which is the same as what the government is asking them, the Gen Z. If you have issues, collect them, put them together. Let's come sit down and let's have a memorandum of understanding. But you people, you are lying this. You are telling this Gen Z to just go to the street to shout the name of people and all that, and yet at the end of the day they'll come out nothing. Like they should learn from the lesson from Sabasaba. Sabasaba, after Sabasaba, there's some things we enjoy. Even yourself, we enjoy. But they were documented. They were put on pen and paper. But when you are calling this Gen Z to come and have pen and paper, they don't want. So okay. Are we going to have something productive or something fruitful in the next few years? No, because they will fight on the street and there's nothing. They will show the next generation. So their fight will be nothing because there's nothing. They got it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let me give
in summary.
My brother, let me just
guys, mute your mic. Bado mnataka kuongea because Nyando was to speak.
Kuna kitu nataka nimjibu hapa kidogo.
Lakini nakupatia 10 seconds. Jibu haraka sana juu Nyando amengoja sana.
Wakati unasema hawa Gen Z wanashirikiana na opposition, I wonder who, Raila Odinga is opposition leader. Who's the opposition leader now? So you cannot tell me, like, unless you are trying to tell me, Raila ameingia kwa serikali, amekaa huko.
So no official opposition.
That's why I've told you. That's why I've told you. You are so behind with whatever is happening in this country. You don't know opposition. You
Guys,
don't know what opposition, even you don't know what they were in Western doing. You don't know what they are moving around. You don't know the opposition. I'm taking a lot of time to educate you and to inform you. Sir.
Excuse me.
go
There is
ahead.
no
Governor.
official opposition in Kenya. Our Kenyan constitution is the winner takes it all. Raila lost the election and therefore he does not qualify through our constitution to be called the opposition leader. Anybody can be the opposition leader, including the Gen Zs now. So don't profile Raila as an opposition leader, that the laws of our country do not call him the opposition leader. He is a leader, yes, but he lost. Why call him opposition when he has no office? Number two, Maigi, no, you are just making an assumption. You are Royal, you are making an assumption that the second runner, you are making an assumption that the second runner in any election is always the opposition leader. No, there's nothing like opposition leader in Kenya. If you lose an election, you lose, the winner takes it all. From the MCA to the MP, unless you want to tell us from your ward, there is an opposition leader who was the second runner in the ballot. So, Maigi, this is what Philo is trying to tell you guys. Let us be honest. You cannot breach the same constitution that you want a government to follow, lakini nyinyi mkuwe na audacity ya break the rules in that constitution. You should be fast. You should be the first people to be vigilant to the law. Sio tena nyinyi ndio mnafunja na mnasema ule mwingine asifunje. Sasa hiyo si itakuwa anarchy. Back to the chairperson.
Unajua wakati kuna mshindi na mshindwa. Mshindwa ndiye anakuwa
Royal boy, let us give Nyando time. Let us give Nyando time and let us stop. I think the moderator was not here. Nyamama,
Okay.
over to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nyando, the mic is yours for 3 minutes. Nyando, what's your take on Sabasaba and what should let go on Kenyan politics?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity. I just want to talk about what is in the table. Or if I want to say about what Raila is going to do tomorrow, according to me, it is just his right as a Kenyan, because I heard him talking today that he normally go to Kamkunji kwa mambo ya Sabasaba. So let us underline the word he normally. So ni kitu ambayo ameishi kufanya, ambapo hatuwezi mkataza, sababu hata yeye ako na wafuasi ambao bado wanamsikiza. He's a Kenyan, tumruhusu tu afanye vile anataka. When we are going to Gen Z's Sabasaba tomorrow, it is also our right ya kuenda kwa streets, ya kufanya peaceful, or ya kuenda kudemand what we need, we as the Gen Z's and we as the people of this country. Tomorrow, I don't think ni mambo ya vita. People will just march to the streets to demand good governance, good leadership, police brutality, to stop by asking the government to stop police brutality, and accountability. Hizo vitu nne, I think ndo watu wanaenda kusema kesho kwa street. And we have to go to the street so that the government can listen to us. The government will not listen to me when I am on my house. I have to go to the street so that the government can hear my voice. So the same way the government will protect supporters of Baba when they go to Kamkunji, is the same way the government have to protect us also when we are on the street. The government can listen to us when we are on the street, But marching to State House, I don't think it is the solution. When we are saying that we are going to occupy State House, then hapo mimi nasema tunataka vita. Yesterday, I advised my younger brothers and sisters that why can't we just kutafuta tu nini inaitwa aje kiwanja mahali fulani, kutafuta tu, bado government watatusikiza tu. Lakini mambo ya watu wengine ambapo watafanya kazi hapa online ya kudrive attention yetu ya kwamba watafanya kazi hapa online ya kudrive attention yetu ya kwamba let us go and occupy nini
To Cosma.
Cosmas, I think you know me very well. Maybe haukusikiza chenye nilisema. Nilisema government wanaweza kutusikiza tukiwa kwa street. Hawawezi kutusikiza tukiwa kwa nyumba. Then kesho kwa mambo ya Sabasaba. Sabasaba, I think it is not a demonstration. Tungetafuta kiwanja mahali, tuende tukae hapo from morning to evening, tukiimba wimbo za watu nini ya ukombozi na wimbo zenye zina na vitu, na tuseme vitu zenye tunataka kutoka kwa government. So
Okay.
I think will ni misunderstand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody?
Addition?
Go.
Thank you.
Okay, wacha nipatie governor and then Philo wewe. And then tuende kwa Ukiki.
Okay, I wanted to add on what Nyando is saying. Hatusemi watu wasiende street ama waende kwa uwanja yote kama Kamkunji. What Nyando is trying to say, tomorrow should be the most peaceful picketing day in commemoration, for us to commemorate what happened during Moi era. This is what we are supposed to do. And I began, wakati moderator alinipatia time, nikasema Gen Zs have not classified their claims. They have not put them clear. Unapata tu, you ask them what's your problem, Ruto must go. One time. Now, kesho ndio siku ambayo ni muhimu sasa. Let Gen Z go and address the media there while seated. Now waandike everything they want, and they let them give the government an ultimatum that in 2 weeks or in this time, please address this and that. Lakini hii mambo ya kila mtu anapost kwa Facebook, mwingine anapost X, and you want the government to follow millions of youth in the social media and take a book and write down what they say. I'm telling you, government gives attention to official communications. Let us classify what we want and put them on paper and petition them to the right offices.
Mr. Governor, His Excellency Governor.
Yes.
You know, don't say that these Gen Zs, they don't have agenda. They have not put them clear on the table. These people are very, very right, 100%. They are what they have on the table is by telling the government to stop abductions, to stop extrajudicial killings, and to stop police brutality. Ama hizo si agenda. Na
Hawana agenda. Correction to before you continue, correction to si kusema Gen Z hawana agenda. Nimesema agenda zao ziko scattered. Nimesema to let them arrest their scattered agendas and put them together for formal communication. That's
But
what
they
I
have
say.
raised. They have raised them.
But they are scattered.
I think the most important here is, you know, you can hold the government accountable when you presented your document with all your complaints, official complaints certified and delivered to the office of the president, and they fail to respond to it after you give them even an ultimatum to try and reach out to your demands, and then they don't, then you have a right to go picket. That's what I think governor is saying. I could be wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah,
These
but
guys
Okay.
have not hata kusign signatures. Enye ita
Yeah.
support what they are saying. Let you have 1 million signatures that will support your ultimatum. And then from there, sisi wote tutasema sasa hapa serikali imekataa kuwasikiza. Lakini having scattered views all over, and you want the government to follow them and cluster them for you and bring them clear to you and again give you answers. I think it will be a very tiresome process.
Unajua kwa nini
Tusaidie pia
nilisema
serikali
hivyo, Governor?
kutusikiza.
Governor,
Tusaidie
unajua kwa
serikali
nini nilisema hivyo? Governor, just a minute, Madam Chair. Unajua kwa nini nilisema hivyo? Nimesikiza baadhi ya watu wengi sana wakisema hapa agenda yetu yenye tuko nayo tu eti ni must go. So must go is an English word. Is it prohibited when I say must go? It is an English word. Ni kama tu kuja ama enda. Hiyo tu, it is an English word. I know that is the main problem yenye watu wako nayo hapa. They don't want us to say must go. But must go is an English word. So when I use that English word, go and ask wazungu pale walisema hiyo maneno ya must go.
Let us agree, Nando, let us agree. Umeongea vizuri. Now, what you've said is exactly what we are saying. You know? Now, wewe sahi uwezi stukia tu kwa street useme huyu chief mnataka ende. There must be something that huyo chief anafanya ambaye hamutaki. So you must address those things to the area chief. Mwambie chief, hii na hii na hii inafanyika, hatutaki. Kama uwezi zifanya hii na hii, then you go. It is an English word, yes, but it's got a meaning. Why must the chief go? That's what we are saying.
Okay, you know, Sam,
Yes,
Sam, just a minute. Sam, you know, the president must know that I am his boss. I am his boss. So when the boss is tired of you, you have to leave. Yes, we are his boss. He's our servant. So when the boss is tired of you, you have to leave. And when I say you must go, you will leave, whether you like it or not.
Nyando, please, you better
threshold.
place that to the constitution. When you want to remove the president just casually,
Nyamama, let me talk. Nyamama, let me talk.
a legitimate president that was put there through a constitutional process, and then you want to come and say, breach the constitution and the president leaves without following the due process that brought him in. Then that's why people say, nyinyi Gen Zs mnapotea njia. Unaona?
Okay.
Have you heard
Wacha nipatie.
have you heard that when we are saying that
Guys,
we want to do a coup?
Wacha ni rebuttal tu kidogo dakika mbili alafu.
Ngoja Phila alikuwa
Nyando,
rebuttal
it's a
alafu
coup,
ngoja
it's a
tu
coup.
kidogo.
It's me.
It is
Okay.
not a coup. It is not a coup.
Yes.
No, it is because he was constitutionally put there. But I'll give Philo ongea alafu Mahigi, and then we'll be back to governor.
Yes.
But guys, tap.
Yes. Just immediately from the what they are talking about tuko boss ni jina tu, kwa sababu tulimweka na katiba na tulimweka through a process you went to take a vote, voted and declared all that. So why you jump all those process and you want to go banana republic and anarchy? So that's why there's a process in this country you must follow. It's not that you are a boss. You're a boss, you have to follow the process, to obey that process so that you can subject all those things properly. So back to what I wanted to say about the agency, but if umesema kwamba Nyando kwamba sababu hiyo issue yao documented, waambie present kitu kwa parliament, watafute mtu wao Ojwang around that age of the agency or senator, peana hiyo kitu huko, peana huko, mwambie wewe peleki malalamishi yetu kwa senate to discuss, and the nation will be listening through those discussion. Jamani,
Okay.
why are we taking these things like that? That's we are trying. We must listen. They must also listen. They want to be talking, and they don't want to listen people to advise them. They want the government to listen to them, and yet people who are advising them, they don't want to listen. Sasa wao ni wakina nani? Ndio tunawaambia nyinyi, mkijifanya ni kifua mbele mtaumia tu, na baadaye hakuna kitu mtatoka kwa barabara mko nayo. Let me lastly to say this one. Doctors, when they andamana, they have a document they are claiming. They said, we sign a memorandum of something and this, you have not government fulfilled. We are going back to studio. We are giving you 2 weeks. And they are referring of something. But these ones, they have nothing to refer. We are telling them they should have something to refer. Wakwe nayo. After in 2 years, they can go back and say, aya, tumeannounce tunaenda kwa street kwa sababu tulikupea muda, you have not fulfilled this and this. Teachers the same, they do the same. The lecturers, they do the same. They have. And yet, these are the teachers who teach these children. You have taught these young people. There are lecturers who have lectured these young people. And yet, they are not following example.
Ulikuwa unatoa 2 points zako.
Na umesema the government is not listening them, and there's nothing. The government is wrong, and they just go to a field and shout there and malfinish and go home. But this government, there's nothing they will do.
No,
but yet the government is a way you can address and in a structured way.
I didn't say that the government is wrong. I said we have the police officers who are very, very wrong police officers.
Yeah, no, you said this is a wrong government.
You said this is a wrong government.
I said the government. I said the government is rotten.
Nyando, unless you replace the word
Rotten and rogue.
I said rotten to the core. Rotten to the core.
To the core. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Not wrong.
Hold on, guys. Okay. So the main problem here, I think we are in the same page.
Yes.
You guys know they have an issue. The way they are presenting it is the wrong way. Okay, back to you, Governor, and then I give Ukiki Amayo 30 seconds to rebut.
I wanted to remind Nyando one thing.
Then Mahidi.
Yeah, Nyando should learn to respect the constitution first before he calls up the politician or anybody he don't like in government to respect the constitution. You cannot say you are the boss and for a legitimate government to leave all the legit process that installed him there to follow your words when you say one term, atoke na wache ile. Katiba pia kama wewe boss mwenye unasema wewe ni boss, imekupatia wewe njia ya kutoa president. Number one, you take a petition to National Assembly. Now we'll sign signatures. That petition will be discussed there while you are waiting here. MPs will vote to impeach the president. Unaona? going to State House is a coup. You are going to create a civilian coup there that will take power from you to the army. And when power goes to the army, you become powerless. You being the boss, utaacha kuwa boss. Then the constitution that gives you all these rights that you enjoy now is going to be suspended. After it's going to be suspended, you will not rule in the way you prefer now, where you say you are the boss. Then listen to kidogo, unisikie kidogo. All these rights will be taken away from you. Now we go to court martial, how do you call this? Martial rule hii ya jeshi. Itakuwa mimi napigana na wewe na nikikuumiza, hakuna police station utaenda kuripoti. Na hiyo sasa ndio inaitwa Banana Republica. Tunakuwa tunauana hapa, there is no rule. So please, you cannot come and say nyinyi jenzi ndio mnapenda inchi kuliko sisi wote. Sisi wote tunapenda inchi. And when we try to advise you that tafadhali mfanye hivi, we are doing it for the best of our country.
Boss,
None of us would wish tuumie kwa pamoja for a problem that we can correct as early as now. So, hakuna mtu anakataa mambo ya Gen Z.
Governor.
Kila mtu anataka mlete change.
Okay, wacha nipatie Mahigi pia alikuwa aongeze kitu, alafu Nyando respond to governor and respond to Mahigi. Both ndio tusipoteze time, and then Okiki can talk because inachukua too much. And guys, keep tapping, please, keep tapping.
Okay.
Watu hawatap, hebu mtap, tumeshuka tena.
Ilikuwa niambia tu governor. Like akishikwa apeleke koti na asipatikane tayala amekufa. That's something kupeleka for sure. A matter of the leader of the country happen and this must a document tell the leadership obey what like
through chair, a quick one. It's like sawa. Sorry.
I think we are saying that we are role models wenyewe tutastoma kizi watu happen and move on, and then happens to another person. Itafika mahali something niona na makosa, nipeleke milimani, nipeleke residential court ya anywhere you want. I meet a judge. Let me meet a killer squad. What is that? So that's what's happening. We are already a banana republic. That's we are avoid. Utapatikana na mtu, utapata mtu na makosa ke kali apatikane. Sasa angalia ka Albert kwa wazazi wake, wazazi wanajua nanga sasa atakuwa kotini mpaka akakuja na title toke ako wapi aenda. Are we not a banana republic? Equally, the rule of law.
Question to you, Mahigi.
Can you respond that?
Okay, let me respond.
Hold on, Philo, ngoja nani amjibu, governor amjibu, alafu utamjibu, alafu.
Sawa. Mahigi, when you say you want the president to take to centralize all powers, even for those independent institutions like judiciary, you want to tell us the president should dictate ati amke tu siku moja a make press conference aseme this should stop when he swore to protect the constitution. To protect the constitution, I mean to protect independent institutions and other things. The president cannot bring change to police brutality spontaneously. If you want, and that's why we say that's where you go wrong. You are pointing a finger to a wrong person. The person who can bring or who can do amendments and bring new policies is the assembly, our parliament, both Senate and National Assembly. That's where we should take the claim to. Otherwise, pointing fingers to the president is how do I say, is misleading. You are misleading yourselves and you are pointing fingers to the wrong person. The right person that will serve the judiciary with updated laws is the parliament, not the president. If you want, if the president cannot dictate anything outside installed constitutional systems. And the system I'm referring here is, if we have rogue police, parliament should make amendments or policies, and those policies will be taken to judiciary so that when the police go wrong, any Kenyan can petition the police in the judiciary and a judge will rule over that. That is my reaction to. Thank you.
Our parliament. Parliament inapitisha financial finance last year. Kila mtu mpaka wameenda kwa ground wamekatazwa. Wanapitisha hiyo kitu. That's the parliament want us.
You know, like,
Okay.
you know,
Sijui kama some guys, mute your Mark Nalungu, please mute your mic.
do you know last year, Genesis did not present a petition to Parliament? There was no written document that was sent to Parliament when Parliament was discussing the budget. But we were all over the X space and these other social platforms. And that's why I say government responds to formal communications. If you take a formal communication, a document signed and a document that has signatures of many people saying we want change, government will definitely respond to those changes. Last year, ilikuwa tu tunaenda street and there was no petition. Na katiba inasema uko na haki ya kupetition anything that is agitating you. But you did not petition anything. That's why Parliament, ikaona tu, you guys are ignorant, you are not informed, your claims are unclassified. It went ahead and passed the bill, ambayo ilikasirisha Wakenya zaidi. So, tunarudi kwa ile yenye tulisema, we need to classify our claims, put them to paper, and then take it as a petition to the offices that we think will hear us. That's what we say.
Okay, I think we're gonna move to the next person. Yes. I think Sam wanted to say something.
I wanted to say something.
Oh, Philo, it was you, yes. Philo. Go ahead, Philo.
Yes.
Please quick, and then we give Okiki.
I don't know why Gen Z, everything in this country they don't want. They don't want everything. They don't want everything. They don't. Even if you put them, this is the direction they should take. They don't want. You wanataka aje? Anyway, the MP is the representative, or MCA, or their senator is the MCA whom they elected. If kama wanaona yeye wakimpea malalamishi yao hawafikishi kwa bunge, they should not point to the president must go. They should point to the parliament, MP wao wamfukuze nyumbani. But saa hii ukiwatafuta utapata MP, as long as MP ako kwa opposition, hata kama afanyi chochote wanamsupport. So hata sijui wanasema ati parliament iko aje, sijui iko aje. Yet kuna members on their side wamekula hata pesa ya CDF. Wamekula hiyo corruption, anataja hapa ati government iko na corruption. Ni MCA, ni MP wao wengine wamekula pesa ya CDF. Wamenyakua mashamba huko. Lakini they are not talking about that, they are pointing fingers to the president. A wrong pointing direction. Yet they will not even get the solution because they are pointing the wrong direction. So if they don't trust in Parliament, the MP, they know the process. They are learned. I call them, they are very learned. They should go and read what they're supposed to be done, the process to the MP. Because huyo ndio anatengeneza sheria. Now, the president will come and go. The police service will remain there as much as unasema kuna police brutality. Police brutality itaendelea kukua kwa serikali zote. As long as you are pointing the wrong person to go. But police service is remaining there. Itabaki milele na milele hapa. Lakini marais watabadilika kukua kata 100. The other thing I wanted to say to Mahigi is that sometimes musisikie vitu za rumors here and say, alafu nikuuliza tu swali moja. Umesema about corruption. Nataka kwa serikali ya Moi kulikuwa na Anglo leasing 60 billion. Kwa serikali ya Kibaki kulikuwa na 70 billion. Ya Golden Back ya Moi, ya Anglo leasing ya Kibaki 70 billion zikapotea. Ya hapa ya juzi hii tulisikia mambo ya Kemusa. Na mambo ya Kemusa na hiyo maneno. Na saa hii nataka utaje major corruption ya Mahiga, unataja kwamba Ruto must go. Taja major corruption iko even more than 70 billion now on this platform so that we can agree with you when you muna advocate. Now I ask you that question, you answer now.
What? Mahigi. Please, Okiki amengoja sana. Okiki amengoja. Jibu tu kama kuna corruption umesikia kwa Ruto. Sema tu moja alafu nipatie Okiki. Imekaa sana. Tafadhali amengoja sana.
Kuna hii ya dispose of drugs. So, mbona tufike hapo? Like that shows very gross incompetence. So, mbona tufike mahali dawa zinahitajika? Yes, naenda Vihiga County Hospital sipati dawa, naambiwa napeleka kwa pharmacy. Then Duale wants that because ile time minister hakuweza kupeleka drugs, so we have to dispose. I've been buying drugs outside. Now drugs, where are we coming from? Then another thing,
wacha tu kwanza nipatie Okiki. Tumekaa sana. And guys, keep tapping. Tutarudi watu wote
hajajibu swali.
Ya pesa pengine anasema ya madawa.
Ya madawa ni county. Ya madawa ni county.
That's a county level.
Yes. It's not a...
Okay. Tuache tu
because ni KEMSA. KEMSA is a government agent.
Sawa.
KEMSA supplies medicine procured by county government, not national government. So please.
Okay, sawa. Okay, guys. Wacha tupatie Okiki. Okiki, the mic is yours. Sijui kama umejua topic.
Yes.
Okiki?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Umejua topic?
Yeah, we know the topic.
Go ahead.
The only challenge is that it has been diluted so much by the speakers who have been diverting from the main theme. Okay, to start by Raila Odinga's participation in tomorrow's Sabasaba is just meant to distract attention of the Gen Zs. That is in my opinion, because Raila Odinga knows the history of Sabasaba. They were the founders of Sabasaba. And he has looked at the Gen Zs keenly, and I can confirm what Raila thinks in the mind, that the Gen Zs have got no proper direction and they have got no substantive agenda, leave alone being partyless, leave alone being tribeless, leave alone being leaderless. If Gen Zs are left alone on their own, the way they're going, they are not going to achieve anything. So their participation in Sabasaba, one, is going to be, they are going to be interfered with by goons who will be hired, like today you have seen at KHCR, KHK, at the human, KHRC. So the likelihood of being interrupted tomorrow is also there. And Raila Odinga will want to take part so that he can dilute the negative energy which might take part in the streets by taking a portion of the people to Jivanji Gardens. And I will appreciate if he may address the people there. Now, to the Gen Zs who will want to take part, like a brother is talking there very harshly, Gen Zs who have got a presentation to put to government authorities in the first instance, I doubt if they have got the rightful agenda because they do not have a strong and stable leadership that will that might be addressed. You know, the Gen Z movement is an amorphous movement, which in the first place, who is the Gen Z? What do they stand for? How long do they want to operate as Gen Zs? What are their conditions? What is their formation? It is something that includes like almost every stressed citizen, every perplexed, every indifferent type of person. So there is no clarity. If the Gen Zs really want to achieve anything constructive, then let them be segmented into regions. Like let's say University of Nairobi has got a Gen Z caucus. Kenyatta has got a Gen Z caucus. Nairobi CBD or Nairobi County has a Gen Z caucus. Because our wants, our wishes and desires also vary from one group to another. And remember, Gen Z has got no age limit. This, as you can see, our mothers have joined the race, our fathers have joined the race, and even Oburu Odinga is also calling himself a Gen Z. So, in my view, I may say that Gen Zs might not achieve however much we may want to fight. The fight might not be very successful at the end of the day because the moment we do not have a leadership, fine, we will take our presentation to the relevant authorities. But will we really be addressed? Who will accept belling the cat that now we have had your presentation? Now, who do we tell our response? Who is the correspondent in these letters you are bringing to the government offices? There will be nobody because they do not even trust themselves with their own leadership. They do not even trust themselves with the political leadership. They don't even trust themselves with almost anything. Their main agenda is one term, main agenda is Ruto must go, which is not a solution to the problem. Because even if we will be given an angel, that angel will not be better than Jesus Christ who was crucified. Let us face the facts. If we want to achieve anything, let Gen Zs be put into segments, into categories, into groups, so that the Gen Zs in Mombasa, their problems, if it is a drug addiction or unemployment at Mombasa level or at the coastal region, let that one be dealt with there and then, separately with a different government body or agency. If it is in Nairobi, let that one also happen in Nairobi. If it is in Nyanza, let that one happen in Nyanza. But fighting a collective war where almost everybody is involved, including thugs, including robbers, including rapists, including goons, and including intellectuals, that is a fight that cannot lead to any substantive victory. It is a battle, it is a war, it is a movement that is headed to the rocks because there is no clear direction and there is no clear leadership. And even if we will take a presentation to the government, they will not consider the seriousness because nobody owns it. Nobody will
Thank
be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We don't want to repeat ourselves. Anybody who wants rebuttal, if not, I'll give Elisha Nyakeno. Anyone who wants to add on what Kiki said or rebuttal or spice it up? Sam, go ahead.
I just wanted just to do a reminder, just a minute. I just wanted to do a reminder. Okiki has talked very eloquently, very nice. It is all the things that somebody wanted to hear. And I think every region has a different, unique problem. So that's a very good idea. Me, I want to remind the Gen Zs and Kenyans well, they must know the conditions on which elections can be suspended. 2, when the country is fighting war with a neighboring country. That's number 1. Number 2, when the country is in a civil war, an election can be suspended, just like what happened in Democratic Republic of Congo. Election was supposed to be undone in 2021. It was suspended in 2022. It was suspended until last year, 2024. And those period when the election is suspended, the president in that particular time, those years are not counted. It will be only counted when the time he is sworn in the office of a new term. So the Gen Zs, as much as they want to cause commotions and they want to change, they must consider that Parliament has a power to suspend the election of 2022 if the country will be in a crisis indefinitely. So if they will continue seeking one term, they might end up losing that one term. Finally, I finished my point.
Thank
Exactly.
you.
Okay,
Mahigi,
first of all, I
30
think
seconds.
for a miss. A group ya Gachagua ya one term. One.
They are one. They are one.
They're not one.
They are one. They are
They are
one.
not
They write
one.
even on
Gachagua is not a Gen Z.
placards. Wanaandika mpaka kwa placards. Ni nini unatuambia wewe?
Okay, wanaweza kuja wakuja.
Wote ni kitu
They
moja
are
bwana,
not there.
mnajifanya hapa, mnajificha ficha hapa na nyinyi
Unyamaze,
kitu
mimi
moja.
naongea.
Philo, hold on, please. Guys, keep tapping. Mahigi 30 seconds. I think umeongea 10 seconds. 20 more seconds, alafu governor, alafu nipatie Elisha.
Okay, I would say the two are not. Gen Z hata hawako na shida na zakosa kufanya. What once nataka kuona inafanyika vizuri. We want to see jobs created. We want to see taxes down. We want to see changes. We want to see ministers wazuri wamewekwa. Pia tunatuwekea minister wa IT. Hajui anything about IT. Tunatuwekea minister of health. Hajui anafanya. I'm not saying, I'm giving as an example. We want hata wanaweza fanya hata election. So, but what we want the country habitat. Even ndio tunataka. We want to see now. Haitangoja tu. Watu wa one term na two term. Shida wanafikiria nani atakuwa president. That's not the problem. The problem is okay, tutaweka president na bado tutapata this. Want change. No matter who is the president, we want that's the problem. We want and we want them now.
Tumekupata.
Okay.
Yeah.
Governor and then Philo, alafu Elisha. 30 seconds, please, Governor.
Okay. There is something that Sam has brought up. And today, before I joined this conversation here, I was with Maraga. Maraga was here on this platform live through the news guy account. And I asked him a question about the legal process of election in Kenya. It has taken us long to constitute the IBC. That means, and the Constitution has given timeline for us to constitute the IBC. I'm saying this in relation to what Sam just said. The Constitution says IBC should be constituted 2 years before the next ballot. Now, this is what I anticipate that it will lead to suspension of election because we will have a constitutional crisis. We are in 2025, election will be in 2026. Then the IBC has been constituted and there is someone that is dragging the process in the court by petitioning and a court order has been obtained. We only have about 5 months for the IBC to be installed before 2026. Now, what some has said, we might, in the end, we might not have election in 2027. And that is a very big constitutional crisis. To Mahigi, when you say we are not getting you clear, and you want change. There's no government that has ever brought change spontaneously. Every change in government is budgeted, and it comes in a finance bill. And there is no change without money. When you say you want the government to reduce taxes and you want the government to bring change in a speed manner, then you are wrong. Number one, you have to give government money for government to create job and to create a good environment for job creation and other things. You cannot say you want jobs and then you don't want to pay tax. Government cannot create jobs for you. Number two, you can. There is a point that you wanted us to get from you when you said you are not for Gachagua or for government. Then stop singing political slogans. Stop singing. There is this guy mwenye alikuwa anasema una retaliate, una digdo. He said one term, and that is agency. There were placards. One term, Ruto must go. That's why we are saying, you guys, you are doing a good job by putting government to task. But you guys are a political movement. When you become a political movement, that's why people are trying to tag you to a political movement, like for the governor, for Gachagua or for President Ruto. Can you be clear on your claims? People will understand you. Otherwise, you are confusing us using your slogans and other things. Thank you. Back to Chair.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll give Philo, so we move to Elisha.
Mahigi, try to, when you are being given wisdom, try to get them, because unaambiwa unarudia the same thing. Unasema government inafaa kufanya hii, tunataka solution, tunataka fanya hivi, tunataka iwasikize. Na tumekuambia there are ways of presenting, have it documented. Unarudi tukishinda tukukuambia, unashinda tukilialia. Sasa sijui utalana aje. But anyway, ni sawa, endelee tu hivyo, because sasa ni mko hivyo, sasa tutawasaidia aje. Tunapea wisdom, in wisdom and tunawaspare. The only way to get your solutions ni wacheni kufanya economy. Kama kesho itapoteza pesa, na hiyo pesa mtahitaji. Wacha hizi mambo ya kuchoma barabara, lami, hiyo lami tena mtahitaji kuwe budgeted pesa. Hiyo lami mnachoma, budget na police station mnachoma, mnaiba bunduki, tena itahitajika kununuliwa ingine. Police station itaenda kujengwa around tena pesa mamilioni. Yet you want services, you want good governance, you want what? So stop destroying things that you are destroying. Have a structured and have a documented thing, and you can present it whoever you think you can trust in government, in parliament, because unaona kuna wale mu trust, but someone can you trust present hiyo kitu kwa hiyo parliament mwenye mnaona juu wote hawezi kuwa naye, msitudanganye. Wote wenye wako kwa opposition yenyu hiyo unaweza wapea hiyo kitu wapeleke. So I think that is what I can tell you. Try to get wisdom. Usirotate tu kitu moja tu, ukizunguka tukikwambia kuna way, kuna solution, you can present this, your issues, you can go this. We are showing you the way. In fact, tunakupea wa Kenya, tukwambia wewe pita hapa, enda utapata hiyo solution. Enda hivi utapata hiyo solution. Panda hivi utapata hiyo solution. That's what we are telling you. There are many. Kenya has everything that can solve everything in the problems of this country. Kenya has it, to start with the Katiba, with the resources, with everything. Kenya needs peace so that we can have investors, things can come calm and we enjoy.
Thank you so much, Philo. Mahigi, Aki Elisha amengoja, but wacha in 10 seconds tafadhali ndio Elisha ongee.
Respondie tu haraka haraka. Yes, wacha tuanze na governor. Governor kuna vitu yes, naweza ona. Kama police brutality matter of working out. Amekosa. Na polisi aliua Rex, alipatikana vizuri sana kwa, but unasikia wanasema evidence. Ndio kwa video mpaka kuna hata tuseme government want an businesses because of running high. Why don't the government sit down with such something? Government watches helpless. Business moja ikiepa ama mahali company toka mpaka my own friends wako na company wanatoka wanaenda wanaweka run it. Then Yesu umesema kuna but kuna vitu zita like sasa niambie watch kwa news somebody kama hizo, just a matter of
Okay.
kukuwa na political willingness,
Political goodwill.
yeah, that's the term.
Okay.
One second.
Thank you.
One
Thank you.
Tunaweka ikuwe ni kama us against them, ikuwe ni kama hii generation. It's about want a good.
Okay, guys. Let's move to asante sana Mahigi. Itabidi nipatie Elisha.
Ya mama, kuna kitu ameongea hapa kwa ni 1 second. 1 second, I promise.
Okay, 1 second. Go ahead.
About ya kwamba the company they are leaving Kenya. Na, kwa haraka tu, juzi UK inataka kuinvest partnership of 268 billion in Kenya. Can you imagine 266 billion in Kenya? What is going to do? Can you imagine the partnership of China with Kenya the other day? So you're telling me hawa ni wajinga, unatuambia hawa wenye watu wametoka. Na hawa wenye wanakuinvest kwani ni wajinga? Kwani hawa kwani wao ndio ama ni blind? Nyinyi mnasema ni hakuna kitu hiyo, hakuna zinafunga. You people, I don't know.
Thank you. Elisha, the mic is yours.
Your language.
Thank you. Oh, okay. I'll address that. Elisha Nyakeno, and I'm sorry. And guys, keep tapping, please. Tap, guys. Elisha Nyakeno. Pia lingia na amelala. Elisha. Let me drop it. Oh, okay. Kibet Langat. The topic is about Sabasaba kama ukujua.
Nimesikia mambo hapo watu wakiongea. Kesho Sabasaba venye baba amesema, the best thing sisi wenye wako Nairobi of course waende Kamukunji, wapatane na mzee na waende nyumbani. Hiyo mambo ya maandamano, it's uncalled for. It's one of the worst behaviors that we can have as Kenyans. Mi iko na point mbili nataka kupasa out here. Right now, we have a very unpopular government. Yes, we agree it's very unpopular to some people, but it doesn't mean that they don't have their own supporters. They do. And if by any means, those people who are aiming to make this country ungovernable, make their wishes come true, it means that in the future, wewe ukikuja na watu wako 6,000,000 mi na uingie kwa serikali, nitakuja na wangu 4,000,000 ni make sure utaikaa kwa hiyo serikali. I believe you people are seeing that thing because majority of the people who are in towns does not culminate through votes. Of course, majority of them are voters, but doesn't mean that because muko towns, you represent the people in rural areas. No, those people in rural areas, they have their own opinion. And you cannot dictate whatever that is going to happen in a country without the input of those people in the rural areas. So sahi hawa wanajita Gen Z tunaenda maandamano. Of course, I'm saying wanajita Gen Z because there's nothing like that. Long before, we never had such things. Wale wanajita Gen Z, munataka kusema we'll make this country ungovernable. Mwisho ya siku, wewe mwenyewe siku ile utaingia kwa hiyo uongozi, umepewa na watu hata kama ni 500, na kuna wengine 200 wamekuoppose, wao 200 wakimake sure utakaa kwa hiyo kiti, do you think the 500 people that supported you will be there to save you? Never. It will be you against those 200 people. But if you will go for another election, of course your people might vote for you still, but the same 200 will oppose you. But the same 200 are very noisy. Remember, noise and votes are two different things. Kama Raila angekuwa, kama kelele ingekuwa inachukua kura, Raila angekuwa amechukua way before. So don't allow yourself to be used by politicians. 80% ya watu wanasema wanajiita Gen Z wanasupport wengi wanasupport Gachagua, wengine wanasupport the Matiang'i, wengine wanasupport Kalonzo, alafu mnajiita Gen Z. Kama ingekuwa ukweli ni magen Z, kuna Gen Z anaomba kura, anaitwa Morara Kepaso, ana hata support ya magen Z, anasupportiwa na millennials na ni mtu Gen Z yeye mwenyewe. Au magen Z ni watu wanatumika na wanasiasa 2 3 hapa na wanalipwa daily. So we need to be very objective as Kenyans, because if whatever that we do to this government might also come back to yourself in the near future. Mimi nikiwa shule, mwalimu wangu alikuwa ananiambia, okay, mnataka kuchoma hiyo dormitory yenu, mchome. Siku ile utakuwa pia kiongozi, ngoja pia hiyo kitu ikuje ikufanyikie. And that is the day you will know Machuto ni mchuku. And I came to realize baadaye yenyewe hiyo kitu ilikuwa very true. Because when you are leading, you also need respect and support from your people. And if you will not support whoever is in that place at that time, ikifika time yako pia utakuwa na mashida. So that is one thing that we need to know as Kenyans. Kitu ya pili Kenya nilikuwa nataka kuongelelea, sisi tunaenda, wale watu wanaenda maandamano, it's your democratic right kuenda maandamano, but let's also mind about other people who are not into the demonstration. Juzi watu wakienda maandamano, kuna wamama wengi walikuwa assaulted, kuna wengi walirepiwa, kuna wengine walipigwa visu na hawana any uhusiano na hiyo maandamano. Mwisho ya siku tukakuja tukafocus maisha yetu na wale watu wenye walipigwa marisasi na polisi. Of course we demand justice for those who were shot and they were not rioty protesters. We ask justice for those people, but also we must demand justice for those women who were raped. We must demand justice for those women who are assaulted. We must demand justice for those Kenyans wenye walipigwa visu. Hiyo etu wengine ni more special than others. Kumbuka huyo mama alirepiwa, ni mama ya mtu, ni sister ya mtu, ni boyfriend ni girlfriend ya mtu, ni pia mtoto wa mtu. So if we will not demand justice for those people wenye walifanyiwa hizo madhambi na maunyama, we will become part of the accomplice. Tutakuwa kama hawa askari wenye walipiga hawa wengine marisasi, because we are not demanding justice equally. We are demanding selective justice. So we need to be very focused and we need to be very objective. Tusijifanya hapa ni serikali peke yake inafanya madhambi na sisi pia tunafanya madhambi. We need to be very objective in everything that we do, and we need to ask for and demand justice for everything that happened in this country. Let's not be selective when we are asking for justice. Tukienda memorial service ya wale vijana walikufa last year, hatukuenda memorial service kwa wale watu waliumia, hatukuongelelea wale watu walipoteza makazi zao. Mbona tuna select justice? That is to mean we are being used politically. That is why even right now as we speak, President hata asikiangi maneno ya emergency, because ameshaona already ya watu washa lose focus. They are not objective. Sahi wakiambiwa mkuje tuongee, what are your demands? Munataka kutupetition tufanye nini kama serikali? They are not objective. Hawana anything, they will not say anything. Watasema hatukusema tunataka affordable housing, hatukutema tutaki NHIF. They will hawatakuwa very objective in whatever they will say. So we need to be very objective and we need to call these young people in
Wewe
order.
mheshimiwa Cherargei, wacha kudanganya watu.
So we need to call the young people and our young brothers and sisters to order so that we can have an order in this country.
Calm down, wachia majinisi waongee. Mheshimiwa, this is
if we will not have an order in this
Cherargei,
country,
with your due respect, just calm down.
Hold on, Adrian Anyona. There is
No,
decorum here.
let this guy calm down. Awachie majinisi waongee. Sisi tunamjua.
Nitakuangusha.
This is no miangushe, and that's why you've been giving other.
Go
of
ahead.
course, we have freedom of expression and everybody have their own opinion and their own say. So it doesn't mean that if I will say anything that will make you feel like umeguswa mahali, you need to check on yourself because maybe whatever I'm saying is truth. And sisi kama Wakenya, most of the time, we like people who will massage our ego and tell us what we want to hear, and they will never tell us the truth. So sometimes we need to accept to be told the truth, hata kama ni uchungu sana, tukubali tuambiwe ukweli at that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your contribution. Do anybody wants to rebuttal? Kama
Yes.
sivyo nitapatia Moses. Okay,
Yes.
the governor, okay, go ahead.
Before I go ahead, I wanted to know, is Kibet Lagat Honorable Cherargei? So that we accord him the respect he deserves if he's
I've
listening.
never even seen Cherargei live. I only see Cherargei on TV.
Okay. Chair, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay, Moses, I don't know kama umejua the topic. Nimeona ulisend request. Do you want to talk, contribute? Ama kama... And guys, keep tapping. Moses?
Sasa mimi
over.
nasema hivi.
Mhm.
Mimi nasema hivi.
Mhm.
Nimepata mkiongelea kuhusu ni nini Sabasaba ama?
Ilikuwa about Sabasaba kesho. What's your take with the Sabasaba na maandamano na...
Mimi nasema hivi. Kulingana na vile Mheshimiwa Raila alisema. Watu wakusanyike, waongee, watoe maoni yao lakini wasiende kwa streets. Hiyo ndio kitu nasema.
Umemaliza?
Nimemaliza.
How about Gen Z's also maandamano kesho and colliding with them?
Ndio nasema hiyo siku ya Sabasaba haifai kuwa ya maandamano.
Okay.
Inafaa ikuwe ya kuongea na kusikizana na kupeana mwelekeo mzuri kwa nchi.
Okay. Okay. I'll give Boiler. Yako ilikuwa fupi sana. Hakuna shida, santi though. Boiler?
Mimi pia nitaunga huyu anaitwa Moses vile amesema, mkono ni mzuri tu kama ni hiyo mambo ya Sabasaba, watu wakutane vile Mheshimiwa Raila amesema, waongee basi waelewane. Hakuna haja ya kwenda kusumbua mali ya watu na kuharibu shughuli za watu za kazi. By the way, hata sisi kazini tumepewa off na sisi ni hand to mouth. Sasa tunaona hapo tumeumia already. Ni hayo tu.
Okay. I think we digested everything. Kuna mtu hapa nataka kuongea. The field is now open. Whatever you guys want to add, what can take your country a step, what can make it stay back, what can make it join the first world country instead of being ranked as the third world country. Whatever you guys want to add, you can go ahead and add. I think, and keep tapping, please.
Very
keep
fast,
tapping.
very fast,
Okay,
very
I want
fast,
to talk
very
about,
fast, very fast, very fast. I was fast. I was first one. I want to say, for us to go, the country to have a change, the problem of 6 years, we should give this president humble time to do. Even they should put themselves in that shoe. Mahiga, put yourself in the same shoe. Hata kama umewekwa hapa tu kiongozi wa hapo, kwani miaka 2 utakuwa umeachieve shida zenye mwenye alikuwa mbele yako na mwenye alikuwa mbele yako utaachieve, utazimaliza kwa miaka 2. And yet you are carrying the whole nation where we are behind 60 years. Problems are so many. Let's give the president time, and the more we are making noises, the more the more we burn down the Naivas. The Naivas will evacuate in this country and go to Tanzania, the ones you are mentioning. So the country also, they are seeing the bad environment. That's why they are shifting. But the president is a great ambassador of this country and is wooing investors with so many goodies that are coming in our nation. Let's try to be a very good example. I think the president loves this so much, this country, than Gen Z, because we compare them. He's trying to make, yet them they are destroying the name of this country when they are all over in the world, in the news, showing how the Gen Z are banning the country. The same Gen Z, they will apply visa to go those countries. They will say, you are Gen Z between this age and that, you will be denied the visa to go there, because they know you go there and start bringing the problem. These countries are very wise. They are noting down. Continue banning your future. Continue. You will find yourself in a big problem. Don't think that you will tell me, yes, I will stay here. Yes, you will stay here, but you don't still need people. You can't be an island. You need people. So please, let's have very good advice to Gen Z. Kindly refrain yourself from the burning and destruction of properties. You are sending the investors who will give you the employers to the same Gen Z. You are advocating to get the jobs. So cool your ego, and let's have a good conversation, structure that, and we'll have a very good country. It's a good country, actually.
Thank you so much for your time. I'll give Mahigi, na uko mbali, nitakupatia, alafu mi pia nitaongea kidogo. Nime conduct na hata siongei. I'll give my
Wacha mimi niongee. Mimi nimeona kuna watu, I'm not that open. So what I'll say this about becoming number one. Najua ukitaka kazi, why Kibaki perform, because he got na Railers, akakuwa na akakuwa na the best minister mwenye tushai kuwa na yeye wa transport, alikuwa Micho na work politician. So as that kwa hii third world, first of all, let's get a minister for IT. Get a minister for health, anajua mambo na pata mtu amefanya hata public structure. Na ukiweka minister mzuri kama Raila, weka vizuri kwa minister, someone who knows how to handle that. Most of the factories were working. So ukiweka mtu hajielewi, hapo inakuwa shida, and that's why unapata watu watu ona sasa unapatia mtu ya polisi, the same person have talked us a police station where police and people interact. Tell them, but yesterday you told them anybody that approaches the station kwa mambo ngumu. We can't go like that. Yes, if work kampuni kwa kampuni leo, then employ watu hawaje about IT. watu tafute manager amejua kufanya, tafute financial analyst, a very good coder, a good company perform. And that's what I can say.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't know about the CS with their background of performance, but I know for sure Mbadi is an economist who can lead the finance.
Allow me to correct one thing Keje Mahigi amesema. I agree with you, Kibaki performed. Yes, there's no issue about that. But also you need to agree that Kibaki karibu atolewe 207 because in Kenya we reward numbers. We don't reward technocrats. Sahi ukitaka ukue sema hata governor. Ukitaka watu utawasupport kama watu watakusupport ni politicians, not the technocrats. Sahi wewe huwezi omba kiti utumie daktari ama mwalimu ama lecturer or professor kama mtu wako wa mkono. They will not agree with you. Kenyans wanataka politicians and that is a fact. Hata Ruto lazima appoint watu wake wenye walimsaidia kuingia kwa hiyo kiti, because that is the nature of Kenyan politics. But the second term of President Kibaki, that is the time alileta watu wenye si wanasiasa wengi kwa serikali yake na akaongeza technocrats kwa serikali yake. That was the second term. But the first term alireward numbers. So that is correction genye nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Through the chair.
Aliperform after 10 years. Hakuperform after 2 years for Mahiga.
Acha ni respond kwa huyu ilikuwa rebuttal yangu. Okay, naelewa Philo unataka Ruto. Okay, atapita kama atavuta. Don't have the power ya kumpa. Can you proceed? Ndio mentality yetu tunataka kutoa. Like ati sasa mimi kuchagua, I'm focusing much on that's not how it's nifanye kazi. Let's work. And that's why nafikiria we should story ya kusema ya kuweka vitu tribal. Paka ati kwa sababu corrupt alinisaidia kuingia. Mentality ikuwe ni kuingia kwa kitu. What? That working. Kwanza word. That's why because hapo like tutakuwa in like a loop.
Swali.
Through the chair.
Swali.
Okay, good.
1 second.
Wacha Governor mjibu alafu ndio hujimbu Philo. Governor, what did you want? Oh, go ahead Philo then.
Nauliza tu Mahiga, ni nini yenye serikali haifanyi uiondoe leo? Ni nini haifanyi?
First of all, wewe una power ya kuondoa. So the first thing kuna ministers wenye tasema tu clear. Kuna some ministers wenye hawafai kuwa kwa hizo. Because angalia vizuri za justice. Sababu uwezi niambia leo taambia polisi watu and then
Ujaelewa swali yangu ni nini serikali haifanyi? Serikali haifanyi. Haifanyi. Wache ya personal. Zingine ni political because wherever you are standing.
Okay, let me come to your level basi. Okay, unataka nikupaje sababu
na kuambia unaenda personal kwa watu ilhali hao watu ni watu ambao unasikia pia opposition hawataki watu, wanataka wawekeo watu wao So that's why I'm
I
saying
think
ukienda hivyo hamtaelewana.
wacha niseme kitu hapa. Wacha niseme kitu hapa. I think the first time I had shoot to kill was with Kibaki in 2007/8. And because nobody held him accountable for that, every person that comes after him follows that suit. I'm not okaying it. It is not okay. But we failed as Kenyans to hold Kibaki accountable when he said ordered shoot to kill order with body bags and being, it was bad. Our country was sinking into some civil war. But people sat back pretty and watched. So I think every leader finds that very easy in their lips to say because they saw somebody said it before and was not held accountable. That is the sad part. But I'll give Governor, amtaenda na filo back and forth. Governor wanted to say something, but I was just trying to let you guys know where it first came from when I had it. I don't know when anybody else had it, but me, the first time I had it was with Kibaki. Anyway, go ahead, Governor.
Exactly. That is what I wanted to react. Kibaki gave a shoot to kill to, was it NRM in Mombasa? He also gave a shoot to kill to, I think, the bandits and all that. Maigi, there's this conception that Kibaki was the best president, that most of the agencies are assuming these evils you are seeing today were not in Kibaki's 2 terms. Let me tell you, when Kibaki took office in 2002, the first thing he did, he tried to bring policies that would, in his finance bill, that would bring more money for him to bring development. In his second year, the noises that were all over the country, I think Nyamama, Sam, and maybe Moses and others will bear witness here. The noises were too much to the extent that Kibaki said, let us change the constitution if what I'm doing is unconstitutional. He went ahead and brought the constitutional amendment in 2005, which Kenyans, through the ODM, the Orange Movement, shot it down. And that is how Kibaki popularity went down after he lost a constitution that the government was pushing for better Kenya. And then 2007, no, everybody knows Kibaki lost. And he forced himself to government. And thereafter, Kibaki increased the loans and taxes. That's why you are saying today Kibaki was the best. And that is exactly what is happening to Ruto. There was a time when Kibaki disbanded the whole executive and appointed new ministers. We know all those stories. And it's the same reflection is happening to Ruto's first term government. The first 2 years is exactly the same what happened to Kibaki in his first term 2 years. What we are saying, let us give the president his time, his constitutional time, but we should not slip from correcting him. Maybe what made Kibaki great is the correction that Kenyans put on him, and that's why you are saying he's great today. Let us not hate our president. By hating the president as a symbol of national unity, it means we also hate the nation, and we are here to destroy the nation. Nobody is happy to see Kenya collapse. That's why most of the time when Mahigi, I don't know if you have realized, every time you try to speak, people try to advise you here in this platform. From the beginning, that's what I've noticed. Everybody, when you speak, those who support Gen Z and those who don't, they have a click where they have corrected you that is wrong, this is right. Let us give the president time where we can correct. Let us correct with respect and decorum. When you approach a president with political slogans, he will approach you politically. He will approach you politically, and that's why you see all these dogs that are backing against the NCs and other people coming to defend the president. Number 2, you said you are not political. but there are politicians who are taking advantage of you, of your agitations, for them to score. That's why on 25th, you saw Kalonzo, you saw Maraga, and others coming to sit on you to do demonstrations with you. Those guys are taking advantage of you, but you think they are supporting you. That support, you will be expedited in the ballot. So if you love the country and you want to correct it, with the exception of politics, move away from the slogans that will drag you to politicians. But let us give the president his time. Otherwise, he will be. We will analyze him later after this term. Tuongoje kwa ballot, tutamtoa tu. Hata mimi inafanya kazi na sifurahi pesa yangu inatolewa kwa payslip, iende sijui NHIF, iende sijui affordable housing. But what am I supposed to do as a rational Kenyan? I have to stay at peace and wait the ballot and send the president home. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Back to chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Anybody else who want to talk? Go ahead, Mahigi.
Governor, okay, I've had you. Okay, your view yangu kama ya mahali ni hata ukiangalia sasa, because I know one thing. Okay, inaweza kuwa one term, inaweza kuwa two. Sema ni what happened. I want to have policies. Yangu ni nataka tukua the docket sana zote kuona come up with policy. What does Kenya have? Yani tuko hapa countries kama America, kuna America has faith. Haya, Korea has them. China has it. What does something like is so mbona tusiwe na minister kama hapo? That's why nilikuwa nasema wanajua tatu hata kama ni politics ako IT yani mwenye mtu alisoma animal health huko na alisoma kuna shida tu unapata si hatuna watu wa what don't have someone who has the technical know-how how this
Point of correction.
the transition wangi inakuwa like tukiwa na so I would like to see where kukiwa na new serikali like kama mwenye alikuweko provided hapa
Point of correction.
mweka wakishamweka nasema kama vile instead of just kutoa mtu labda mwenye ashikilie kidogo ama don't just drop the whole thing. Yes. Sasa hapo hatutalaumu mimi. Tutalaumu taasisi. That's where the problem is. Na watu kazi kama health, kama
Unajirudia tu. Si umemaliza, umejirudia tu.
kama minister, kama babu that's where the bug.
Okay.
Point of clarification.
Nataka correct kiasi.
Philo and then Okiki,
Yes.
Oh, okay, hold on. Philo ya 30 seconds, then Okiki,
Yes.
then governor, alafu tupatie Abdi boss ameingia saa hivi, tusikie maoni yake, but you three can rebuttal Mahigi.
Yes. Mahigi ni vile unaongea haki ni kama hauko updated with so many things, because ukiniambia ya kwamba ukisema kwamba hawakwangi na government inakuja in project aziendeleangi, sijui inakuanga aje, ni kama aziendelee. Are you okay kweli? Because it is in this government. Listen, it is in this.
Amejua kitu na maanisha. Learn to before you answer. Mimi naona ni kama hauna point because
wewe okay, listen. Nitaenda tu vile umesema na nitakupenda kuuliza swali moja. Niacha nikuulize tu swali moja. Matiang'i professional yake ni gani?
Profession ya Matiang'i.
Na alifanya vizuri kwa education.
Matiang'i ni education.
Alifanya vizuri kwa education because ashai hata kupale. What education is about.
Na profession yake ni gani?
Chukue Dio nimpatie education.
Okay.
Dio anafanya nini?
Nimekuuliza professional yake ilikuwa ni gani?
Amesoma IT na baada
na alifanya
he was a teacher at campus level. The IT sense. So ni mtu anaweza handle both IT na anaweza funza na anaweza handle education because
na Michuki alikuwa profession yake. Na Michuki alikuwa profession gani?
Kwa hiyo ministry work alimpatia another person who was Avi, was Magoha. That's why that it work.
Do you know PS?
Nini Matiang'i alikuja akaflop kwa interior.
Do you know
because not know how interior done.
Do you know sawa, ndio nimekuleta hiyo discussion kwa sababu umesema kwamba waweke wale wako hiyo profession. Yes, I agree with you, but kuna wale wameperform hata kama sio their professional, so that's why nakwambia enda vizuri kuanga kwe unaangalia both side, unatembea katikati ya barabara, usiende ukiendea side moja, taanguko kwa pavement, toka katikati ya barabara. The other thing umesema kwamba ya project, namalizia ya project umesema ati government ikiingia ati inafaa kuwa iendelee, siache kuendelea na project zenye zilikuwa iendelee. Now which is this government doing? All the Mau roads are being done. All the CBC vile ilikuwa haikuondolewa. It's just that recommendations are from the parents. They were crying of 1, 2, 3 things. So that's why it was recommended some few things. So there were changes. So it's not that what you are saying that government inastopishanga. Project za Kibaki zilimaliziwa na Uhuru. Project za Uhuru zinamaliziwa na Ruto. Sasa ni nini point yako unasema kwamba ati lazima kwa so malalamizi zenyu hata azieleweki? Ama okay, what you are saying I disagree with you because it's not factual, has no good research and a bit you have a misleading information.
Sema malalamishi zenyu. Unajua wewe una argue from an biased perspective. Nikiongea hapa naongea as Collins. So usiniaddress as I'm talking as Collins.
Okay. Right? Guys, nyinyi mnapenda kuenda back and forth. Wacha Okiki aongee.
Can I speak?
Okiki pia alikuwa na kitu alafu governor.
Yeah,
For you Mahigi. I think the best thing I'll do is anybody who wants to rebut one person wote mnaongea alafu anawajibu pamoja, because hii inachukua time. Okiki ukishaongea hold on Mahigi, alafu gava naongea, alafu Mahigi wajibu wote. 30 seconds for you, Okiki.
I wanted to engage him directly. Kindly just give me 1 minute. I'll be done. Mahigi, how many cabinet secretaries do you have in Kenya? Mahigi. Mahigi, ameenda?
I'm here.
How many CSS do you have in Kenya?
Numbers.
Maybe
I don't know the
22?
number. Yes. Huh?
That's why I told you you are uko nyuma sana.
Philo, si wewe unaongea. What's your point?
I told you.
Philo mute please. Watch Okiki amjibu. Okiki ongea naye alafu governor.
Yes. Now Collins, nataka tusaidiane kidogo. Of all the ones you know, how many are you dissatisfied with?
Please, can you guys stop? Please, to Danguka?
I'm dissatisfied with it.
Murkomen, okay?
I'm dissatisfied.
So those are 3.
I'm dissatisfied also. Ed, I'm also dissatisfied.
Oh, those are 5. So let's go to education. Who is the CS for education? Migas Ogamba, yeah.
I can't really know the name, but
Ogamba Migas.
Huh?
Do you know his profession?
I know it's not education like corporate.
So whom would you expect to be the CS for education in terms of professionalism?
You can put someone like, for example, not forever, a teacher forever. Ama utafute anybody. Kuna watu wengi wanajua hiyo mini. That's my opinion also. Ningefikiri kama mimi
Zakaria teacher. Okay. What about you talked of trade? Trade is held by Lee Kinyanjui. Do you know his profession?
I don't know, but najua amekuwa governor.
Then why don't you want him in that position?
I can vile sijaona policy zake.
Now, if I'm the right person, if I have the correct qualification to be holding such a position of a cabinet secretary, let's say for trade, and things are not working out for me, the first solution is not to kick me out of that ministry. First, I think it's your work to help me come up with policies or suggest them through the right avenues which are available so that we get to implement them. Now, just to finish, you've heard here several times. There is no specific time you'll get a president appointing the full cabinet as or with the emphasis on the professionalism because of one factor of they have to balance it out. So if let's say 75 or 80% of my cabinet are professionals, then I decide to balance the rest. Let's give credit where it is due.
Okay. So
Okay. You are to listen to all of us and respond together.
Ngoja tumalizane. Maybe nikiongeza suggestion, but not possible have was worked that or who is qualified to handle that why don't we have a P who has that amesomea hiyo. So kama education tumekuwa na tangu for a very long time na amekuwa akiperform, mbona angewekwa, mbona
So who is
kuwe
the
na
PS? No. Who is the PS
najua
education?
Pele Kipsang alitoka hiyo one of, because he has served under.
But I think in most of these ministries, you'll find out that the president has done that balancing act, so that if the appointee is a political figure, then he must have a professional PS to do the accountability part, so that the minister is only there for policy formulation. Yeah, I think that balancing has been there. Let's just appreciate the president to the extent that he has done well. Thank you.
Okay,
Governor,
Maigi.
Governor, the mic is yours, please.
Okay, Maigi, much has been said by Bilo and Okiki, but you said you are dissatisfied with the Minister of Health. Yesterday, there was a press by, I think, was it nurses, or appreciating that Adan Duale has done best without maandamano in the ministry. Did you see that news? And Adan Duale, Adan Duale is a lawyer, and the people working under him are saying he's the best. So this issue of trying to say ministries should be led by those who have academic qualifications to suit their at some point you are right, but do you know kazi ya minister inakwanga too limited to policy. Chini yake kuna administrators who execute the ministry policies. Him is just to provide leadership, and when we mention leadership ainanga qualification, ndio maana hakuna course unafunzwa leadership. Anybody can lead any docket. Umesema tu Institute of Management, that is management and not leadership.
What I want to say is that at some
bado kidogo, when leadership and management are two different courses. Hata wewe si nani huyu minister wa water, this Gen Z yenye Ruto alipatia water, walisema ni water engineer. Have you seen him doing anything na hiyo profession yake? Huyu mwenye ametoka sijui Kamba ama wapi, umemwona? Is qualified in that ministry. Nini hiyo sauti yako iko chini?
Nasema huyo ndio mwingine a very big flop. Mbona
so he's giving you a challenge. Is giving a challenge to your question that why no qualified members of our society are not appointed to those positions. So wachana hiyo topic. What is there is competency kulingana na venye mtu amepewa kazi. Adam Duale wakati amekuwa wildlife alisumbuka watu, alisumbukana na watu, lakini ameletwa health amefanya. Do you know Sam Ongeri, was it in Kibaki's or Uhuru's government, performed better? Do you know nani Matiang'i, this Matiang'i wakati alipelekwa Ministry of Interior hajawahi somea mambo ya uaskari, lakini aliwekwa kwa hiyo ministry. Sasa hii ndio Wakenya wanasema he was the best interior.
It was not. It was the best in.
And that's why we are saying hii mambo ya kuweka watu in appropriation of qualified personnel did not start today. It's perpetual. Imekuwa in every government.
Some wanted to add something alafu nipatie Abdi.
I think I should go. I was to speak up to the governor.
Just
Okay,
wanted to
go
add
ahead.
something.
Yeah, he wanted Abdi, he wanted to rebuttal something that was said before to Mahigi, and then you will have the mic, please, if you don't mind. Some in 30 seconds.
And what Mai is saying, to some extent, is correct. There are some ministries which are not performing. A ministry like ICT by Kabogo is not working with the youth. He's supposed to work with the youth. And I don't know how he's interacting with the youth, who are, majority of them are ICT professionals. So there is a big gap there. There are some ministries which are performing very well. We are seeing Mbadi everywhere. We are seeing Opia Wandai everywhere. There are guys who are just quiet. You don't see them even on TV. You don't see them on site. So these are genuine concerns that I think the Gen Zs should come have a documented and pinpoint them to the relevant authority, the president, that this person is not working, but Lisha Wuna, this person is not working. We have a guy who here can do this job. I think Kenya will listen. They have a good, genuine concern. Our problem is the mode of communication is wrong. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Abdi. Mahigi hapo umegonga point.
Before Maingi, nitaomba tu Maingi afanye kitu moja. If he knows anybody who is mobilizing Gen Zs, awaambie tu waandike hizo documents, walete ikiwa ni petition ya kwamba huyu minister afanye vizuri, huyu mwingine afanye vizuri. Mr. President, toa, usipowatoa kesho sisi tutakuwa maandamano. Tuone what the president will do.
I think my submission.
I think Abdi.
Okay, if you'll allow me. If you'll allow me.
Yes, the mic is yours.
Okay, if you'll allow me, my submission will be a bit lengthy, a bit detailed, and quite worrisome. You see, each and every one of us who is online right now, including those of us who are on the speakers list, and those of us who are on the panel list of listening, we are not politicians. Neither are we being fed by the politics. We are feeding ourselves by our own means. All we require from the governance is a conducive environment, a peaceful political atmosphere, and a cohesive society. And for us to have such kind of a situation, we should learn to tolerate. We should learn to allow ourselves to lead and be led. For instance, if you'll allow me just to put across some few facts, which almost each and every one of you are trying to avoid, I think we are at an unprecedented position as a country. The future of this country is at stake. And our sovereignty is on the tenterhook. If you sometimes just sit back, for your information, I'm also 27 years old, so I'm part of the Gen Z. Sometimes you just sit back and just try to reason with the Gen Zs. And they'll tell you that we are leaderless, we are tribeless, we are the borderless. But this is a country. For a country to move, it has to be governed. For governance to be, there are two options or three. There are countries that are being managed by the monarchy. There are countries which are being managed by dictatorials. There are countries that are being managed by the socialism. And there are the countries that are being managed by democracy. While we had all these problems, we had an education issue. We had a health sector issue. There was a time that the NHIF account was looted to zero. There was a time the education was a real problem. For instance, every policy that has been enacted will have an impact in the long run. For instance, Kibaki came up with the free education policy. The impact of that policy is being felt right now, 30 years later. Kibaki was ascended to the presidency in 2002. We're in 2025. What are the results we are having? We are having a huge chunk of youth, very educated, but there is no job opportunities. The new policy, education policy that is being run is CBC. The impact of this policy will be seen 20 years from now, maybe in 2045. The kind of result we're going to have with the CBC is this. Unlike CBC, unlike 844, CBC, you are being examined after every grade, class 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6. All these system, all these grades that you're going to attend will be sent to the government. So by the time this kid gets to Form 6, the government will be able to establish the capacity of this kid. Unlike 844, mtu anasoma anaiba akiwa class 8, anaiba akiwa Form 4. So you're going to have a lot of quack doctors, incompetent people holding different offices. These are the impact of the policy, and the CBC is coming in to save this one. While at it, we are under a threat as a sovereign nation, not from outside. As we speak right now, kuna army at the border risking his life defending this country. Kuna police officer sai anasimama kwa barabara trying to keep orders. As we speak right now, there is a navy officer ako chini ya maji to protect this country. There are people who are sitting in Somalia risking their own life so that they'll protect this sovereignty. Look at what you are doing. We don't want to reason. We rather wave the flag trying to overthrow the president than trying to look into. When the nation falls, people go back and cry to the Western nation. We rather wave our flag in this nation, trying to look for accountability, to seek accountability from our own government, than going and parade ourselves in Hague. We want to do ICC to look into our issue. Instead of us going back to New York, we want the United Nations Security Council to look into our security. We go to Geneva, we want the UNGA to pass a resolution in our country. We cannot allow ourselves to go into that direction. We cannot. Maybe route was bad, maybe the system is not working, maybe the taxation is high, but above all, we have a country. Why am I saying this? If we are to march on the State House, why are we marching in the first place? We didn't march under Uhuru. We didn't march under Mwai Kibaki. We didn't march under Kenyatta. We didn't march even under Moi. Under Moi was an attempted coup. Now, are you guys trying to mean that whenever power shifts from the mountain, it has to be reclaimed back by revolution? Maybe you guys are seeing me as taking a side, but I'll give you some facts. When the power was shifting from the mountain, first through Kanu and Kadu, Kenyatta and his cronies forced the country to head into the direction of Kanu. The Kanu was advocating for unitary government. The Kadu was advocating for federal government, where each and every region, regardless of their number, will have an equal opportunity. Then came the time when Mzee Jomo Kenyatta fell ill. The Mount Kenya team united so that they will avoid or sabotage the ascendance of the then vice president to the presidency. Then we came under Kibaki. Kibaki and Raila were aspiring to the same position. By all facts and figures, Raila won. But who was sworn in? Kibaki. Why was all that possible? Because the mountain people could not watch or allow other people to lead us. Look at what's happening right now. The only region of this country that is leaderless is the Mount Kenya. Why am I saying this? If you look at the northern part, they have their own kingpin. If you look at the Kitui, their Kambas have their leader, who is Kalonzo Musyoka. You look at the Kisii part of this country, they have Watiangi, they have Maraga. Look at Mombasa, they have Joho. But if you look at the mountainside, they have no kingpin. Maybe they are now trying to... The mountain doesn't have a kingpin.
Doesn't.
They do. Mudavadi is there. Wetangula is there. He is the
If he's the
kingpin.
kingpin, how many votes did
He is the foreign. He is now the prime minister, and is capable of running for presidency. The Mount Kenya team doesn't have a kingpin because nobody from the mountain has the power to unite this country, or nobody from the mountain has the power to pull all the nation together. They had Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi was impeached. He cannot run for presidency. So whatever Yat is trying to be portrayed as Gen Z is the Mount Kenya Kakun. If there is anyone who can debate me this out, I welcome it.
Gen Z are from Afro?
Majority.
No, where I
Not
come
even majority. Can I ask you something? Is this the beginning of okay.
comes from the mountain.
Okay, Morara is after his own interest. Kasmuel has already received his pan. That's why he's leaving the country. Can I ask you
They still
something?
have leaders.
They do have. Can I ask you
It's not
something?
about the mountain, right?
It is. Okay, can I ask you something? Okay, can I ask you something? Okay, has the unemployment started today? No, I'm asking you a
Through the
question.
chair, through the chair, Abdi
Through the
was
chair.
making his point, and it's moving to a rebuttal. Please.
Okay. I'm
Let us
asking you.
give him time to
Okay, I think.
express.
That's my question.
Okay, respond. Okay. All the loans that we owe as a nation, which amounts to trillions. For your information, Uhuru Kenyatta took 6.7 trillion of loan. All this amount of money has matured and it has to be repaid. Am I right? The job and the unemployment thing didn't start today. The health insecurity didn't start today. The water problem didn't start today. But under all this presidency, we've never matched the State House. Why today? Why the bloodshed during 2007, 2008? Why are we marching to the State House in the first place? I'm getting it right. Why are we marching to State House?
Okay.
Mahiga,
Did
keep
you,
quiet. Mahiga, keep quiet.
Abdi, did you finish your submission before we open the floor for rebuttal?
Not
I think I can conclude.
Okay. You want 30 seconds to conclude? Did I hear you right?
I've already concluded. I'm ready for rebuttal.
Okay. Anybody who wants to
Just me a question, Thousand. I about okay. One thing that they are those and then they are because when a country yenye politician kuna tenzi not amount. Only Mount Kenya thing you are just
I'm asking you one
that's what I
thing.
can.
I'm asking you one thing. Why are we marching to the State House?
What I
That's the hashtag. Can you see what the likes of Guido is posting? Can you see what the likes of Nderitu are posting? No.
Huyu
You
hana
guys are
clue.
advocating for this. Let's
Huyu
face
hana
the
clue,
reality.
hata maswali unamuuliza hana clue, hata hatajibu. Usiwaste time yako. Huyu hatajibu. Sasa nataka kuniambia hakuona watu wakienda State House, anataka kutuambia hata kuona watu hapa anajifanya fanya hapa. Wewe unatupima hapa bana. Hukuona watu wakienda State House the 25th, unatifana unasema tu watu uliona watu wakiandamana.
So
I think we'll get to a point. Mahigi, I think this thing will get to a point where when you guys are marching to the State House, we'll organize a counter march, peaceful one. We cannot allow you overthrow the presidency. We cannot allow you. We cannot allow you. We cannot allow you.
First of all, understand what stand for the hakuna Gen alisema unless nyinyi mnajua because lazima Gen Z mnawajua.
Okay.
Kuna
Why
Shakira Wafula. Ulimuona pale?
Ngoja.
Shakira Wafula. Mwana akienda nini?
Okay, can I ask you something?
Ulisikia akisema watu waende huko.
Okay, can I ask you something? You guys went to parliament, literally exposed this country to the entire world. Sawa. 2, you guys want to march to State House. And you want us to just sit back and assume nothing is going on. If you guys, once you guys touch the State House,
kuna kuanga na goons.
not goons.
Goons ndio wanakujanga kuharibu property.
No, we are not talking about property. We are not talking about property. We are talking on the sovereignty of this country. Unajua kuna vitu mnaweza fanya mkiibiana mfanye nini, it doesn't concern us. But once the sovereignty of the country is threatened, it concerns each and every one of us. For me, mimi si huwezi sema mimi ni Kalenjin. Mimi si Mkikuyu.
It seems like
no.
It seems like Abdi.
Yes.
It seems like Maigi does not know the tradition of how do I call the civilian causing unrest and marching or entering into State House. It seems like they don't know what will play out later if a million or thousands of people get into State House. That is a coup. And a coup means, maybe, Mahigi, I see you are a good student. You better go and research. Hata kama ni kuuliza AI, it will explain to you if you go to State House in the manner of a demonstration, the country collapses right there. The army will take over and things will change. You will go there smiling, mutaingia mkismile, lakini within 2 or 3 minutes, now everything will start and you will run home crying. I can tell you. Maybe Abdi will explain more. Mambo ya kuenda State House is a joke. It's a joke that we will not accept because we know the outcome.
First of all,
No, you're not aware.
Kitu iliplaniwa ni kwa watu waende so just warudi nyumbani. That was kind of so you State House let's nafuata zaidi. Unajua
Hata watoto
someone like Philo,
hata watoto kesho asubuhi toka uulize watoto wadogo hapa, uulize kama watu walienda State House, watakuambia.
I don't
Okay, nani huyu tunaongea naye? Unajua nataka kuelewa.
Ni Gen Z. Tunaongea na Gen Z.
Sawa.
Okay, guys. Kuna MJ amepanda na kuna Elvis amepanda. Tuwezi wacha tupe I don't know if they listened to what the topic. Please, Elvis, the mic is yours.
Please give them the questions that we were discussing, because hata Abdi ni kama hajajibu swali ya Kamkunji nani.
Okay, what's your take on Sabasaba tomorrow? Ilikuwa hata ninasahau sahi.
Ilikuwa the take on Raila comment kuambia Wakenya wasiende street lakini waende Kamkunji.
Okay, can I respond to that? I'm here to respond to that.
Okay, go ahead, Alafu Elvis.
Okay, I think
Abdi, what happened? He fell? Abdi?
Okay, yes.
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, please guys tap. I think tunaenda kuanguka. Please guys tap. We have Elvis who has to talk. We have MG who has to talk.
Please, Chair, I want you to help us on this platform because some of the things Mahigi anaongea hapa anatufanya sisi hatujui, anasema hakuna watu walienda State House na vitu zingine hapa. You can help us to moderate him because anako hapa na agi.
There were people who attempted to go to State House but walipotea wakufika on the 25th Mahigi.
Wengine walisema miguu ilikataa kuenda mbele.
I'm not aware. Sema hawakuenda.
Sasa tukikwambia na tukikwambia usikii, tukikwambia kila kitu usikii. When we are telling you don't listen.
That was not the plan.
Let me present my case now because Mahigi is being ignorant. Mahigi is being ignorant. So let's just forget about ignorance. Let's focus on one thing. I think whatever Raila is doing for the betterment of this country. Once a country is mentioned, each and every person who has ever walked in this land is involved. And we are setting a very wrong precedence for the future generation. The generation, if this thing will continue this way, it will get to a point where none of us will allow any one of us to lead us. We will have to do this to Ruto. Ruto will not allow anyone else to lead. As a person, I'll also be doing that. If you guys never give me a conducive environment to lead you, who told you that they're going to give you the same so that you will lead? That's all I have to say. And to encourage other Kenyans, don't march on the State House. If you have to present any issue, just walk around the street, play cards, then be gone. Thank you.
Okay, I'll give Ula Meshuka. MG, guys keep tapping. MG, what's your take on Sabasaba and going to Kamkunji as per Gen Z's demonstration tomorrow?
Yeah.
And as per
For me, I think Baba is just being Baba. He's trying to hijack this movement, and I think it's a plan from State House. Because of course they know Raila Odinga has a following. It's a way of diverting the attention of the people who are maybe planning to go to the streets to not do the things they were planning to do. Because of course it's not like you have a parallel event now. Of course some people are going to go to Raila Odinga's event, and he also wants to see where he is standing in terms of his popularity after shifting to government. So I think tomorrow is like a popularity contest. He wants to see, am I still commanding the numbers that people know I command? And of course, I think it's a plan from State House. If you look at it from an intelligent point of view, there is no way Raila Odinga, who was just sleeping, who was in slumberland, just woke up and realized that he needs to do an event in Kamukonji when other people are saying we are going to march maybe, or they are going to do their things in CBD. So I think it is calculated. They know what they are doing. They're just trying to divert their attention. And also for Raila Odinga, he wants to see now, since he shifted to government, how are things going to look for? Like for him. So I'm expecting to see very huge numbers and very huge mobilization by his people, of course, on the ground, and expect him to have a very good rally tomorrow. But it's just like a popularity contest for me, I would say.
Okay, anybody who wants to rebuttal?
Question.
Okay, go ahead, Philo.
He says that he was in slumber sleeping, so he has just woken up and it's a project from the State House. He has sent him to check on the popularity. I want to ask him, how many times has Baba gone for Sabasaba?
MG.
He's been to Sabasaba many times, I think every year.
Correct. So your allegation right now, you are trying to insult our intelligence that he is being used by the state. So are you correct by saying that, yet you have just confirmed that he has been doing it? So if he does it the way he has been doing it, what is the problem with UMG?
My problem is that he joined government and he has been in this government. There's no way, like, for example, you expect him. For me, I consider him to be part of this government. And for him, he has said that everything is going on nicely. We are cruising nicely. So I wonder what event he's going to have tomorrow. I don't know what he'll be talking about tomorrow. I'll wait to see. But to be honest, for him, he's in government and he's saying that everything is perfect. The country is being run correctly and it's headed to the right direction. So I just wonder, what his agenda will be for tomorrow. We wait and see. For me, I just know there will be nothing there on the table there. It will just be a popularity contest because for me, that is my belief for now.
He has popularity. He has popularity already, and he has been having popularity. So there's nothing new to him. And also, he's trying to show the young people the way of doing demonstrations. And if you have issues to protest, he's trying to show them, because they forgot when he was a bit refreshing himself. So he has come back to show them the best way to do it. Thank you.
But Philo Rogers, if you are being honest, maybe a quick question to Philo Rogers. If you are being honest, the truth of the matter is that among the people who support Raila Odinga, there are some who are happy that they are in government. And of course, there's also a good number, especially the Gen Zs who used to support Raila Odinga, who also feel that it was not the right move. So of course, he's going to do it tomorrow and see how things are. Because for now, to be honest, he's not sure. He used, like, for example, he went to Kisii. You will see what happened in Kisii. Raila Odinga used to command Kisii. He used to command Western. It's a bit jittery right now. So even if you are saying that nothing has changed, not unless you are just burying your head in the sand, the truth of the matter is that there has been some tectonic movements in terms of his political support. So he needs to see how it's going. And tomorrow is the best opportunity that he has to do it.
In Kisii, he was in a small place part. He didn't be in all Kisii. So I think that way you'll be misinformed.
Guys, we are dropping.
Yeah, thank you.
Tunanguka guys. Umeona filame katika. Keep tapping guys. I'll give David Auma.
Thank you, Nyamama. Though being the fact that nimeingia katikati, but
it's about Sabasaba and Raila's speech about it. What do you think?
Okay. To me, with Raila,
do you understand the origin of Sabasaba?
I think Sabasaba is where the Kenya got multi-parties, something like that.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. With Raila tomorrow joining the Sabasaba movement, I think that one is not a big deal because he has been doing it every year. Because it's one of the casualties, one of the people who fought for that Sabasaba. But the problem part of it, the current situation in this country is also one thing. Being the fact that we have Gen Z on board, and the fight that Gen Z is fighting is similar to what Raila and his colleagues fought during Sabasaba. So this is a fight that, to me, the Gen Z is outshining because the way they are fighting for it is different with the way the Raila and his colleagues used to fight to fight for the Sabasaba. But Raila joining is also to test his popularity in Nairobi, mostly in Nairobi, and how can it cope with the wave of Gen Z as we speak. To me, being the fact that I've been Raila supporter for quite long, but Raila's trying to test because back to me, I see his popularity is declining, and it is declining by far. Being the fact that he joined the Broadway's government, and yet since he joined the Broadway government, things that the Gen Z fought for, like judicial killing, corruption, misuse of public fund, is still going on, and still the song of the day. So for that's the challenge that Raila has, Papa now.
Okay. Who wants to rebuttal? If not, nitapatia David Maxeb. Anybody? Okay, David, the mic is yours. So I think David and MG are in the same space with.
Hello?
Yeah, the mic is yours.
Okay, yes. How is you doing?
We are hanging on well. Go ahead.
Okay. Si nini, hebu nilete kwa line please. Hello.
I think that's a summary of maybe what we are
Hello.
saying. I think.
Usikiki? Nasema it was
Yeah,
about,
unanipata?
yeah, nasema it was about
Okay.
nini? Maandamano, okay, not Sabasaba with Raila's input and what the Gen Zs have on the side.
Okay, to me, yeah. Hello.
Hey bro,
Nasema okay,
Just
kwangu.
talk, I have to mute ndio mtu usikike vizuri. So wewe
Okay,
ongea
okay,
tu.
nasema okay, mambo na Sabasaba ni vizuri watu wapatane, wajikumbushe mahali multi-party system ilianzia, na wajikumbushe sababu ya multi-party system. The aim ilikuwa nini? Sababu ya kuanzisha hiyo Sabasaba 1990. Sababu yake ilikuwa ni nini? And what so far watu nini ile kitu already watu wame achieve so far. Hii mambo na Raila kusema atakuja, huyo mzee mambo yake tuachane nayo tu kabisa. Kabisa tuachane nayo. For sure, he has been taking us for granted. Anajifanya ako out to fight for the country, lakini amekuja kuprove ana fightingi kwa juu ya tumbo yake peke yake. Kwa sababu ukiangalia hizo time zote kutoka 1997 alikuwa opposition, akaona ako kwa mawe, akaingiana na Moi. Hakuingia na Wakenya, aliingia na peke yake. Come 2002, 2003 akafanya chenye alifanya Uhuru Park, akasema Kibaki tosha, of which ukiangalia vizuri kwa wale walikuwa hapo walikuwa wanapanga mipango ya ya opposition, that wasn't their aim. Hiyo ni yake, aliruka tu kujifurahisha, kujinufaisha kimpango. 2007, 2008 kila mtu anajua chenye kilifanyika na yote ilikuwa juu yake. 2013, 2017, 2022 ndio huyu amekuja kuingiana na mwenye anamaliza watoto wetu. For sure. Yeah? Sasa anakuja kesho kufanya nini? Kupima watu akili. Unaweza beba watu ujinga kwa muda, lakini si wakati wote. Kenyans nao wako very sharp, wanaelewa who loves his country, nani anasimama ako ready kutetea haki za nchi yake, na mwenye ako pale kukula. Kwa hivyo mimi kwa advice yangu yenye naweza mpea ni akae nyumbani, akae na Ruto, wakule chenye wanakula, watoke waende, period. Sasa mambo na maandamano, hello?
Yeah, maliza.
Yeah, maandamano ya Gen Z, mi nasema ikue asubuhi, ikue mchana, ikue usiku, mpaka wale watu tulipea kazi. Because kuna kitu naona watu wanasahau. Being a president, unasahau wananchi ndo walikupea hiyo kazi, na walikupatia wakiwa na imani na wewe, unaelewa the presidency. Governor anapewa kazi na wananchi wakielewa, anaelewa maana ya kukuwa governor. The same case, senator, MP, women rep, MCA. Lakini once washaingia kwa kile na kwa zile viti, wanajifanya wao ni tumungu tundogo, tunafaa kuabudu, forgetting that we are their bosses. So either they like it or not, lazima either watusikie ama watoke waende. By the way, hii si tafadhali, they have to go.
David,
Whoever ako ready kufanyia wananchi kazi afanye. Whoever anajisikia ati yeye ako above everything, ole wake, lazima atatoka na lazima ataenda. Na by the way,
through the chair,
hopefully
can I rebuttal?
come 2027, whoever anasikiza mimi, whoever anatusikiza ajue kama yuko in touch with the wananchi, mabozi wao wenye walimpea hiyo kazi, ajitayarishe kuenda kamiti, shimo atewa. Sawa.
Okay.
Thank you.
Asante. I'll give Governor to rebuttal. And I think Governor has something for you. Usiende mbali, David.
Okay.
The mic is yours, Governor.
Thank you. Devi, I can see you are very powerful. Sorry.
Yeah.
Your message is very powerful, and you speak like
Yes.
a leader. You speak like a leader, like
Yeah.
someone who holds the decision for everybody. But we are here to convince each other on the agendas that we support. Nobody here.
David, mute tu ndio utamsikia alafu utaresponda akimaliza.
Yes. Nobody here is supporting the government, but people want to hear these agitations and the questions you are asking. Do they hold water, or are they convincing so that people can rally behind you, so that we can all say Ruto must go? You have said some unclassified stories that Wakenya wamesema. Unajua, ukiona streets ya Nairobi imejaa with 1 million people, it does not mean that that is the decision of every Kenyan. There are those of us who would wish to ask questions, and those questions to be answered properly for us to get convinced that what you guys are doing is rightful. Number two, you cannot say after you take office, because you are very sure, and I would wish mtachukua hiyo office venye unasema, that after you take office you arrest everybody. It's like you guys, you want to operate outside the constitution that again you are defending. Yani una defend at the same time una attack. You have to abide by the rule of law. You have to convince us that nyinyi ni Democrats and you are here to protect the constitution. You cannot break the constitution eti because umekasirishwa. That one we cannot accept. It will scare some of us away, and we will withdraw our support from supporting you. Tuache hasira. Kesho haitaleta mabadiliko yoyote kwa mtu yote mwenye yako ofisi. Hizi masheria of a taxation, I don't know these stories, hii policy yenye inakuja ingine taxes nini. Sio Ruto ndiye anatengeneza hizo vitu kwa bunge. Yes, we say ana remote control parliament, but we have power to threaten the MPs and senators. Ya kwamba mfanye hivi, kama hakuna, we will impeach you. By the way, it's very easy to impeach a senator and an MP. We can collect signatures and those signatures will be verified. The problem is we don't have IBC now. So sometimes when you speak with such a power that you are the bosses, and because you are the boss, your decisions inashinda mpaka ya katiba, sisi tunaogopa sasa, tunasema hapo mmegusa waya, hatuwezi kubali. We are not here to support anybody that is angry to the level of destroying Kenya. We are not. But tuko hapa kusaidiana jinsi ya kutoa serikali yenye iko kwa ile njia yenye haitaleta machafuko ndani ya Kenya. That's what I want to tell you. So when you say, unajua watu wako na hasira, lakini tame down your hasira so that you can convince us also. Because tunawasupport ndio. That does not give you power to overrule everything and discuss things in a manner that's not convincing. So, Madam Chair, nimepata David ameongea with a lot of power and it's very scary. He is here to support, to bring change, to bring liberations, but in a manner that is very dangerous. Yenye sisi wengine hatuwezi kubaliana nayo. Hatuwezi kufuatana serikali hivyo. That's my point.
Rebuttal to David. You are saying mutachukua na simugoje 2027 ndio mchukue in a process where it is conducive and wonderful, because mkiendelea hamutakuwa nayo. Then the other thing ni kwamba mkianza kufunga watu kamiti, muanze na wale walitangulia kuanzia all the governments. Msianze na hii mumalizie tu. Muanze na ile ilitangulia, mfuate hiyo Anglo leasing. We want Anglo leasing, golden bags of pesa, 70 billion, 60 billion can change this nation. So start from there. I think mko sawa kwa kuanza kufunga watu. That is the good way, but make sure muanze na huko, because if you start to hear, you'll be biased. And one thing we know very well, you are bitter because some of you don't feel like you are in government or you are in leadership because someone is in the leadership. But one thing we know, Kenyans are very wise. Hii yenye kifua mko nayo hakuna kitu wa mutaweza, kwa sababu pia kuna Wakenya silent majority wamenyamaza tu. They will show you also on the voting day. Make sure what you claim, make sure you win. If you don't win, this thing will be against you because of what you are advocating for. That only if you are in government, you will keep quiet. When things are worse in the other government, why were you not kuwa na hii kifua na makelele mingi? Mbona mkuwa nayo? Mkapea akamaliza miaka 10 akaenda kama hata unajua vitu zingine afanye vizuri, na tukanyamaza. Sasa hii mnakuwa na makelele mingi, killing people. The other government has killed many people.
Mama, can I interject?
Shoot to kill was also with the other governments. So tafadhali mtusubebe hapa ati sasa nyinyi mko na vitisho. Hakuna threats mko nazo. Kama ni status make sure tomorrow go and take it. The status you want, go and make sure and take it. Hiyo mbaya kutuimbianga hapa kila wakati muache. Make sure you go and take it. Muli fail 25 tena mnataka kutusumbua hapa. No threat, no amount of threat will threaten us. Hata nani ako na JC.
Okay.
Canada Jax.
Kwa sababu watu waliuawa jana ni sawa kiuawa leo.
No, mbona msaimu anza kwa sababu
nakuuliza yes or no. Sababu watu waliuawa jana ni sawa kiuawa leo.
Na vile waliuawa jana mkasema Lagat aende. Mbona sahi amsemi? Mbona sahi amsemi mwingine aende? Lagat alienda. Mbona sahi wenye wameuliwa juzi mngesema mtu aende? You are more political and mko opposition.
Kama mtu aliiba jana, sawa kipa leo pia.
Na kuuliza mention a scandal that is worth more than 70 billion in this government. Mention a scandal.
Nimesema
Yeah, Uhuru
ukiwa
Kenyatta was 215 billion euro bond.
Imagine. And they are quiet right now because they are not in the government.
Oh, I was answering Philo. Aliuliza
just a
swali
moment
ndio.
mama.
Can I
Go ahead.
Nilikuwa nasema hivi leo anatuambia kuhusu scandals haki. As you know vizuri kwa shule. Nataka wafight wa
Uhuru.
you can only address something that is affecting now.
215 billion.
Wezi expect my child, my son mwenye anazaliwa sahi aongelee vitu last ambo because we are talking about
Maigi.
things that are affecting us now. Sawa?
Maigi, there's one thing here. Gen Zs are people who have gone to school properly. And they can attest or they can tell the problem of this country did not start today. And when we ask about accountability starts from the beginning. Nimekupata. Nimejaribu kusema
kitu moja na nia elewa. Moja kwa like mbona watu hawaku complain when it's happening. The people who are complaining now hawaku wana so sai wana let them out as out and you happen.
They have gotten the phone in 2 years. They have gotten the phone in 2 years.
Of course. That just interested what
Maigi, when did Kenya start to get this discomfort about it? It all began in 2020. Yeah, are we being fair? Ngoja basi, ngoja.
But
Nimekupata.
Raila sasa tunaweza sema it was not it was like lost election but it didn't want to. That's
Okay.
where satisfaction.
Are we being fair to the government that in 2 years we want?
These are two groups. It's about Raila now. It's about what is happening and we don't like
Wait,
it.
boss.
What is happening, like it. That's how it.
Okay, Maigi, are we being fair?
About being fair or not, it's about having services.
Ukiongea tuna
fair, angetaka fairness, tafuta kitu. Ukinipatia kazi, I have to perform. So uniandika kwa kampuni yako kama accountant. Work, because if I don't work, you will fire me.
But I will have first to give you the environment to work.
It doesn't work. Okay, yeah, you'll be given an environment. See, environment in a piano. So,
Have you no, did
you
give the Maigi, see to nakupatia time wewe unaongea sana. Have we given the government, this government, from the time it took over, have we given it time to prove their point? Because after being sworn in, within a month, Raila was in the street. Ikaenda hivyo 2023, 2024 ndio hiyo Gen Z, 2023, 2024 ndio hiyo Gen Z wakaingia. Are we being fair to this government? Because tumemweka kwa ukuta na accountability of only one finance bill ambayo ilitupwa, because the first ile wakati ali take over ile finance bill yenye alipata kwa sababu aliapishwa mwezi wa 7 ilikuwa ile ya Uhuru. Ndio wakati alifika 2024 akaanza ku create 2024-2025 finance bill ambayo sasa hiyo ilikuwa ya Kenya Kwanza government. Ndio hiyo ilitupuliwa mbali. tukapiga kelele, ikatupiliwa mbali. Now his first finance bill after he took over ni hii yenye imepitishwa jana na hakuna watu wamepiga kelele. Are we being fair?
Three-point territory. Vassell, the pass to Wembanyama. Oh, Wembanyama spacing the floor.
Zero hesitation from Wemby. Coming into the league, just trusting his jump shot.
Outside for George. Lays it up off the glass. He's got 8.
Yeah, I love the communication and the chemistry between those teammates.
It's Wembanyama at the elbow. Pass to Castle. Tries from 16, and Philadelphia grabs the miss. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin. Greg Popovich is guiding a young Spurs team that's hoping to return this franchise to the dominance. Saw 5 titles since 1999. Pop said the standards haven't changed. Be very direct, demand, be fair, and love them. You got to know you care about them. So it's all the same formula from 25 years ago to today. Kevin?
It's an interesting story, David. Thank you. And of course, as a Hall of Famer, you bringing that to us? Perfect. First one falls for him.
Paul George, one of the most versatile and dynamic players in the league. I mean, he does a lot for his team offensively and defensively, which I think frees up the other guys to do their thing.
Jeremy Sohan's checked in for Paul. And both free throws good for Paul George. And 101 left to play in the first half. Wembanyama passes to Sohan. Here's Castle. He's covered by Maxson. Here's Castle. He's got 8. It's tipped. Here's Grimes. Oh, and there's the one-handed jam. Castle. He's covered by Maxson. He's got 8. Here's Grimes. Oh, and there's the one-handed.
This video is actually based on a special request from one of us on this channel over the remarks, very controversial remarks, by renowned political analyst, Professor Mutai Ngugi. According to the professor, Ruto's biggest problem stems from the Ichaweri oaths of 1969. That is the biggest problem that Ruto faces today, according to the professor. And he argues that the fuel driving the Gen Z revolution in Kenya, which is giving Ruto sleepless nights, is nothing more than the Ichaweri oaths, of course, which were engineered by the founding father of the nation, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. So, is it true? Because many people had said the Gen Z revolution of 2024, which saw the youngsters storm parliament, that one was over. Many people had argued like that. And indeed, many Kenyans agreed with them and were very sad. And they were saying in their hearts, they can never repeat anything like that. And they were saying, we will never see the Gen Zs again in large numbers on the streets. It is over. Ruto will continue ruling. And in 2027, pop, 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 and he'll be back in power. And there's nothing Kenyans can do about it. That was the reasoning of many. But then as we saw, on the 17th of last month, and indeed on the 25th, the anniversary of the first storming of Parliament in 2024, the Gen Zs were out in full strength. And it became very clear that the Gen Z revolution, actually I like to call it, the Gen Z-led third and final liberation of the country called Kenya, is still very much alive. And many Kenyans were very pleased. And so, what is the fuel that keeps the Gen Z fire burning? Hata na marisasi, even with a brutal police force, they don't seem to be frightened of anything. Now, of course, in this kind of scenario, it is indeed very easy to rush to conclusions and agree with the good professor that actually this thing is being driven by the odds of Ichaweri of 1969. That is the spirit behind the Gen Zs. And indeed, we have seen a lot of prominent Gen Zs hail from the Mount Kenya region. And so what is your opinion, Chris? Actually, no. The Gen Z-led third and final liberation of the country called Kenya has nothing to do with the Ichaweri odds of 1969. Let us go a little deeper so that we understand why. I believe we have to start by understanding what kind of analyst Professor Mutahi Nguye is. Because there are still very many Kenyans who believe that Mutahi Nguye is a political analyst, just like any other. Actually, that is not true. It is important to understand that he is much more a political fixer than a political analyst. I am sure we all remember the tyranny of numbers, which he presented to Kenyans, and it was very convincing. The long and short of it is that it is near impossible to defeat a presidential candidate from the Mount Kenya region. That's the long and short of it. And in retrospect, we can see exactly what he was doing. He was preparing the country for a Uhuru Kenyatta win in the presidency, which would not provoke any doubts from any quarters because of the tyranny of numbers. Well, the latest, in fact, information coming in from the IEBC is that we have actually, wait for this one, 2 million ghost voters. In other words, somebody has 2 million voters on the table. And in any election, they can be able to give those 2 million fictitious, non-existent ghost voters to one candidate. Pop! So that candidate starts with 2 million votes before anybody has cast a single vote. That is really what it means. And we are told by the IEBC that most of these ghost voters are from, you guessed it, the Mount Kenya region. I believe that is the most compelling piece of information to prove that the tyranny of numbers, the so-called tyranny of numbers, is a fallacy. It's fiction. In other words, the tyranny of numbers theory has failed to stand the test of time. Simply put, that is really what it is. I mean, just look at recent population patterns across the country. People in the Mount Kenya region over the last couple of decades have not been having many children. Their families are small. In comparison, for instance, to Western Kenya, where if you call a small family meeting, you may need Nyayo Stadium. No kidding. Anyway, Professor Mutai Ngunyi is obviously very good at what he does, political fixer. And therefore, this latest piece of information, very controversial, that he has released, needs to be looked at through the same lens. Obviously, one huge advantage he has is that he has a lot of knowledge on the history, on the politics of the country called Kenya. And therefore, it is very easy for him to fix any political problem for any candidate. And in this instance, I am guessing that the client could be President William Samoei Ruto. Why are the Ichaweri oaths of 1969 not linked to the Gen Z uprising? Well, for starters, we know that the Gen Z movement is not tribal. It is countrywide, and it cuts across all the tribes within the nation called Kenya. Please don't believe government bloggers who in recent times have been feeding us with all kinds of rubbish, especially on social media. You know, I really sympathize with those who ignore the spiritual, because it is impossible to understand my beloved brothers and sisters from the Mount Kenya region, if you don't understand the damage the Ichaweri odds have done to this community. In my opinion, the odds have been most damaging to Mount Kenya region by far more than to any other region. Even Luo Nyanza has to come second. Let me explain. The oath stated very clearly that the presidency was not supposed to cross a certain river out of Kiambu Kikuyus, into Nyeri or even into Murang'a. It was supposed to be domiciled forever and ever, according to this oath, within Kiambu. Okay? Now, here is something that is super fascinating. And if you understand it, you'll understand exactly what I'm saying. Okay? In 2002, the presidency actually crossed over to Nyeri. And Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki, who is from the Kikuyu community, but not from Kiambu, was sworn in as President of the Republic of Kenya. Now, spiritually already, Kibaki went through some dire consequences, which some people link to the same oath before he became president. You remember he was involved in a near-fatal accident at the Machakos junction of the Nairobi-Mombasa Road. In fact, he was sworn in while on a wheelchair. You know, hata kama tumesoma sana, an oath is a very serious thing, because the consequences of the presidency crossing over in an election, Moi was not elected, he just inherited the presidency. And yes, he's not from Kiambu, he hailed from the Kalenjin community. But when the presidency crossed over in an election where people had participated, including the ancestors of those who had taken the oath, very binding, there were very serious consequences. What happened in 2007? Do you remember? 2007, 2008, we had clashes. Which community suffered the most damage in those clashes? The House of Mumbi bore the brunt of the clashes by far. Okay? A north is not a good thing. And yet, the entire community is suffering because of the actions of how many people? One man. Because it is Jomo Kenyatta who insisted, pushed forward the idea of introducing the oaths so as to solidify his presidency. It is my opinion that one day Kenyans must come together and break this evil oath, put a stop to it. Anyway, I'm sure you can all see my point here, okay? Because the professor was saying that Ruto's problem are the Chaweri odds, which are driving the Mount Kenya region to attempt to remove him from power via the Gen Z uprising. And my point is that the people who are suffering most as a result of this oath cannot be the same people who are going to use the power of the oath to remove somebody from power. No, that can't be right. And so we come to the big question, the elephant in the room. What exactly is driving the Gen Z uprising? What exactly is it? What mysterious, powerful force is this driving the Gen Zs so that the Ruto regime, very powerful people even within and outside Kenya, cannot find any answer, any way to stop the Gen Z revolution? And they have tried many things. Bunduki, marisasi, everything. It has not worked. So what is this power? What exactly is the driving force behind the Gen Z spirit? Now, I don't want to go very deep spiritually, but let me just mention very quickly that the season we have entered right now, the season of exposure, is also a season where the power of darkness, their strength has been reduced. In other words, it is a season where light is being flickered, shone on dark places. Okay? And of course, dark powers include mauchawi, witchcraft, and all those dark evil things that keep a north alive. And indeed, this is one of the reasons why so many things are being exposed instructively, things which were previously in the dark. I'm sure some of you are getting me. And please don't misquote me. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that some oaths have been destroyed. No. I am just saying their usual power is reduced. Now, this is very relevant to what we're discussing here because it is the exposure that has triggered a lot of anger amongst the Gen Z. Yeah, actually made a lot of them give up hope on their future. And of course, a people without hope are very dangerous people. Bila kizungu mingi, it is the light which is shining on places which were previously dark, rather than the powers of darkness that are driving the Gen Z revolution. I hope I'm clear on that. And of course, it is also true that there are many other factors, very important factors, that have helped to drive this unstoppable Gen Z uprising. Yeah, of course, one of them is social media and the internet. The world has become a village. The young people of Kenya are able to see the quality of life of other young people in other countries, which have better leaders, which have better systems, which have more accountable governments. They see this every day on social media. Of course, that has an impact. Actually, Ruto and company, hawana bahati. This was the very wrong time in history for somebody to come into power and rule a country the way the Kenya Kwanza government has tried to rule the country. Somebody should have just told them from the get-go that route is impossible. It is impossible to succeed ruling a country like Kenya that way. You see, you cannot keep on fooling people all the time. There is that famous quote, you can fool some of the people all the time, and you can fool others some of the time. But there is no way you can fool all the people all the time. It is not possible. And as we have seen, even with the very latest incident yesterday, where somebody who had disappeared suddenly reappeared with his head shaved, and then we were told he was in hiding, where apparently he shaved his hair Even that one is an example of people who are making decisions, thinking in their minds that it is very easy to fool Kenyans. I have news for them. Kenyans are very intelligent people. They're not easy people to fool. They're not. And I believe this is one of the core problems we have in Kenya. Because even government bloggers are very busy trying to sell things which intelligent Kenyans can never ever buy. And indeed they failed. One of the things they've been trying to do is to return our politics back to tribalism. Oh, it's Mount Kenya is the problem. Oh, Kikuyus are the problem. That has failed to work. Very few Kenyans are buying that one because they can see through it. Poleni sana. This was the very, very wrong time to try and do what you have been trying to do and what you are still stubbornly insisting on doing. It won't work. Anyway, in my opinion, the Gen Z uprising has only just started and it is unstoppable. If I was a member of the political class, do you know what I'd do? I would stop what I'm doing immediately. I would change immediately and be on the side of the long-suffering majority people of Kenya, the wananchi. I would do that for my own sake and for the sake of my children. But then, of course, I know hiyo ni kama kuchezea mbuzi guitar, because these people are enjoying power. They are wallowing in public funds. Nobody is thinking of tomorrow. Nobody is thinking of what will happen after the Gen Z succeed. Nobody is thinking about that. In many ways, I really pity them. In conclusion, I hope I've fully addressed that question, which one of us had, over the remarks of the good professor about the link of Ichaweri 1969 to what is currently happening in the country. Very quickly before I go, we're in the last 12 hours of doing what? Of ensuring that we do not leave people hanging. You remember I told you what happened with that sensitive video. Vile ilipigwa, the way it was sabotaged. Clearly somebody does not want anybody to have that information, or as few people as possible to have that information, because we gave a chance to anybody who wants to see for themselves what the issue may have been. What is this information they did not want Kenyans to have? We're in the last 12 hours. You can see details on your screens right now. I will not say very much today about what happened. I'm still recovering, but you can check my previous video, my immediate previous video, where I tell the whole story of what unfolded. Yeah, but for now, you can use the details on your screens right now to get just that sensitive video. You will not get any of the other previously produced special reports, only this controversial one, ambayo imepigwa kupigwa. Okay? Only 999 Kenya shillings or $8. Until next time, this is Chris Kumekucha.
Come back to who are we as a people. So with
Sorry
his
to interject. Sorry to interject.
hold on. You will interject when I'm done. Please give me my
Who
time.
is
I beg.
Wamunyoro? I want you to justify who is Do we have somebody by the name of Wamunyoro? I didn't get that.
Wamunyoro is Gachagua. So thank you.
Just call people by name. Don't give people.
I don't have to. I don't have to, please. Thank you. You can choose to call me any name. As I go ahead, Wamunyoro is Gachagua, and I'll continue referring to
Why
him
are
as
you giving
Wamunyoro.
us a lot of arrogance on the live, madam?
That
is
okay. As I continue, he's interjecting me and he's not willing to let me speak, and it is my time to talk. literally, I did not listen to Matiangi's speech. I can't lie. But from following the live, I see that this is somebody who was cornered at some point, and to me, some were unnecessary, because asking somebody who is funding their campaign is not in the constitution. You know, I can wake up today and choose to run for president. You don't have to ask me my sources. I will declare my wealth when I win. From the last time I remember, we had to declare our sources of wealth when we win the election. So we go to the office with clean slate and to make our wealth be declared. So asking Matiangi, his sources, who is funding his campaign, was unnecessary. That is what I think. But other than that, I think everybody has a shot for a big seat. Even today, I can wake up and go for it. Tomorrow, I may win. Catholic boy can wake up and go for it. And every citizen of Kenya is allowed to do that. But cornering somebody to tell you and disclose their wealth was unnecessary from the interviewer. Do anybody have something to interject?
That is why Nyamama was saying those were necessary questions. When William
It
Ruto
was
was standing for
unnecessary. I
presidency,
agree.
nobody asked William Ruto, where do you remove your money for this campaign? Nobody asked
Who is
William
funding
Ruto
your
those
campaign?
questions.
That is what I think from the interview. It stuck out on me, and I didn't think it was necessary to ask him that, because none of the other candidates were ever cornered to disclose their finances. So that was unnecessary from the interviewer.
Another question which was more personal, like how did you finish your story with the bank? Did you resign or not? That is the contract of them too, because that one does not
being petty here?
that
Can
one
we
does not
discuss
concern the
things
people.
that can help us with Catholic boy? Why are we running away from important issues and going like tuna discuss sijui source of campaign, sijui nini, things which cannot help us in any way? Mbona mna run away from Rivayala na nini? I don't, Catholic boy.
Rivayala, let me tell you, I answered you this way. I answered you this way in Rivayala. When Matiang'i, let me tell you, Matiang'i is a very intelligent man. He's not like Rigathi Gachagua, mwenye anaropokwa anything the way, akiulizwa hii anaropokwa. Matiang'i is an intelligent man. He answers what is being asked. And that is why when he was being asked about Rivayala, you cannot answer what you don't know. Because angesema ndio anajua maneno Rivayala. Tomorrow will be in court to testify. When you're answering question, you answer with a lot of intelligence, because some of the question may take you to jail or to court. That is why. That is why when he was answering some question, he was answering them with a lot of intelligence.
Okay. MJN, mic is yours. Catholic boy, did you speak? I think
No. Yeah, Mama, before you continue, before the interview, we were continuing with whatever we were discussing yesterday about police brutality and also abductions. Kuna huyu jamaa hapa, huyu mwenye alikuwa abducted. The DCI walisema hawana huyu mtu, hawajui penye yako. So as we discuss the issue of Matiang'i also, tunaweza ingia juu ya hiyo pia. Yeah, as I mute my mic, Nyamama.
Was he found alive or not before we discuss?
He's not found. He's not been found yet. That is why I'm telling you, they were in court today, and the DCI and the police said clearly that they don't have him. So really, we really want to know where he is. Yeah. So as we discuss matters Matiang'i, let us also indulge in police brutality and also abductions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if from Catholic boy spoke already or no.
I've not yet spoken.
Oh, you've been just interjecting. Okay, it's gonna be you then, MJN. Catholic boy, the mic is yours.
I want to say I've had all the interview of Matiang'i here. But first of all, I want to tell those people who have negativity that Matiang'i is an intelligent man. He doesn't speak the way even the interview you saw, it was very calm. Si ya kurusharusha maneno ama accuse people. He never accused anyone. According to the interview, si kusikia akitaja hata mtu mmoja aseme sijui nani hivi. No. He's someone who knows. Today you might need someone. Tomorrow, leo unaweza ongea vibaya juu ya mtu, kesho muhitaji. He's someone who is very intelligent, who knows what happens in this country. Another thing, I want to tell those people, I think when Matiang'i was the Minister of Interior, there's some things, even if there's some negativity, some people are having some negativity about it, but there's some positive things Matiang'i did. And we must remember about them. We can't forget about them. When Matiang'i was a Minister of Security, there was some calmness in our country. Hata akiongea tu kwa press, watu wanaogopa bwana. Saizi unasikia mtu anakuambia, unasikia saizi mtu anakuambia eti I'm going to shoot. Ukiona mtu akikaribia karibu na police station, shoot to kill. Hiyo ndio minister mwenye tuko nao saizi. Huyo anaitwa Murkomen. Murkomen is very incompetent. That is the only CS I've come to realize, very incompetent. Another thing, I want to ask those DCI officers. Let them not be lying to us that they don't know where this guy is. They know. We have not forgotten what they told us some days back here, that Robert hit his head on the head of the cell. Alipiga kichwa kwa ukuta ya cell akakufa. Hatujasahau. Those are the same script tunasoma saizi kutoka kwa DCI. And the DCI knows very well where this guy is. I'm much aware the DCI wanajua. But ni venye they are playing hizo magame. We remember Justin Muturi telling us that mtoto wake alipokuwa kidnapped, alipigia president. President alipiga only one call. DCI wakasema mtoto tunamjua ako hapa. After denying that they have not seen that guy. How can we believe this government? This is the only government I've come to believe that hata yani ni serikali ya chapo. Serikali ya chapo hatuwezi yaamini kabisa. Hii ni serikali ambayo iko na mambo mingi sana. Even as we are speaking, even they might come for us. We don't believe them. They're the people who don't believe in the rule of law. Hata mimi nashangaa huyu Murkomen mwanasoma amesomea law. Amesomea law gani? Ambapo unasikia anasema watu washutiwe, people to be killed. Until today, the family of Boniface Kariuki was being killed here. Huyu jamaa mwalipigwa risasi amekuwa ICU for a long period of time, anatudanganya eti yako hai na mwisho amekufa. We want to say the government, kama askari anaweza piga mtu na daylight hivi mchana mtu akiangalia, kamera zikiwa kila mahali zinaangalia. Then Murkomen anasema hiyo ni bado, hiyo ndio mwanzo na bado. I do wonder, where are we heading as a country? These are the kind of leaders who came with Bibles. Wanatupigia makelele na Biblia, wanasema sisi ni watu wa... I remember Ruto going every church contribution. Alikuwa anachanga pesa, alikuwa na splash money in churches. Kwani aliacha kwenda kanisa akaanza kuua watu? He has become a killer.
Sawa. Umaliza dakika zako, 20 seconds to submission. Last one. Anything you want to add before somebody can interject? Catholic boy?
Na I want to say this. Acha hii Kenya iongoze with the rule of law. When I've gotten a mistake, it's not a must to abduct me. There is a rule of law. Take me the rule of law. Mashtaka yangu isikizwe.
Thank you. MJN. Sorry, MJN. Hold on a minute. Anybody who want to interject or add on something that Catholic boy said in 30 seconds? Okay, go ahead, MJN. 3 minutes. I'm timing you.
I wanted to say that Catholic boys should be alive to the fact that media are very tactful when they ask questions. So it is incumbent upon the person who is responding to be as well tactful so that they don't get you off guard.
Mama, a second, please.
Go ahead. You can interject.
Ile kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema, nimesikia Catholic boy akiongea. Wakati mtu amejitokeza kuomba kiti, tulisema Ruto tulikosea kuchagua Ruto. Whoever we are going to elect next, if you have decided that unataka kiti ya public, kama wewe Matiang'i, hatumpembelezi, tutamuuliza kila kitu. Na kama yeye ni mtu wa hasira, hiyo kiti haimtoshi, astahili kukua hapo. So atulie, tumuulize maswali. Kama mtu
Amdani.
Ngoja tu, it's just a rebuttal, I'm just saying something. So na pia historia ya kufinance this campaign. In Kenya, tunasema campaigns are very expensive. Why should somebody come and finance my campaign? Unataka nini kutoke hapo? That's the question. Hatuna shida na mtu mwenye atamfinance ama nini. But what we just want to know, huyo mtu anakufinance and then what next? That was just my point. The main thing is you are coming for a public office. Kwa nini tusikuulize maswali? Mbona unakasirika?
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question and then hold on, Catholic boy. Give me a second, I ask him. So all the presidents that were running, you guys were asking them to declare who is financing their campaign, or it is just on Matiang'i? Could you answer that? I'm Danny.
Yes, even if yes, the previous ones were asked questions. Maybe they declared or they did not declare. But now this question has just popped up. So yeah, kama wengine hawakujibu, kwa nini yeye asijibu? Si ati kwa sababu wale wengine hawakujibu, yeye asijibu. You understand? We are trying to fix things going forward.
Let me tell you.
Okay, hold on for Catholic boy to answer you. Catholic boy, could you rebuttal in 30 seconds and then we go to MJN?
I want to tell Amdani that, you know, in our country we are right now, even if you want to hear who is sponsoring, they might lie. They might lie to you. You feel satisfied. But at the end of the day, that is not the reality. That's not the truth. If there's someone who is very genuine, I can tell you for sure. Someone who is very genuine in speak. Append hizi vitu za shortcut is Matiang'i. And I want to tell you why. The reason why is this guy does not love shortcuts. We are the people who did exams in 2016. We saw this guy who was very genuine. Kenye ulipata ndio unapewa. Kuna ile kitu unaongezewa sijui nini. Naelewa? The same question kuna unasema sijui hasira. Matiang'i, if you have never experienced Matiang'i from previous, unaweza sema ni hasira. That is the way Matiang'i has been responding in various interviews zenye alikuwa minister. I remember one of the questions alikuwa anaulizwa about kushona uniform za maaskari na mbona apani tenda hapa Kenya. Akasema hiyo ni ujinga. Ila asira akapanda like asira limpanda akawajibu akamwambia ni ujinga. Hapa Kenya pia tuko na watu wanajua kushona. You remember, that is the way Matiang'i responds.
Thank you.
Lazima utazoea hiyo.
Asante sana. MJN, did you talk? MJN, the mic is yours for 3 minutes. MJN. I'll drop her and have JKB. The mic is yours, 2 minutes.
All right. I want to respond to Catholic boy on one thing real quick before I go ahead and say what I want to say. Is I'm just looking at 2022 Election Act here, and one of the regulations that was set by IEBC in terms of spending and disclosure of campaign sources. So the Election Act or the Election Campaign Finance Act of 2013 did not clearly mention whether the candidates are supposed to disclose the sources of their income. However, in 2022, the IEBC tried to implement and to make sure that anybody who's running for office need to disclose the sources of their funding, how much they spend during the campaign period, and all through that. There are so many things. You can go ahead and read it. But I want to say this. The cat is in so much shit, and some of the excuse my language, but some of the reason why other people cannot act, for example, William Ruto I believe, is because there are people who majorly finance these elections and are holding him by the balls. So anybody who is running for office in my own view, needs to disclose who is financing their elections or their campaign, and this will come out to be clearer. And I believe this is something that anybody who's watched the elections that has happened in the US has seen, that all political parties usually disclose who is their biggest donor in their campaign. And this makes things to be more clearer. So as a country, we need to move away from the old way of doing things. And if you want a new order, stop relying on the old order. If the people are trying to bring in a new order and you're trying to move ahead and say you want new things to be done, then do it differently. Why would you want to still have the same rules and same regulations going into the next election and saying, because William Ruto was never asked to disclose his sources of campaign funds, then Matiang'i should not be asked to do the same? I think as a country, we need to do it right. We need to have these people declare who is their biggest campaign financier, because this is what happens when somebody donates billions of shillings. They expect in returns they expect the same or even more, and that is why we get to have shitty roads, we get to have incomplete projects, we get to have all these sorts of things that is happening. Number two, I want to speak about Matiang'i and his era as a cabinet secretary for interior. And this is my thought, that Matiang'i, we saw police brutality during the
1 minute. Guys, you guys are not tapping. Could we please tap the screen? We are not tapping. The numbers are really dropping. GK, you can proceed. Let's tap, please. It doesn't cost much. GK, you can proceed. You can continue.
So this is my view, and this is a view that I'm speaking from a very neutral point of view. I don't have anything against Matiang'i, but my point is, Matiang'i, during his era, we had cases of police brutality, 2017 elections, the maandamano that happened, including all those things. And one of the things that I love about our constitution is, and one of the things that is talked today is that the absolute power within the police service is with the IG and his command. But as a cabinet secretary, he ought to be a policy driver, the person who brings in policy changes and all that. So when he talks today when he was asked today about I'll just pick a very random one, which is the death of Chris Musando, he said that the only thing that he could do as a cabinet secretary was to question and ask for answers, which he never got. And now he's coming out and saying we should do a public inquest. I mean, if he really meant well for the country and he wanted to deal with police brutality, I think one of the actions he should have taken is to ensure that he had brought in policies, or even try to change laws and try to propose certain policies that could have changed and helped in curbing the police brutality. Number two, and my final thought is, I want to speak to our parliamentary system, that today, even if you elect David Maraga, or if you elect Jesus and you still have the same parliamentarians in parliament, then is no change that you're going to have as a country, because parliament is supposed to be a house of, it is supposed to be the driving force of our legislation. But again, if they will continue serving the executive instead of serving the people and ensuring that the rule of law or the lacunas in the laws are actually closed, then I would think that even if you elect Jesus, I always say that, then there will be no real change in the country that is going to be witnessed. So unless you get to have the right people in parliament that can really question the authorities, that can really bring the real change, then Even if you change the presidency, you will still be here complaining in 2022. And finally, I want to ask everyone who is listening to me that let's stop emotional thinking and emotional judgment as we go or as we prepare to go to the election in 2027. This emotional decision making is what has brought us to where we are today. So my plea to everybody is stop the emotions, stop thinking that you are making decisions based on emotions, but let us analyze these things rightfully and look at the flaws, look at what did these people before, because I don't see anybody who is green coming in and saying they want to run for the higher office. We want to see what did they do, what did they really do to actually change the life of the people. So let's have an honest discussion. And for that, that's my submission. Thank you.
Wow.
Can I
Thank
battle?
you. Who wants to rebuttal? Okay. Catholic boy, go ahead in 30 seconds.
There's something you said about Matiang'i. Unasema Matiang'i, kuna mtu aliulizwa hapo about akasema most of the orders that they are being given by the IG, but he's supposed to follow up. I want to tell you, my friend, that you are supposed to be aware that police, the fraternity of police, is an independent. It is something that is an independent body. But as it is independent, also it coordinates with the executive. You might be giving some orders, and some orders may not be followed. These are the things that are making even some of the police officers today, they're in trouble because of getting orders from the executive. They are not becoming independent. That is why you are seeing Mungwana is now going to jail because of stupid orders. Another thing I want to add, there's something I want also to congratulate JKB. This thing of electing MPs who doesn't understand themselves. The only thing I've seen MPs are doing right now, they're being given money to mobilize people to come to Ruto's rally. They're being given money to do what you call, there's something which is commonly, I've been seeing it around. It's always around. Kila mahali, Kenya mzima. It was sijui empowerment. I saw them coming in my area. I used 200 shillings transport to that area, but I was given 100 shillings as an empowerment. How can you empower someone with 100 shillings? Where do you 100 shillings itanisaidia wapi? Those are the things you are supposed to condemn. Let that money go to education system. Isaidia wanafunzi wamekosa kulipa mtihani. Ilipia wanafunzi mtihani. Kuliko kutupea 100, na hiyo 100 itusaidii. Hiyo ni 100 yenyewe tunakula tu hapa na tunasahau.
Asante Catholic boy. Let me give Nyando, because I think Kennedy spoke, so I'll give Nyando, then no pain, no gain will have the mic as I see anybody. Nyando? Nyando. 98.
Nyando is sleeping.
Oh my goodness. Why would Nyando do that?
Nyamama, can I point out something real quick?
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to correct.
Guys, keep tapping because we're gonna drop. Guys, keep tapping. We don't want to drop.
I wanna just put a point of information to Catholic boy that the cabinet secretary don't give orders to the police, or executive doesn't give. Those are illegal orders according to the constitution. The orders that the police have are well stipulated in the Police Act, and I want to go back just a little bit to what happened during the death of Ojwang, the culmination or the events that have happened after the death of Ojwang in the police cell. And when I was watching what the senators were doing and what the National Assembly was doing, I cried for my country people, and I looked at what kind of parliamentarians do we really have. And this is what I say, that I think the Police Act that we have is I think it has never been revised since, or not really revised, but has never been improved since the 2010 Constitution has been implemented, or since we did that. Nobody has ever gone and looked at what is missing within the Police Act. How is they supposed to be doing? If you look at the chronological events of what happened, the way the communication was done, how IPOA is involved, when was IPOA told that there's a Kenyan who died in the police custody? What happens within those sequences and on all those things? I think the parliament should be interrogating whether the parliament was supposed to be interrogating whether the police followed the due procedure that was outlined in the Kenyan Police Act, rather than questioning how the death happening, which is supposed to be done by somebody else. I mean, if we have a parliament investigating a murder instead of looking at what happened within the law, then we are heading in the wrong direction. And then again, okay. So those are the things that I just want to point out. And then if you give me chance a little bit later, I'll talk about something else that I want also to point out about our parliamentarians and that way. So thank you, Naman.
Thank you. Kennedy, Nyando is sleeping, so Kennedy spoke. We give no pain, no gain, then we will see. Guys, keep tapping. Keep tapping, guys. Keep tapping. We're gonna drop. If we don't tap, if we drop, it will be bad. Go ahead. Wakukua minute wanataka kukusikiza.
Mimi naitwa Nicholas na natoka Bomet huko. Nimesikia, nilikuwa na nyamaza tu, nilikuwa nasikia nyinyi wote mmeongea. Kwa maoni yangu ni hii. Kwa polisi, kuhusu polisi kwanza. Polisi ni watu wengi wamekuwa na crutch na polisi. For example, mimi nilikuwa na driver. Akashikwa na polisi. Pesa yenye amelipwa, nimelipa huko kwa molo huko. That's why nimeleta hiyo mjadala, ndio kwa sababu nilikuwa nasikia Matiang'i alikuwa anaongea. Nikalipa 27,000. Charge sheet ikatoka na 3,000. Sasa hiyo 24,000 imeenda wapi? Sini corruption. So kama tuseme Matiang'i atakuwa president, atareform nini kwa mambo ya security kwanza? Kwa sababu police hawafanyi security, ni corruption. Ukikucha tuseme mambo ya maandamano, mimi siungi mkono kupiga polisi, lakini ni polisi wako na, kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa nataka kupeleka hiyo polisi kwanza kotini. Ni ngumu sana. Na hiyo ni real. Kitu ingine tena, mi nilikuwa I'm an athlete, so nilikuwa Iten huko. Nilikuwa na travel usiku naenda Nairobi, na travel kuenda ng'ambo. Kufika Eldoret, natafuta gari, mapolisi wakanishika. Na alikuwa ananishika intention, ameona mimi niko na bag na naenda stage. Akanipeleka kwa police station, kwa force. Nikamwambia mimi na travel, mimi si mtu anahangaika hapa, ndio hii passport ndio hii. Paka akaniforce paka nilipe 3,000. Ndio nilikuwa nasikia huyo jamaa alikuwa anaongelelea hapo. Akaniwachilia, nikaenda kurudi, nikakucha kutaka kutafuta mambo ya kutafuta haki yangu, nitapata wapi haki yangu kwa vitu yenye nimetendewa. Si kufaulu. Nikaona 3,000. So kwa maoni yangu tu nilikuwa nasema vijana wengi wameumia. That is why ndio unaona wanafanya maandamano kwa hasira. Hawezi kuwa peaceful maandamano tena, kwa sababu anakuwa na hasira na polisi na vitu yenye ametendewa. Polisi maybe siku ingine kama mimi niko na hasira na polisi, lakini kwa sababu naelewa siwezi fanya kitu. Nikikuwa na hasira nitakuwa naharibu nchi zaidi, naamua kuvumilia. Lakini watu wengi wameumia juu ya polisi, kwa sababu kama angeshikwa driver yangu apelekwe kotini achachiwe 27,000, ningefurahi, ningesema hiyo pesa imeenda serikali. Ndio nikajua kumbe pesa mingi kwa Kenya zinapotea hapa katikati, hata haifiki huko. Alafu tena kuna kitu yenye nilikuwa nimesikia hapa kuhusu wabunge. Hata ukichaguliwa kama president, tuseme tumechagua wa Munyoro ama Matiang'i, na wabunge wametenga nchi, ukikuwa against yao watakuimpeach, kwa sababu naona saa wanakuwa anasema empowerment. Nilikuwa nasikia chama kingine hapo anasema mambo ya empowerment, wabunge wanatoa pesa mingi. Hizo pesa mingi yenye anapeanwa kwa sababu wabunge wanapewa pesa mingi kisirisiri, kukucha kubrainwash watu, wanakupea pesa, unaanza kusema na mtu fulani. So hizo vitu pesa yenye angefanya maendeleo, unakuta imekuwa diverted kuharibu nchi tena, kuharibu mambo ya, unakuta mtu ameongwa, huyu anapinga mwenye angekuwa anasema ukweli nini. So inakuwa broken kwa Kenya. Unakuta watu wengi wamesoma na anataka kufaulu, ameongwa. Watu wengine unakuta kama chama kingine anasikia hapo, naonaga kwa Nairobi hapo anaongea mingi, na wabunge wamependa kwa sababu anaongea ni kama anaongea na mtu wa class 3. Na watu wenye wamesoma, kama nasikia hao jamaa wenye wanaongea hapa, si wengi wamesoma sana, lakini hawezi kuwa na hiyo opportunity. Wenye anakuwa na opportunity ni watu wenye atachafika mahali. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa na maoni yangu.
Asante sana. Hiyo inatuonyesha kumbe corruption is doing a lot to us as poor citizens. Anyway, who is that with the microphone on? I'll give who was I to give? Kennedy, you were to talk, and then Philo. Kennedy.
Yes,
3
thank you.
minutes. The topic is about Matingi's speech today and the police brutality. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I just want to echo what GKBE said. I'm convinced to some extent that there is no politician with the interest of Mwananchi at heart. Even if we elect Matiang'i or who, the issues or the crisis will still remain the same. Even if we don't elect Ruto or we elect who have experiences, there is no politician with the interest of common man. And if you look at how Dr. Fred was answering the questions, he was trying to actually to reframe them in a way that favor his moment and time, or to be convenient according to the situation. So we Kenyans, I think what we should do is let's not be emotional decision makers the way JKB said it. And we are yet to see another blunder in the next election, because we are going to do it or vote emotionally, whereby we'll still come again and say, oh, we were conned, did this, or they do this to what they did that. Easy. So I think to the matter of police brutality, is I heard out the CS Interior was talking, giving orders. Of course, the police cannot follow unconstitutional orders, because at the end of the day, it is you individually who will be at the bar. So we don't support whichever the kind of regime. We don't support any kind of injustice, killings, or enforced disappearances. So with that one, even in the previous regime, it was there. We cannot hide it, and it is there. We call a spade a spade. Even the doctor himself was the interior interior for. He was the CS for interior during that regime, and we saw the same things happening. So we cannot blame this government. Yet it was happening in the other government. The mistake stops, or the buck stops at the common man who is electing the same, personality, whereby they get being duped by some little money, and then they make what we call unprecedented decisions. And then in the issue of I heard how the CS answered the issue of the Ruaraka land, and he said the backstop at the National Land Commission, the NLC. These are stories. I had the other day trying to tell this government, why are they telling us the stories? Even them, they told us the stories during that regime. So it's all about the double speaking. This time, when you cross over the river, it is something which is forgotten, you see. So to me, my concern to Kenya is that let's be cautious when we are going to elections, and then we do the right thing. I think somebody once said, in this election, you just carry two things, an ID and a tangible brain, or akili mzuri, the way they put it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to interject, or do we give Philo and then Mahigi?
Can I rebuttal?
I want to interject.
Can I rebuttal?
Okay, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
I want
Go ahead,
to
Catholic boy, and then Mahigi will.
I want to tell Kennedy Odongo that there's something you're saying here that Matiang, even the other regime, had a problem, and the current regime had the problem. I think there's what you call interchange. When you see William Samoei Ruto was the deputy president at that time, and there was this disease of people being abducted and being killed. The same William Ruto is in this government, is the head of this government. You see people being killed and abducted. After I think you have gone to school. When you do your analysis, who might be the problem of all this? Ukiona, for example, mtoto umemfunza 1 + 1 ni 2. Tena kesho unaona mtoto the same thing anarudia, umemfunza 1 + 1 0. 1 + 1 0. Who might be the problem? I think Ruto might be the problem because he was in the previous government.
So you are applying the mathematics of the common denominator.
Yeah, because if you see, people are being killed in the previous government, and William Ruto was in the previous government. Now here it is live. At least ile ilikuwa ya kuficha mtu anapigwa ama watu ananyongwa. But this one is live. Adi, I think Mama Nyamama, you saw a CS saying, mtu yote mwanakaribia police station, piga risasi. Hiyo ni order kutoka juu. Who is this Jew? That means William Ruto is an inheritance. He's inheriting these things from the previous government to this government. He is the problem. Not Matiang'i.
Thank you.
I think hatufanyi campaign hapa, tunajaribu kusuluhisha shida yenye Kenya inaweza kuwa aje.
Okay.
Ama namna gani, kwa sababu we don't want
unafaa ukubali divergent of mtu akitaja Ruto
Catholic boy amazing.
Let me answer. Wacha niseme kitu. Sahi nani alikuwa anashindana na Ruto?
Mahigi,
No
hold
pain,
on.
no
Wacha
pain.
no pain.
No pain.
Okay.
Wacha
No pain.
niseme
Hold on.
kitu
No
moja, wacha
pain.
niseme kitu
No
moja.
pain.
Catholic,
Mimi si huko kwa
ngoja.
mimi si support Ruto.
Mimi
Lakini
si campaign,
ni
si campaign
sema
ya
ni
Olivia.
kama mtu
Si
mmoja.
Guys,
Wacha
guys.
niseme kwanza
No
hii.
pain.
Wacha niseme.
No
Si
pain.
Catholic boy.
Raila alikuwa anashindana na
Ni
Ruto.
swali tu nauliza alafu nijibu. Ni swali tu nauliza alafu
Okay.
nijibu.
Wacha nikuulize. Si Ruto
Acha
alikuwa
nimalize
na
kuuliza. Mimi ndo nakuuliza
okay.
alafu nijibu.
Ngojeni
Mimi
kwanza,
nakuuliza
ngojeni kwanza.
mimi
Ngoja kwanza
nakuuliza
Catholic boy. Catholic boy, ngoja kwanza. I want us to take a deep breath. And then No Pain was talking first. Wacha kuulize, alafu wewe uongee, alafu Mahigi aongee. No
Okay.
Pain, yes.
Wacha niseme hivi. Si Raila alikuwa anashindana na Ruto. Akashindana na Ruto, tuseme for example watu wengine wakasema kumbe tungepigia Raila. Raila sasa akaingia kwa serikali na watu wake wote. Sasa watu wenye wanasema saa hii tunataka kutoa Ruto. Wanataka kutoa Ruto, wanataka nani? Raila. Raila tayari ako serikali. So ile maoni yangu tu nilikuwa nasema tusichezewe karata na politicians. Uhuru saa hizi unaona amekuwa na Ruto tena. Huyu ndani Mheshimiwa Matiang'i alikuwa na Ruto. Hao wanasiasa wote wako serikali wote wanacheza tu game yao chuchu. Sisi hatuchui game yenye anaendelea.
no
So
pain.
mimi sisemi ati ni support Ruto. Maoni yangu tu nilikuwa nasema hii mambo ya wanasiasa wenye wako juu kuna vile wanacheza game yao tu yenye mimi sisemi ati kwa sababu ni mimi mkale ati mimi na support Ruto nini. Sisi ndio tumeumia zaidi.
Yani kitu nilikuwa na no pain. No
So
pain.
mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nasema usimention mtu fulani ati mtu fulani ni mzuri na wote wako ni marafiki.
Yani kitu nilikuwa nataka kumaanisha, what I meant no pain is this. I think you took it wrongly. I said
yeah. Okay, maybe you could understand.
The government we had previously had Matiang'i and William Samoei Ruto, and people were being killed at those days. This government, we have William Samoei Ruto, and people are still being killed. That means the problem we have in our country, we are electing the same people who we have already identified their problems, even from 2007, not even now, 2007. Tulijua shida ya watu. If the only way to clean this country, we choose fresh-minded people. Tuachana na watu wenye unasikia wakina watu walimuka
kwa serikali tangu nini? Si alikuwa serikali tangu Moi. Si alikuwa serikali tangu Moi.
Unasikia mtu kama Mudavadi alikuwa minister before anizaliwe.
Mtu kama Ruto kwanza alikuwa serikali for 35 years.
There's people who have been jobless for the rest of mtu yako 40 amekuwa frustrated, hata certificate amechoma because amesoma na hakuna kazi. Lakini
ameniambia hapa ati hiyo akili yako ni Aketel Rasli.
Ni Peter na amedrop kwa nini hiyo ni mbaya Peter? Nimempanda na amedrop.
Mama niko na swali.
Kwa mambo ya siasa. Unaona sisi wenyewe ndio tunaanza sasa mambo ya kutuziana. Sasa anatuzi kwa mambo ya siasa.
Pole sana, no pain no gain. No pain no gain.
Wacha nimwambie huyu jamaa kwanza. Ajui mahali niko hata mwaribu Kenya yenu niko US. Mwaribu mpaka mpigane kabisa mwaribu state house. Mimi niko mahali tofauti. Huyu jamaa anatuzi.
Haya, asante sana, poleni sana. It was Mahig then Philo. Right? Sitaki kupoteza. It was
Mama, can I ask a question just before my
ngoja kidogo. Italeta nini? Kennedy spoke already. After Kennedy it was you or Mahigi. I think it was Mahigi alafu wewe Philo. But wacha nipatie Mahigi kwanza. And then you will ask JKDE because we took a lot of time going back and forth, and I want to say sorry to No Pain No Gain for your uncalled for statement from Peter Mwenda.
Hakuna shida, najua mambo ya
Pole.
kutusiana. Sasa nilikuwa nasema tu maoni yangu, tusitusiane mambo ya siasa nini. Hiyo siasa, hakuna mtu msiasa, hata Ruto mwenyewe ni president na mkale. Sisi ndio tunaumia zaidi. So mtu asisema ati kwa sababu Ruto ni mkale ni tuna benefit. Hakuna.
Pole. Aya, asanti sawa. Just nipatie Mahigi ongea.
Okay,
The
so
questions were Kibaki. Mi napenda Kibaki mpaka simwachi apumziki because he did a good job. Forgive me guys. Mahigi, we are talking about Matiangi's interview today and the police brutality. I'm just reminding you on the topic, so to see out of topic. The mic is yours for 3 minutes. I'm timing. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start with police. That's one problem in Wanayo time. Like hakuna ile political will kwa kitu kama culture. Polisi anajua yeye ni force. Lazima hata wakiarrest kwa mateka on. Like wamekuwa nayo kutoka something ni kuchange. Then one of the big watu unapata they are supporting police, but wanasema sijui polisi alifanya, mtu anasema provided, mwingine anasema provided, or unasikia mwingine mbona alifanya hivi, unasikia mwingine mbona nani alitu. You're supposed to condemn this. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya, kwani kila mtu anatusi atakuwa na chapa. So I think the problem police does hata the hawana wana benefit kwa Matiang'i is addressing watu amesema kuna vitu vingi watu wamemwaki. Yeye amesema we need to talk about them, talk about yala. So hata ile yenye anakuwa white naweka tu hapa, sijui Matiang'i white tueleze, we know who did what happened. That's what I can.
Okay, thank you. That was fast. Anybody who wants to add on something? JKBE, you wanted to add something?
I just want to point a point of information to something that is called common denominator, is that one, politician comes and go, but the police service is still remaining with us. The common denominator would be national police service. The point of correction to anybody who thinks otherwise. And number two, just to interject what Mahigi said just a few seconds ago, is that when Matiang'i was Matiang'i was a cabinet minister for Interior, National Coordination, is one of the things that I remember him for was his defiance to actually address the questions that were being asked in the parliament. Every time he was called to the parliament, in a few instances is when he appeared, but majority of the time is he used to ignore those calls from the parliament, if I remember very well. And number two is, I cannot stop to mention the number of, is it called the court orders that were issued, and the so-called Matiang'i ignored them during his tenure. So the point of correction is, I think accountability stops at his back. He says, he comes now and says, he said in his interview today that we need to do a public inquest, but he never pursued the same thing when he was in power. He never really wanted to do it because when he was asked about this investigation, he said, I ask the questions and they tell me the investigation is still ongoing. It was like cleaning his hands and saying, niliuliza lakini si kuambiwa, ama information ilikuwa nusu-nusu. And then now, once he's out, he realizes that, oh, so the best way to have done all this was through public inquest. So I think those are some of the things that we need to be really careful with when interrogating these people. That's my point.
JKBE,
Thank you very much.
JKBE, can I rebuttal?
Well,
I want to
anybody
ask
else?
a question.
Hold on. Anybody
I
else
want to
want to
rebuttal.
rebuttal?
I
Okay.
want to rebuttal.
Yes, I'm here.
I want to ask JKBE this.
Hold on,
Please.
guys. Guys.
A little bit.
Catholic, hold on. It was for Mahigi. Wacha Mahigi amjibu, and then you will be next.
Yes, I understand your point. Kwa sababu very arrogant. That's and what I like about him, he has accepted that. Yeah, the first way ya kupata heal or correct, accepting first. Hata kitu inasumbua Kenya yetu, our leader yakubali na makosa kuna, you know. That's ukikubali kuna hautaanza kuishi. He has accepted a mistake. Country
Thank you.
So the only problem ni nasikia kiongea story about orders. Kama kuna journalist ama around.
I also want to add something.
Can I rebuttal? I was the one to rebuttal.
Hold on, Kennedy. Kennedy, mute your mic, please. Let Catholic boy 30 seconds, and then Kennedy.
There's something I wanted to tell JKBE this. There's some things I want to ask the JKBE. There's an interrogation you saw Senate having with the CS Murkomen.
Maybe please tap the screen. When you are producing,
asking the CS Murkomen about the killings of Albert Ojwang. Did you got the response from the parliamentarians? Nothing happened. They just asked. They were like interviewing the CS. Those are the kind of the thing. That's why the Matiang'i was ignoring when to kind of such things. Another thing, court orders. This even me, I can accept there's some court orders Matiang'i never hakuwahi respect. Anaweza kubali. Kuna zingine zenye hata mimi ningekuwa CS siwezi kubali. There's something that came to our country everywhere. People were very idle doing it. Ikiti ya wa Chinese yenye ilikuwa naweka 20 bob wanacheza kwa barabara. You get people are very idle. Mtu ameweka kitu anacheza the whole day. Matiang'i akasema that thing is not going to work in Kenya. All those companies to be closed. Hata ilifika penye watu anajinyonga na sport pesa. Mtu anakula sport pesa anajinyonga. Then akasema hizo vitu zifungwe mara moja. Na zikafungwa. Watu wakaenda kotini. Wakasema they want those things to be open so that the people can continue playing. Can you accept such kind of court orders? Na betting ifanyike the whole country. Kila mahali betting ikue.
Court order must be adhered to.
Let me.
Okay, the court is very independent. No.
There's some court orders that will make our country to ban. There's some court orders will make our country
but
there's some court orders that will make our country to get banned.
Look, Catholic boy, it is upon the judiciary, the court to decide. Okay, we cannot. The last time you talked about it, the last time you talked about that issue here, I stopped you. You are repeating it again. Court order must be adhered to, Mr. Catholic boy. You need to be guided. Hata kama we ni president, we ni nani, Catholic boy, court order hakuna maneno ya kunini. Ati hii ni ndogo.
Political arena nimekuuliza. political arena. I've asked you Maingi a little bit. I'm answering you. Maingi a little bit.
Huyu jamaa anasema
Nauliza
nini? Huyu jamaa
nauliza
anasema nini? Can you be guided, please, Catholic boy? We cannot argue based on court orders. Sawa sawa. Court order, hata kama ni ya ujinga ifuatwe.
Ndio nilikuwa nauliza political arena. Ndio nilikuwa nakuuliza when you get someone ameka the betting sites everywhere. People are betting they're not going to job.
It is upon the
Will you allow
court
such
to
kind of things to
decide.
continue?
It is
in our
upon
country?
the court to decide. That is why we have the judiciary, which is very independent, Mr. Catholic boy. Sawa sawa. It is not upon Matiang'i or you to decide that this is good, this is bad. Court order lazima ikuwe adhered to. When you talk like that, people view you as a very myopic or whatever person. Stop it, Catholic boy.
Let me add something to that.
Wacha nimfunze political arena, wacha nimfunze huyu Catholic boy. Catholic boy ukiitwa kwa koti unaendanga kupeana defense
Filo. Wacha Mahigi amjibu alafu we mjibu. Ilikuwa Mahigi after Catholic boy. Mahigi, go ahead in 30 seconds and then Filo.
Okay, Catholic boy, unajua vile unaongea ni kama unafikiria judiciary, yani unafikiria executive bigger than the three arms of government. Independent. The president is supposed to obey court. All these arms of government. So Yangi sasa akianza kukataa court order, alafu baadaye bado atahitaji hiyo court. Tuseme asimame president, alafu aibiwe kura tuseme. Unataka kusema bado ataendea court imsaidie. Hiyo court ndio alidi. And the reason why constitution is public. So uwezi kuwa tuko jueni minister, you decide to come up with a policy that before kuweka public. First decide, yes, this but kwa public. Then now follow the procedure. Okay, I like Matiang'i forms, but now yake saa zingine kusukuma vitu. The reason why we have a constitution supposed to follow, atufai kuwa na kifua. We are supposed to, it's a democracy. Uganda. Kenya anasema leo kila mtu analala kazi. But this is a democracy. So president amka kesho. Leo kila kitu. Without public participation, what is that? Has to cover.
Yes, can I add?
No, hold on. Philo next. Philo, go ahead.
Yes, Catholic boy unafaa kujua hivi. Ukiitwa na koti ama ukipewa hiyo yote, unaendanga pale kupeana reason why wewe umefunga hiyo kitu, ama kwa nini unaona wewe kama MCS umetoa hiyo kitu ama umefanya nini. Unaenda unapeana views zako, una defend your move. Ukienda pale koti ione kweli your move it was correct in order according to the law, watakwambia sawa, go ahead. Lakini ukikataa kwa hiyo ni kiburi uko na, alafu unataka kuwa hapa urais gani hiyo? So that's the reason. Lazima uende tu koti, mwambie mimi ni mimi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Unaonaje pia nyinyi? Koti pia nakusikiza hivyo. Na wale pia wana try kusema sisi hii ni biashara yetu. Kama unasema serikali mnataka kufunga hivi na hivi na hivi. Pia mnaweza kuja to agree to a win-win situation whereby police in affect the common mwananchi inaweza kuwa sorted out, inaweza kuwa ironed out. Kama kuna issue kama ina endanger lives, kama ina effect kwa young people, inakuwa unaambia wale watu waweke measures 1 2 3 4 bila wameweka hata kwa pombe wamesema 18 years. Kwa vitu zingine wamesemanga restriction lazima ukue na hivi na hivi. na hata hizo betting imai stop, si bado ziko tu, but measures ziko. That's what court maybe ingemuita apeane reason zake na apeane measures zake, sio kukata tu kitu. Ukikata kitu unapeana measures za kuhelp within the law, hata law ukikuwa guided. So that's the reason, bwana Catholic boy, you need to also to be listening and to be uangalie reasoning na kulani, sio kuwa tu kila kitu una defend tu vitu zingine. Catholic boy, you are in a good team here. You need to be learning a lot. You'll give me a chance to speak also according to the topic.
I think according to the topic bado Mike ni yako, but Kennedy anataka kuongeza kitu on that, and then Mike kitarudi kwako Philo, and then we will go to Kambimbi at Texas. So Kennedy, the mic is yours, 30 seconds to interject.
Thank you, Nyamama. I think, guys, there is in connection to court orders, I expected the interviewer, that is the Sam Gituku, to actually dwell on court orders. Because when I remember the case of Miguna, I was expecting, in fact, I wanted to hear how the former CS would answer that question, because there were several court orders above number, which was ignored. And that I expected that question to come up, but I don't know whether they forgot or what, but you guys, you can also think about it in that line, because I don't know whether somebody can denounce citizenship by birth. And I think the last regime told us something like that Miguna denounced his citizenship. I don't know. So that one, I think we can also think about it and see whether was it a forgotten item or they just skipped it. But this Dr. himself still has several actually matters to answer, especially the issue court order, because we cannot blame this regime ignoring the court orders, while it was also done in the other regime. And they say somebody talked, I think it was JKBE, it is the service which is a common denominator here. So when you follow unlawful orders, it is you will be at the bar. I mean, governments come and go, but the service remains. So that was my ad anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll give the mic to Philo.
Thank
you. With Miguna, let me tell you, when the new constitution was embedded in 2010, that's when people that went for asylum during the terror of Moi era, you saw even a lot of people come back home. Before you denounce it, and you denounced it, whether you were born in Kenya, until they changed it in 2010. So a lot of people that I know had to reapply for Kenyan passport. I don't know in his case if he did it or he did not. I'm not defending the government then, but I just want you to know that before I know my brother had denounced his, and he had to reapply for the passport after 2010, new constitution was embedded. Go ahead, Philo.
Thank you, Sana. Thank you. Number one, the topic we are talking about, that interview, as usual, you get disappointed. You expect these answers, expect someone will come out, but you see someone is, as usual, the opposition, they will do the same. Hata mwingine hivyo tu. So nothing, they will just dodge like that. Always, they will dodge like that and they will blame so and so, and they will play politics as always. So don't even, he's the same person. So he would have done better when he was he would have done a good interview when he was still in the Ministry of Education. That could have been a wonderful interview. A bit, it not 100%, but would have tried. But for your interior, akona maswali mengi ya kujibu. Lazima apate mtu mzuri wa kumuosha. Hata sidhani kama atapata mtu wa kumuosha. Hii Kenya ni ile tu yetu. So hakuna mwenye ataanza kublame ati shida iko like there is a problem. There's no need of, you acknowledge the problem and you're the part of the contributor of that same problem. And you want to come now to fix the problem you created, you participated in. That's what some of the politicians are doing the same. Better mwenye ako sahi, kama alikuwa the part of the problem, better ako sahi anangangana na hizo shida. Azipo fix mwenyewe, shauri yake. But ako na chance ya kusuluhisha, to fix those problems. But ule mwenye hajapata kupanda hapo kwa hiyo kiti, na ndiye apande afika hapo, atapanda mlima kweli kweli. So, as much as someone is blaming that the current regime, whoever is heading, that he was part of the problem, that in the first regime, we can, we know very well, if the commandos ilikuwa inatoka juu, yeye alikuwa tu hapo katikati, inampita ikiteremka chini. So sio lazima yeye alikuwa anatoa command, order from above ilikuwa inatoka ilikuwa inapita tu kwake. Tukubali tu juu yeye alikuwa ni deputy. But all the same, we must also have always encouraged everyone of us here. If there is hope, let's try to keep that hope, than burning the whole nation and coming to cry. Wende tukimbilie mainchi zingine tukikaa huko. Hata watakuwa natuchekelea sana. Waambie nyinyi hamkusoma na kwetu. Tena umekuja hapa kufanya nini? Nyinyi hamkuona sisi tunaumia, and you are burning your own nation. So like that. So about police brutality, one thing I have realized with police, let me tell you, if you don't know the law, if you don't know things around or the law, they will watakusiphon pesa na watakuacha tu hivyo. Ama utawapea tu na usikuje kublame, kulialia, some by the way, because kama unajua sheria hii ndio kitu inafaa kufanywa, hata ukiwa unaendesha gari, hivi ndio kitu unafanya. Unaambia polisi, najua nimefanya makosa, lakini naweza kubali niende kwa koti kuliko hiyo pesa unaniitisha hiyo. Kulingana ni kwa koti nitaitishwa pengine 500 ama 1000. Ama nimekubali niandikie mimi niende mbele, nitasort out hiyo maneno. Kuna Mkenya mwenye anaweza kubali hivyo? Ndio usikuje useme police are corrupt. Police are corrupt because sisi ndio tuna rules somehow. Na just know your lane. Know what you need to know. Jua ukiwa kwa hii shida, unaweza ongea aje na polisi, unaweza aje ongea na yeye. Unaambia polisi hii sheria inasema hivi na hivi na hivi.
Ngoja tu kidogo niambie hao watu wa tap jameni, tunaenda kuanguka. Tafadhalini tapini. Endelea Philo. I'll add you 30 seconds juu nimekukata kidogo, but nataka watu wa tap. We are not tapping and it is gonna go down. Endelea Philo.
Yes, so ndio nilikuwa nasema ni heri ujue mambo around, ndio usikuje usumbuliwe na polisi. Kama unajua umefanya kitu fulani hivi, ukweli umekubali nimefanya makosa, are you ready to accept uende mbele, maneno ya kuandikia umwambia wewe andika tu mbele, mimi niende mbele polisi, mimi sitatoa hiyo pesa yenye unaniitisha, mimi sina hiyo pesa, because you know how much is costing there. Lakini wewe ukisema amekwambia 10,000, wewe unatoa 10,000, wewe ndio unaumia na wewe amekutumia vibaya. So we need to have civic education about the laws. What do you know your laws? Do you know what you are expected when a police is doing like this? Like for example, police akikuja kwako, like hiyo issue una insist. Nimeitoa story hapa kwa sababu kuna mmoja walikuja wakajifanya kwamba ni DCI kwangu, na wakaleta issue 2-3, lakini mimi nikauliza hata nikapigia lawyer, nikamuuliza inakuanga hivi? Akamwambia hapana, we the only thing you can ask them to that waambie wakupea appointment uende huko kwa DCI. Waambie tu wakupea appointment uende kwa DCI. Mwambie lawyer wangu ameniambia unipea appointment ni ya kukuja huko na tutakuja na lawyer wangu. So you see something like kama ukuwe enlightened, utakuwa na confidence na utakuwa na face, utaambia usijali, mimi si mtu mbaya, sija commit crime, the only thing I can do, I'm ready to comply, I'm ready to cooperate, but let me can I talk to my lawyer then as we go, or can you give me appointment, or can I inform so and so that they can be following up this matter. Lakini wewe ukipotea, sijui umepotelea wapi, wewe pia umepotea, umeingiza baridi, they will manipulate you, they will all manner of things. So as much as kama itakuwa that way, you can find a way of talking to them and knowing also what you are expected when they appear to you, all those manner of things. Just do it. It's good to have that civic education. Find out, learn, Google, hata tafuta sheria. When I'm doing this, Google, education iko mingi hata kwa internet. Jifunze, angalia poenda usome, kwa na katiba ujue hii ni hivi na hivi, so that when you are ukikutana na wao, you already know what you need to do. You already know what to answer them. You already know to escape. Some of them are by the way, ukiwaambianga hapana, sheria inasema hivi na mimi ndio nafaa kufanya hivi. Some of them unaona argument yao wanaisha, lakini wanakuanga na nguvu sana when we are ignorance. Kwanza nakupireka hivi kona, because some of them they are trained kwa hizo masheria za kushika watu, za magari, za nini, za kupatikana na makosa, unafanya nini? Kama amekupata na makosa, wewe tayari unaanza kukubali, yes, sijui nini. Hapana, first of all, ukikupata na makosa, unaomba kuambia siwezi ongea. Wakikuuliza swali, ufai kuongea, kujibu. Unanyamaza, unamwambia nitaongea kama lawyer yangu hapa, ama nitaongea kama mmenipea kama mninahakikisho ya usalama wangu. Lakini wao amekuuliza kitu ushajibu, na hiyo kukujibu hiyo ndio anakufunga nayo. So those are things we need to be learning. Hata mlete siku moja forum hapa tujifunze how we can be able to be learning these things and be able to know. Tujielimisheni tu kwa hizi vitu, some of these things. Thank you. On that about police brutality, hiyo ndio ujanja tunaweza kuwa nayo tu. Thank you.
Okay.
Wacha niseme kitu kwa hiyo mambo ya huyu jamaa amesema mambo ya polisi ati ongea na mzuri kwa polisi. Nimesema mimi nilikataa kulipa 27,000. Akaniambia weka bond 20,000 ndio nianze kufanya kesi. So maneno ya corruption, tulaumu polisi na charges. Nilizungushwa Molo, nikaambiwa weka bond 20,000 ndio utafute lawyer ufanye kesi. Kufikiria tena kutafuta lawyer, kwa sababu nilitafuta lawyer, kuna msichana alisomea law, alikuwa Kericho, nikapigia simu nikamwambia, akapigia magistrate huko. Paka akaniambia lipa tu hiyo pesa. Kulipa pesa, charge sheet ikatoka na 3,000. Hiyo ndio kakuwa na sasa ngumu kwangu. Sasa nikakombana na polisi mwenye atashika driver, nikamwambia wapi pesa yangu sasa? Mbona charge sheet imetoka na 3,000 na nimelipa 27,000? So usiseme ati polisi, hiyo ni connection mpaka juu. Mtu anashikwa, unazungushwa, unataka huyu afanywe nini, anakuambia weka bond. Kuna driver nilikuwa nasikia ati nimekombana sana, paka anamwambia andikia aende code 3. Yani mwenye anacharge, mwenye anachuana na ukipitia nyuma hapo amemwambia anafanya hivi na hivi na hivi. So kuna connection yenye inaendelea hata paka kwa charges yenye hata uwezi hapa paka akukule. So hiyo maneno ya kusema, kwanza mimi niliitishwa 200. Alisimamisha trakta yangu akaitishwa 200. Nikakataa kulipa. Ndio nikapelekwa sasa juu. Paka nikalipa 27. So hizo maneno paka nikaregret, nikasema kumbe nikalipa hata 200. Nikafumbuana na huyo polisi. Nikastaki yeye, nikajaribu nini, hakuna. Hao watu ni marafiki wote paka juu.
Sasa which means tukitaka kupiga corruption ya police tunafaa tuanze na juu. Anyway, I'll give
mimi nataka ile kama mtu tuseme hapa US, mtu akifanya makosa, kwa sababu pesa mingi zinaenda government yenye watu wanafanya makosa. Sasa kama tuseme mimi nikechachiwa, nimefanya makosa, si ati si kufanya makosa, driver kuwa na license, lakini akienda kulipa fine, hiyo fine iende kwa serikali ndio saidia watu wengine. Lakini kama pesa inaenda inakatwa, alafu watu wengi sana wenye hawana kitu, yani ile umeanza kusema kama mimi na huyu sasa Unajiuliza, na huyu kijana sasa pikipiki yake ameshikwa, amedaiwa 5,000 na hiyo pikipiki hata imezeka ikiuzwa ni 30,000. Yani hiyo kitu yenye alikuja kwa akili yangu nikachua, kumbe watu wengi wameumia sana. So hizo vitu hiyo askari nilikombana sana mpaka juzi nikapigia simu nikamwambia, wewe maneno yako, kwa sababu nilikuwa nataka nikuwe Kenya kwa hii mambo ya maandamano, niingililie yeye sana, kwa sababu yeye ndiye ni kama alinionea wivu, si ati ni kushika ile mtu nomo. Nikachua hata watu wengi, ndio nilikuwa nasema watu wengi wenye hao wako na hasira, si ati wako na hasira kwa sababu mwingine amekulwa pesa mingi njia ya corruption. Mumeelewa mimi? Jamaa. Sasa nilikuwa nasema corruption kwa Kenya si ati mtu mmoja anaendelea mpaka kotini huko.
No pain, nimekusikia unaendelea tu kujirudia. Nilikuwa nasema tunaacha nirudie tu hapo penye nilikuwa nasema. Unaona kama una license ni simple. Asikutishie pale tu andika. Huwa wanaongea hivyo kukutishia, kukuingiza baridi ili utoe hiyo pesa. But ukijua sheria kwamba kama una license ni pesa fulani hivi kwa koti, hakuna jaji atakupitishia hiyo pesa, na kikupitishia wewe unajua ni pesa fulani, you can follow up that matter kwa appeal ama kufuatilia, kwa sababu wewe unajua sheria kwamba kama una license fine ni 3,000 full stop, haikuwa nanga kitu kingine. So kukuingiza baridi hiyo ni hiyo tu wanaongea, hata kama anajua na mtu anakata, kama anajua na president. Sheria ni ile ukienda kwa koti atakusomea mashtaka yako na fine beside it ili pesa fulani. Kama ni milioni atakusomea.
Najua hii ni kitu real. Kuacha kitu kwanza, wacha kunipatia 1 second. Hii ni kitu real, mpaka nilikuwa nimeamua nifanye tena makosa na nimenunua secret cameras. Ndio kwa sababu kuna jamaa anakuja anakuongelesha sana, anakuambia hii maneno nini, anakusumbua. Ukitaka kupeleka kesi yako haiendi. So nilikuwa nataka kununua secret cameras ndio watu wajulikane corruption yenye inaendelea kwa kotini ni hii.
I'll give wacha nipatie Sabi. Ulishaongea Philo na umerebuttal na nani akakurebuttal. Wacha Sabimbi at Texas aongee and then IV kama Sabimbi. Hey, guys, keep tapping. Tap screen. Sabimbi, hayuko. IV, the topic was Matiang'i's speech today and police brutality. So the mic is yours, IV, and then we can open the floor. Everybody can talk in turns when they need to. Because huyu Sabimbi ni kama yuko, wacha ni mgrao. IV, mic is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. On Matiang'i's speech, he made a lovely speech. He spoke very calmly. He spoke like a leader. Hakukuja kutushautia kama watu wengine wanakujanga kushout vile wanashoutingi. Hakuwa emotional. He was very calm, composed. He knew what he wanted. He articulated the real issues that we are going through as a country, and I loved his speech, and that is a leader I would root for. On the issue of police brutality, to deal with police brutality, venye mtu amesema hapa, you need to know the law, you need to know your rights. So somehow wanatushtuanga juu hatujui rights zetu. Niliona like people when men go to police station wanaambiwanga watoe hadi viatu. Do you know in law hufai kutoa viatu? Do you know hizo threats wanakupeanga hufai kuwa threatened? Actually ukienda wakushike and they are threatening you, wanataka kukuharm so that you make a confession. You just make the confession they want, because that confession you make in a police station nowadays, according to our 2010 constitution, it does not stand in court. The only confession that stands in court ni yenye utamake wakute. So kama hujui hizi vitu, we utateswa, uteswe, utachapwa, utafanyiwa nini, but at the end of the day you have to know your rights. These people, you can go to court and say they coerced you, and if they coerced you, even that report does not stand. Si walikucoerce, and actually even if umekubali makosa venye walikuwa wanakuforce kukubali, uende kotini ukatae, it still doesn't stand. So sometimes cooperate with them, wasikuumize. Tunaambia wale watu wana abduct huku kwetu, watu wanakujiwa na force kubwa sana. So wewe wakikukujia, wewe you just cooperate with them and know hizo vitu zenye utasema it won't stand in court. Then another thing, we as Kenyans, sisi ndio tumearau police brutality, cause naonanga like tunapata mtu anaharasiwa na makarau, sisi wote we are watching, we don't even know ni nini amefanya, tunakubali achapwe, afanyiwe, atritiwe like as if yeye si binadamu. But what if we as Kenyans we question, tukue na hiyo nini, our brothers keeper, we go we question, mbona mnamfanyia hivyo, amefanya nini? So that hadi tuache kukua na watu wanaharasiwa. You have a right to ask those people wenye wanakujanga na Subarus, wakikujia mtu wenu, DCI walisema wao watu si wao, they said the abductors are not part of them, polisi waliwakana. So wakikuja, we as the people, we have a right to tell them no, who are you? Because kama sahi we have people who are missing, DCI they are saying sisi hatuna huyo mtu, polisi wanasema we did not arrest that person, but watu wenye walikuja wadijidentify as part of those organizations. By the way, I have interacted with someone who was like abducted and then akapelekwa different police station, tulimtafuta like the whole day, and the funniest thing is wale watu walimu arrest, hizo ID zao ati hazinanga majina. So you also have a right to ask that police, wapi nini details zako, mimi nitajuaje wewe ni polisi? And you also have a right to speak to your lawyer, so that you ask for help, and na pia hufai kuongea na wao kama lawyer wako hayuko. You can also ask them to give you an appointment. Si lazima wakubebe forcefully na hizo Subaru zao, but now we're having like a police wenye wanakuja kuarrest hawa watu, they are not even giving them a chance to even speak to their lawyers, whatever. Like kama kuna jamaa alishikwa last night, that guy, if you listen from the side of the story ya wale watu walikuwa hapo kwa hiyo neighborhood, they are saying those people shot like 10 times. So I ask myself, why would you come to arrest one person mkiwa watu 20 na gari 10, and you are even shooting to the crowd at juu wamekuja kuuliza nyinyi akina nani? Why would you slap somebody's wife or somebody's mother to provide a suspect na yeye sio yeye suspect? So you go, you look for that suspect and do whatever you want to do with the suspect. You know, these people have turned this country into a banana republic. I don't even think they are following the Police Act or even they are following our constitution. Like the National Police Service and DCI, they have to style up. They have to treat us as human beings. Wache kutubeba venye wanatubeba. Me, I don't think these people they are arresting that way ni murderers, or they are kuna vitu kubwa wamefanya that they deserve to be mistreated. Like we as the people, we have to come out in numbers and speak, na tuseme sisi hatutaki vile wanatutreat. And tomorrow, as for me, tomorrow I will be in Ruiru Court supporting the comrades wenye kuna mmoja aliarestiwa jana mchana and mwenye alikuwa amearestiwa usiku. I will be supporting those people because we need justice, and we as the young people, we are tired kutritiwa vile wanataka, and the National Police Service
The moment you go to contact, their phones are obviously tapped. They're going to find out where you are. So even me, let's say if it's me and I'm hiding, there's no way I'm getting in touch with anybody at all, until when I feel it's safe. But that is in the case that he hid himself. Even in that case, I think I would exonerate him. Yes, would like to hear if he can say something about it. But again, there's the other case, there's the other possibility, which I think is more likely, that he was actually abducted and coerced, to give that story so that it can exonerate the DCI in front of the judge. Because now they can go and say, we didn't actually have him. He said this. But after being tortured for over 10 days, and you're threatened, and even your family is being coerced. And it seems to me even the lawyer, because there's the OB that says something, and then the lawyer says something else. You can make your own conclusions. But there's one thing I just want to say, then I'll keep quiet from hands. There's a point that Anthony had mentioned earlier, and ulikuwa umeanza vizuri, Anthony, by the way. Yeah, in my view, that's just my personal view. Where you had mentioned that it seems to be whenever like the government does something, like for example kidnap or abduct somebody, so that to kind of divert attention to a specific issue, like the finance bill being passed or something else, yeah. And it seems like maybe that's a conversation we can have towards the tail end of this. But it's a very interesting thing about it, and we cannot blame Darwin for that. For him being abducted, we cannot, but we can take a look at the patterns of how comes before Sabasaba something happens. How comes before 25th June something happens. So I think that's a point maybe you can pin up. We can get back to it. But I want to surrender back to my co-hosts and their new speakers. Sorry, kuna huyu paka ako hapa. There are new speakers we'd like to hear, please. Japonji usiwasahau.
Okay, John. Redemptor, I think you can wind down in 2 or 3 minutes, and then we give to Wallace, and then Anthony, you can come in, and then the real Joy is here, Osogo, and then Cheguera, and then we give to Kim in that order. And then after you speak, then we can drop and then pick in new speakers. Wanjiro, you'll pick new speakers after that. So guys, this mic is yours. Go on.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, I want people to think about enforced disappearance. If you're pushed to the corner and you disappear, it is enforced disappearance. Secondly, you cannot come here and say this character called in there. If you don't know him na unataka stories za jaba, I think the people on this space tunajuana in a sense that we don't call each other this character. And secondly, saying that you go to his hospital bed and ask him, I want answers. Real John, najua unaelewa katiba vizuri sana. Ukipewa chance ya kuongea, help me here. I don't know the law. What is enforced disappearance? Please paint the picture for these people who are very ignorant about torture. Because torture makes you say what you're being told to say. And so we are assuming from that, we are dealing with angels called DCI. Asante.
Thank you, Redemptor. That was short and clear. Wallace, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you. In agreement with what Redemptor has stated, when you have now testimonials even of neighbors, if yet that this person has been picked, that's why I've said it's important you don't just spy through the window. Take recordings of this situation so that these people have less and less excuses how they can hide. And even when we began, or at least my first comment in this war, if you've been abducted and you're given the option of, do you want to be found floating in a river or as a dead body, or will you play ball and we release you but you have to flow with this kind of statement? Most people will choose life. So it's very wrong to try and assume who this person is. For us, or for myself personally, most of you know we have this fellowship we do every evening. He's been there. He's a Christian. He's been doing even spaces to pray for the country. That's the kind of person he's been. So when somebody is saying character, do they have any clue as to who this Diangui is. And on top of that, if somebody has been abducted, to think that immediately you'll start throwing at them difficult questions. Where were you? What did they do to you? That is very old. I don't even know how to describe that. It's the same way Kenyans, you can be robbed in the streets and they don't help you. Then they come and ask you, what did they take? You are traumatized. It's a high level of thickness to think that somebody has come from being abducted, going through a harrowing experience, and now they owe you something. They owe you what? Okay. And again, to be in this kind of space and say, and proudly state, I've never pinned free anybody statement. I don't know where your compassion is. If you are abducted, I will put free Anthony without any question. And we have our issues. I mean, we don't agree on everything, but I want to know where Anthony is. You don't just pick Anthony, and I'm going to be quiet. You put it out. Let's sort out the mess after somebody is free and we know they are alive and we can see where they are. But not, we reach a point where we are so suspicious of other Kenyans that they can disappear. The neighbors say they have disappeared. The people who know they've been coming to fellowship or leading prayers see they have disappeared. We have a motive. Every crime is about what's the motive. Why has he been picked? We know he's the one who created the invite industry. We know why he would have been picked. We are not thinking it's somebody who's just playing games. Okay, so we have to change the way we are approaching this matter. There was a motive to pick him up. There's a motive for him to look so traumatized, even in that court of law. People who are playing around with games don't look even that traumatized. And as being told, none of us are psychological experts, but always give that person time to sort of gather their mind and gather their wits. If they have gone through that experience, they're not going to immediately come to the fore and start giving you, this is what happened to me. How do you know even where you are taken? Most times, if you're abducted, you're blindfolded, they will beat up on you without seeking to maybe finish. Remember, they've learned from Albert, they went overboard. Supposedly, he was supposed to be disciplined. Didn't Kenyans see that being mentioned? That the goal was to scare him or whatever, but then something went wrong. So we cannot operate on the same level where we say he owes us anything, let the guy recuperate. And then on top of that, if again, we are Kenyans, it does not matter who disappears. As long as they are Kenyan, their political stance should not matter. As long as we know they have been picked up in an unusual, an unconstitutional, and an illegal way, we must come together at that point in time and fight for their freedom, fight for their being produced. As you've stated, Japan, how come every time, only when things get to a head and the court insist you must produce this person, that's when they are produced? What kinds of coincidence is that? If he was hiding, that's not the time to show up. Let him keep hiding, get them into as much trouble as possible. He would have a motive to stay hidden. But why show up and save the DCI? And they are the ones who are supposedly tormenting. And as we've said, and I think everybody is restating here over and over again, how do you disappear? Nowadays, Kenyans, all your money is on M-Pesa. The moment you use your M-Pesa, your ATM card, anything, you will appear on the map. So I think let me pause at that because there are many people on the queue.
Thank you so much, Wallace. I think the next speaker will be Anthony. You have a right of response before we move to Real Joe and then Abdullah. Thanks.
No. Let me just listen, then I'll just come in once.
Okay. Thanks, Anthony. Then let's go to Justice. I can see you, but still allow Abdullah. There is Allen. We have Real Joe, Sogo, Cheguela, and then we still have Ayabei. Yeah. So in that order, please. 3 minutes each. We have a lot of speaker requests here. Thanks. Abdullah, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Japonje, John, Wanjiru, and everyone in the space. Yes, it is always sad because sometimes we discuss issues that, to me, sometimes Very easy. One thing, how suddenly a government that is built on lies, a government that has normalized lies in every government agency, suddenly speak the truth if they say they did not have him. So why are you believing that? You know, they just said a few weeks ago that someone has hit his head, that Ojwang has hit his head on the wall and died. Until there was a lot of uproar. That was when now the truth came in. So why are you believing that? This is a DCI narrative that has been that is being driven. Why are you guys believing in this government that is built on lies? You know, the other thing is, if in any case the comrade went into hiding, is there a problem of him going into hiding if he wants to? That did not happen. But if it happened, is there a problem of him going into hiding if his life is in danger? And there is no way in this Kenya, if this year you want you, and then you are into hiding, there's absolutely no way you are going into hiding for over 10 days and you're not being caught. There's absolutely no way. But some people, Kenyans are gullible by the way. They get swayed in easy ways. Very easily. So, a government that has a history of enforced disappearance by security agencies says that they did not have this person, and you want to make that believable. The other thing that I want to speak is that why do you think Diagui owes anyone a reply? If he wants to keep, he has freedom of expression. If he wants to keep quiet, he has a right to do that. If he wants to. He did not force anyone to type free, and even if you did, why do you think he should come to give you a reply of what happened? That guy is probably at a duress. So why do you want to force him? Do you want him to be killed? Why do you want to force him to do some other things? I think it is better for us to let our comrade to do what he wants to do. He wants to keep quiet, that is fine. Most of the people who have been abducted have never opened up about what happened. They will open up when we have a government that respects human rights. I see your hands up. Just a minute. If Boniface Mwangi was a Tanzanian, they would probably have never said what happened. They only said that because they were now in Kenya, so they were not in Tanzania. Lastly, I just want us to connect these dots here. Our comrade reappeared exactly on the same day the DCA was ordered to produce him, dead or alive. Is that not a red flag? Is that not a red flag? So to me, this was an abduction, and he owes no one. He owes no one any explanation whatsoever of where he was, or he can choose to do what he wants to do, because you do not know what kind of threat he is under. You do not know. So I think we just have to he's alive, let us celebrate that, and let us keep our fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. The next speaker will be the real Joe, and then we go to Sevguela, and then we have Ayabe, and then Kim. And then we move back to Ronyo, and then in that order. Thanks.
Japunji, kindly, you keep pushing me back all the time. I don't know why.
Is that him?
Could you go out, real Joe?
Yeah, so because see, when I'm in the call, sometimes it goes around differently. I can see someone is on speaker, some as listeners, and the host can see differently. Please forgive me for that. Go on.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Loud and clear. Please go on.
Okay, thank you. I think the debate is becoming a little bit irrelevant. We are going round circles. I mean, we are talking about things that are not even going to help us. I don't think it is right for us to want to know. We don't deserve to get any explanation from the gentleman who appeared today. We don't need to get any explanation from him. And I hope wherever he is and the family can find a way of maybe rehabilitating him and getting him through whatever he went through, be it forced disappearance or the abduction that took place. So I think we don't need any explanation. And you guys, sometimes you guys talk about things that I don't, we love to put in out theories out here, which are not helping. I mean, we don't, any person who disappears, I will always say, free this person. If you don't stand for anything, it is okay. It is good also not to stand for anything. But even if today you just play with our heads and just abduct yourself, go hide and whatever, I will still say free whatever, because I believe that nobody should disappear. Human life is very important. I don't know why these days we are taking human life for granted. So those theories that we are putting out there that we need explanation, these theories of, the government this, what, those are rubbish. We know what has been going on. People are disappearing. That is a fact. Okay, so we don't want to. It is just basic. If you can't, it is good not to stand for anything. There are people who stand for something. So human rights are very, very. This is critical in our laws, and this is where we've been going wrong. Every regime in this country has violated human rights grossly, from the first regime of Jomo to Kibaki, to Moi, to Uhuru, to now William Ruto. All of them have grossly violated human rights. Even with the 2010 Constitution, where we saw a new dawn, where we had human rights clearly stipulated in our laws. We have rights of accused persons. Even if you are arrested, and even the rights of an arrested person, even if you are arrested and all that, you still have rights. Those things, those statements that we've heard even from the government officials recently, even from CSK, Murkomen, who publicly said someone should be shot dead. That statement alone does not deserve to, that person does not deserve to hold public office. Because if you look at our laws, and I don't want to tell you so much about this, I've told you this several times about our laws. If you look at our laws, Article 20, these guys are bound by human rights. It is the only part of our law that binds the state. They are not given to us. Everybody has freedom of movement. So when someone threatens you and forces you into hiding, this person is violating your rights. There is no debate about that. So if you don't stand for that, it is okay. Sit wherever you are. Don't stand for anything. Don't ask for any explanation from any person who has been abducted. You saw, as an example, the Kitengela guys. Those guys, when they went to the media to give to explain the ordeal that took place to them, those guys even broke down to cry. It is very difficult. You guys, you might not understand if you've not been abducted. It is a psychological torture. So we don't think that someone needs to come out clean and tell us, they took me here, they took me there, they took me. It is not important to us. What is important is we have managed to save a life. If we say free and so, and this person has been freed, we are happy because at least we've done something. That is what we stand for. Even if you lied to us or whatever, even I don't care whether you lied to me. Me, as long as I say free so and I see you are free, that is very, very important to me because life has been saved. Life has not been lost. If you look at that gentleman, look at his head. Who shaved him, first of all? Look at even how his head has been shaved. And Anakamda Menyoloa na Makasi, by the way. So we want to start pushing out narratives. We are discussing someone here on this space, and I feel so bad that we are discussing him on this space, yet we don't know what is going through his mind right now. We don't know. We don't know. He might be listening through other people, and he hears Anthony speak here about whatever this and this and this. You can even, that alone can kill you psychologically. It has happened. So I don't think these are conversations that we don't need to push so much. Let us champion for the right cause. If you're championing for the right cause, let us champion for the right cause. That is what is important. That is what is important to us. We are in these spaces so that we champion for the right causes, not so that we will come here and put discourse of narratives of government, of this guy must now everything, every time that we want something, a law wants to be passed. Now those things don't, I want us to champion for the right causes. This guy said release so and so, and he was released. That is very important. We played our part. Everybody who said free so and so, that was a good gesture from you. We will continue to do that. Anybody, even if it is the current political leadership that we don't even want to align ourselves with, as long as it's a human life, a Kenyan, they deserve to live. They don't deserve to live in fear. They deserve to live in a country that is peaceful.
That is what we are championing for. So we cannot champion for the right things in the wrong manner. Okay, that's not what we are supposed to do. That is why we are losing track of all this thing, whatever thing we are calling a movement or so. That's why we are losing track. And even sometimes I see we are even aligning ourselves with the same people who are causing us problems. The same people who are causing us problems in the name of we want numbers. We don't want numbers. We want soberness in this country. We want everybody to seek. We want this revolution to be in the mindset, not in the numbers, physical numbers. We want the revolution to be in the mindset. In 2002, when we elected Kibaki, we had a promise of a constitution within 90 days. Kibaki never gave us new constitution in 90 days. We never, and we celebrated the election of Kibaki because we knew that we saw a new dawn. There are people who celebrated the election of William Ruto, then they said freedom is coming. Now we are seeing the freedom. Maybe this is the freedom they were talking about. In the same manner, when we align ourselves with the wrong political leaders who are always self-centered, we'll still get the same results. So at the end of the day, let us champion for the right causes. Let it be a revolution in the mindset, not in all these things that we are doing theory, someone this, and we're arguing about total rubbish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Real Joe. I think the next speaker will be Chev. Chev, the speaker is yours.
Hi, Zapoji. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go on. 3 minutes.
The name is Che Guevara, but thank you. Anyway, there are 3 people who do not believe that Diangoye was abducted. 1 is someone who does not live in Kenya. 2 is someone who is dead. And 3 is a fool. You guys should not forget that this same DCI and this government, they lied to us as they arrested someone who did the Kware murders. They went and bought new underwears and God knows what, and we portrayed it on TV. These same guys are the same guys who told us that Ojwang hit his head and for some reason died until we cornered them and they had to tell us the truth. These are the same people who have been lying over, starting with the president. This is a regime of lies and it is embarrassing. Na mtu anasema hapa ati DCI is the best, second best in Africa, and I'm like, how? When my 10-year-old son can already tell when these guys are telling a lie. It is literally, at a time ya Uhuru or even Moi, intelligence was not so rubbish than it is right now. It is embarrassing. Utter embarrassment. You see, the DCI dude is supposed to be the guy holding secrets, supposed to be someone who can answer questions correctly, has all the information, but he doesn't. The other day, I was even thinking maybe Gashago was right to say there's like a cabal of 100 policemen who are doing things, being ordered by Akina Farouk Kibet and Kina Ruto to do things on the side, and that is why DCI itself does not even know what is going on. Because how can you be so oblivious to things happening around you? Even him yesterday going to court saying we don't have this guy. It is actually probably the truth. They did because they don't know what the hell is going on. Someone is doing these funny things. Why would DCI come to abduct someone and hide their number? If they are coming there on official business, why would they hide their number? I'm not saying it is not the DCI, but they're not using official channels to do these things, and that is why they have to hide themselves. The lawyer of Diangoye is a lawyer. Lawyer follow what clients say. Aliambiwa, wewe enda useme nilikuwa nimejificha mahali na nimekuja. Ndivyo nimesema, anyone who thinks Diangoye was not abducted is either dead, a foreigner, or a fool. That boy was abducted, ameuziwa uoga, familia yake imeuziwa uoga. Everybody has been sold fear. And they have chosen the easy way. It is good they have chosen that way because that boy is alive. Otherwise, we'll be having another story now. It is very, very bad what they're doing. And I honestly don't even know because even the streets are not helping. You understand? And you guys, there's a brother there. I would call him a victim blamer. Stop doing that. Mtu anaweza enda jiabduct, aende ajinyoe hivyo. anakaa nikaa amejinywa na makasi. I just saw that boy's photo once and I knew huyu hakuna kitu hajaonyeshwa. There is nothing this boy has not seen. And he cannot even utter a single word. And we do not deserve to hear anything from him because you guys forced Boniface Mwangi to come and tell us what they did to him in Tanzania. He came and told us, and you guys started making fun of him. Nataka huyu akuja tuambie alia hapo kwa TV ndio mfurahi mkimuitanga activist. Is that what you want? What do you want him to tell you? That he was raped so that you can do what? Laugh at him and mock him. Thank you. I land.
Thank you so much, Guevara. And I think the next speaker will be Kim 001, and then we need a lady voice, then Easter Sims, and then Justice, welcome. And then we move to Malia Davis in that order. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Japunji, if you can hear me.
Loud and clear, please go on.
Yeah, sure. I believe, I don't know where to start because of what Anthony has done to this very, very good space, because it's just spun us around. Yeah, it's just become the distraction he keeps preaching against. He's just become the person who who plays the system of the card of the system that he keeps telling us about. Yet he keeps telling us to jiteka mkutano fulani and he cannot really see it. He cannot see himself doing exactly all that. So for that part where Anthony, you said you don't tweet about free people, I totally respect you for saying that with your chest. It's within your it's within what you're allowed to do. It's you. You just do you. You have the free will. You have your individuality. Good. And then you go ahead and caution us because they may be playing political games. So, using the same line of thought, Anthony, I want you to tell me, do we stop reporting people to police stations whenever they go missing? Because they've been reported since time immemorial. I've grown up hearing people announcements about people who are lost, who cannot be found over the radios, over the televisions. Do we just stop doing that? Do we really stop choosing life partners because you know of the cheating that is happening in marriages because of that fear? You know? I mean, there could be a plethora of questions that we could ask about all those things that we should stop doing. Do we stop helping people because we've been conned in the process of trying to offer a shoulder for people to lean on? Do we stop doing that, Anthony? Based on your line of thinking, you know, I believe it's possible to be very controversial at times because if you're sticking to your individuality, it might not be what people, what we may expect. But it is not entirely possible to be controversial all the time. I've listened to you, Anthony, in spaces. I've been to a lot of spaces, and you've been to a lot of spaces, and you've spoken in a lot of spaces. So it's not my first encounter with, you know, and I've been looking at the kind of thing you're doing, and I'm almost telling my mind here, maybe we should not even try to correct you. We should not, the redemptors of these spaces should not even try to show you sense, because it's not that you cannot see it. It's right there in front of your nose, actually. It's right there in front of you. But you just choose not to see it. Maybe we have to accept, maybe you have your own agenda. Might be whatever the KK bloggers do all the time in these timelines. They come here, say statements that are very, very triggering and then cause a lot of distraction. We've seen all those kinds of distractions. The ones you are talking about, Anthony, in your own words, the distraction before the finance bill is discussed. So we kept busy and then they are there passing their finance bills. Just before maandamanos, you know, the kind of things that happen kwa ETLs. Yeah. You might be the same version of those people, just that you just brave enough to pick up the mic and do the thing happen. You know, you just might be playing the same card in a totally different way. We've seen all kinds of reverse psychologies everywhere. I've never understood your end game, because You are among the first people here to say that what we have in this Kenya is a political problem. You phrased the problems of this country very well last year. You, Tony Gashoka, have had, what do you call this guy who keeps on saying this funny ass? What do you call this guy? Andrew Kibe. You know, I've heard you. I've listened to your flow of thoughts and you are very eloquent in doing a lot of theoretical work. I did challenge you on a bit of practicality based on whatever you phrased as a political problem, because back then we never had, we had constituencies that never had a representative, that is in terms of MPs. And I did ask you, now that you're saying we need to go present our problems to Ruto on a political table, we need to, you know, I really did challenge you. Why don't you first start advocating for representation of those constituencies without MPs back then? Now that we do not have representatives for those constituencies up to now, then that really speaks a lot about now the practical aspect of whatever you had as your ideas back then, theoretical ideas. The same thing Redemptor is asking here about you quoting us figures, telling us our DCI is the second most, the second most. Okay, whatever you said, I'm totally annoyed. You say it very well, but no, you also tell us that you cannot even hide from the DCI. Then, how then was that Diangwe guy you claim that was hiding now able to hide from the same DCI you tell us is so efficient you cannot even hide from them? You know, a lot of ironies here and there. I've listened to you tell Redemptor not to get triggered, not to, you've played the emotional card telling us not to get emotional here and there. I've seen you as the co-host to the space of Tony Gashoka, really allowing Tony Gashoka to interrupt people who are not accepting his line of thought. You doing a lot of nothing as the co-host there, yet you come preaching the same thing here. I don't know. I could even go on and on about these things, but I'll tell you, the reason why I'll keep tweeting free this, free that, free Anthony, free this, free that guy. One, it is my voice that I believe will help know the DCI, know that we know the person, or whatever you call thugs that are holding the person. Know that we know the person, and they'll keep that person alive. The second, the second most thing maybe would be to reunite them with their family. But now in the long run, the long game here is we have to stop normalizing the absurdities now. You know, so you have to keep doing that so that they realize there are people talking about it. Pressure them enough and hopefully see if the pressure is enough to make them stop all that things they are doing there. But you coming out, Anthony, as you did, I don't know. We keep telling Ruto that he's not empathetic, this and that. I think the closest thing I've had to Ruto in the many spaces I've attended to actually. You just might be the closest thing to Ruto. Might be the difference is
2 minutes.
I'm landing. Might be the difference is the kind of tools at your disposal. You only have a mic. Ruto has bigger guns, so he's really playing with what he has. Pale. So I think Japonji, let me land there because I don't think a minute will be enough for me to land. So thank you for the space.
Thank you so much, Kim. I think the next speaker should be Malia Davis, or Issa Sims, then Malia Davis in that order. Two ladies, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity once again. I really wanted to rebuttal what Anthony had said. Of course, Anthony is a state cocksucker. I have no apologies to make. It's so embarrassing just listening to him. And I have information. I wanted to do a rebuttal on what he was saying about how the mom was mourning and how she wasn't mourning. I have information, of course, which I'll not disclose my sources. Over the weekend, I'm aware and I am very aware that Diangwe's mother was threatened by the state na akambiwa nyamaze. That's why if you retrace the last time you saw her on TV, after that she didn't appear again. She kind of went into hiding. So I don't care who's listening into this space, and that's the truth and that's the fact. So probably aliambiwa nyamaze kama anataka kuona mtoto wake. So I cannot listen to people like Anthony here trying to dictate to Anthony's mother how she was supposed to react. That is just uncalled for. Na kama Anthony pia anataka kiti kwa serikali, aseme apewe kiti na anyamaze. There is no need of inflicting wounds on to somebody who is already suffering. And for those who've interacted even with the previous people who've been picked before, something just changes in them, and you can't just force somebody akuja anze kuongea sema this is what happened. Of course they beat you up, they deny you food, they question you, they use those tactics that they use on terrorists on you, as in they just change you completely. And just to second what Demta had said, as much as yes, we are activists to Kokwa spaces and everything, we want to look secular. There are some of us who have spiritual knowledge, just like Redempta was saying, and I really second her on what she said. It's just weird, it's appalling, it's demonic, the way they shave you. It's like, hair has a lot of spiritual significance for those who've read the word. Hair has a lot of spiritual significance on the sense of once you take somebody's hair away from them, whether it's a man or a woman, it brings down your dignity. It makes you feel small. I understand that before they shave you, they beat you into a blackout. Unaamka tu unakuta una nywele. Where do those people take people's hair? What's the significance of that nonsense? They shave some of these people, their pubic hair, their hair. What is all that? So as much as we want to ignore the spiritual aspect of this, kama Ruto, and I'm not going to be afraid, kama Ruto, kama Kinamini, Mapepo, whatever altar they are servicing, they are defeated. And one thing that I would like to advise anybody who's gone through this experience of abduction, if you have somebody who is genuinely a spiritual person who's connected to God, as in not this conman, you really need to go through deliverance. Also kuna hii issue ya kulishwa chakula, which is covenanted. You don't know what these people are doing to you. You don't know what they are doing to your destiny. So I don't care what anybody here says. If you're an atheist, whatever, I'm speaking to those who understand what I'm saying. I'm speaking to those who understand the language that I'm speaking. Jesus says that those who hear my voice understand me. When I call my sheep, they hear me. So I'm not talking to the sheep of the other side. I'm talking to the sheep who understand the language of Christ. So to those who are close to Diangwi, I'll obviously tell and also get to him. He needs to go through deliverance, and anyone else who's gone through this state nonsense. So I'm very disgusted by what Anthony was saying there, and at some point he should just be discontinued from just pouring his vomit onto these spaces. So I'm just disgusted by everybody who's just speaking ill of Diangwi on the space. And if you think you have authority to speak on what happens, ambia state wakuchukue ndio kuja utuambie vile watakufanyia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Sins. And I think the point of this space is that we can hear different, submissions, different mindsets, and then we can come maturely to, to discuss things. And I'm sure, Anthony, you're taking notes. And also we are trying to avoid personalities because it will always go back and forth, as you are all aware. So let's try to stick to the point so it doesn't seem also personal. We just address people to the point of what they submit and not who they are or, So the next speaker will be Malia Davis. Malia, your thoughts. Go on.
Thank you. I don't know why some people are really very gullible. I think the best word I can use is gullible, because we know this is not a government that we don't know how they operate. This is a government we know how they operate. This is a government which they come and pick you, like what happened to Albert Ojwang. Like, it doesn't even matter, apart from the abductions we saw before, like the ones which happened in December. And people are saying that these people, they abducted themselves. This footage, this CCTV footage showing, like the guy who was abducted from Embu, two men coming and practically dragging him from a kinyozi where he was going and putting him in a car. So how can you say that it was a lie? How? When he hired men to abduct him, Mama, what are you trying to say? So that his father can come and cry on TV. I don't understand anybody in their right mind right now who believes anything this government tells them. I don't. Anthony, is he here? Anthony, if you're on that side, I'm sorry for you. You are lost. Have you ever heard of a lost ship? You are completely lost. This government, they've been
gaslighting us. When there's mandamano, they go and bring goons. We see those goons working with the police. Then they come and tell us, no, they disown the goons, and they are the ones who are bringing them. The goons themselves, when they are under duress, they confess that it's this person who called me and told me get people and come, and this person is a governor who is allied to this government. So I don't know who is this, who is in their right mind right now, who actually believes anything that this government says. Me, actually, I cannot believe. And in fact, let me tell you, even if this guy went into hiding, I cannot blame him. And I totally endorse if that's what happened. I mean, I know that's not what happened, but let's hypothetically just say, I know that's not what happened, but let's just say hypothetically that's what happened. I can't blame him. I can't say that we shouldn't have caused an uproar, because that uproar is what has saved his life. And number one, if at all somebody like Albert Ojwang was picked by DCI from his parents' house, not his house even, like what Amin was saying, that they went to his house, from where there are witnesses. So would you, even you, ask yourself that question, Anthony, would you, if you knew, if you, just by some luck, and you just found out, somebody snitched somewhere and told you these guys are coming for you, ungeka hapo, wende upigwe, denye Albert alipigwa mpaka akakufa? Do you know how much beating it needs for a grown man, a healthy grown man who is in his 20s or early 30s to die? Wewe ungeka kwa hiyo nyumba, ungoje? So let's not, and whatever uproar that we are causing on this media, we will continue to cause. We will continue to cause. Those who are saying that, oh, you know, these people who abduct themselves, they are going to now make us not to be taken seriously. They are going to make now government bloggers to dismiss our cause. No, this uproar which we are causing, because there is a point, let me tell you, this country for the longest time, for the longest time, it has been like this country is for specific people. Like kuna wenye inchi na kuna wananchi. So the wenye inchi are the ones who everything works out for them. When they are killed, like what happened to Were, that's the political class. Like what happened to Were, within a week, their investigations is done and dusted. Investigations which entail like so many people, like 20 people, 12 people, and they are caught all within 1 week. But a regular Kenyan who is paying taxes for this DCI to be there, for this NIS to be there, for this security, PS for CS for internal security to be there in the office, the case just goes unsolved. Like your case cannot be heard even in judiciary. For you to get a speedy, majority of murder cases, they take 7 years, 7, 8, 9 years, even 10, and other litigations like land disputes and the like. But let it be a mheshimiwa. Case inaharakishwa within a very short time, the case has been. So the point that we are trying to bring across in this movement is that a life of Albert Ojwang, who is a teacher by profession, but he's not even employed by TSC. He's freelancing. His life is as important as the life of Were. Were's life is not more important at kwa sababu yeye ni MP ama because akona mali. All our lives in this country are important, and therefore DCI cannot be picking people and taking them to God knows where and killing them, or even abducting them, and then they are dumped wherever after we've made noise. We cannot have that. That's the point which, Anthony, you are not getting, my dear. And me, I don't like being nasty. I'll not call you names, because sometimes you can be deceived by the devil. So I'm just trying to show you the light. We are trying, this movement, we are trying to bring back the dignity of the ordinary mwananchi. That kusikue that kuna watu wenye wako ni wenye inchi, the country is theirs, and therefore the laws only apply to them. I mean, only work for them, and it only applies to other people. It doesn't. We don't want that. That's what we are trying to say. Okay, so you cannot just take a life like what happened to Ojwang. You've seen now the police station, Mawego police station has been burnt down. Even the police, they had to move out of the way. As much as walipewa directives that mkiona mtu akikaribia kwa police station, I don't know, you shoot them or whatever the case. But you are there for the wananchi. You are there for, when you are in Mawego police station, you are there for the people who are in Mawego area. They are the ones who are paying. It's wananchi ndo wanalipa mshahara yako bro, sio president. Sio anaitwaje DIG. DIG sio yeye anakulipa mshahara. So you have to work with the community. And you have to work for the good of the community. The moment you become complicit in the murder of one person in the community, you are no longer working for the community, you are an enemy of the community. And I heard somebody on a space saying very well, that policemen, if you decide you are going to be shooting people, mwende muishi State House. Mwende muishi kwa Murkomen. Okay. Don't come and live in the society, because we are going to deal with you as well. We're going to deal with you. So the is this, it actually doesn't matter whether even if it's true, of which it's not, because you can see that boy. Just look at him very well. He looks very traumatized. That's not someone who was in hiding at all. Hata anakaa tu amechoka, anakaa tu he looks so shaken. So we cannot entertain this. This is I don't know, high level terrorism or what. I'm trying to even think of a criminal organization that operates like this. I can't even think of one. Ati wanateka tu watu nyara, wanaenda wanawanyoa nywele, wanawafanyia mambo zingine za ajabu ajabu. And if you had, is it Bob Njagi who was saying that imagine the entire 30 days when they were in captivity, they were naked. Have you ever been naked, you yourself? Have you ever been naked for 3 days? Hata sali uko tu ndani ya nyumba yako. 3 days ukuwa naked, you are changed to a floor. That floor has tiles, so it's cold. You are on that floor 1 day, 2 days, up to 32 days. Then, the moment ukiachiliwa, the next cell, you hear like ule MCA wa sijui alikuwa wa Wajir ama wapi, like you can tell that this is the MCA of Wajir. Ukitoka nje unakuja unasikia mwili yake ilipatikana mahali. Do you think you are going to talk? Do you think you are going to be very keen on talking and very fast to talk? Those people even coming out with their story, it's taken a lot, because God only knows what happened to them, which they may not even be telling us. So saying Kenyans should come here to defend this government, for the love of God. This is a very satanic. I've never seen, and I was there I've never seen anything like this. Just madness, So please, if you're supporting this government, if you're supporting, and I'm very happy that the residents of Homa Bay made a statement that you cannot buy us through Raila, because sasa muko na coalition na Raila, so you'll come and kill one of us and you expect us to behave kwa sababu mnatule. That umalaya spirit, which prostitution spirit, which Ruto has of buying people. I can buy you. I can, even if I kill your son. There's somebody I heard on another space saying, ati baba ya Albert ametoka kwa block. Nikashindwa, excuse me, ametoka kwa block kwa sababu mtoto wake aliuliwa. Who is that? Can you show me? And they were like, poverty is very demeaning. Poverty is very, you don't have, because, and I was like, how brainwashed are Kenyans, by the way? Ati kwa sababu, the only time when you have dignity is when you are a person who has social standing. Of course, that is the philosophy in Kenya among those political class. That
2 minutes, Malia.
Kama huna social standing in the society, so we can treat you any way we want. Okay, you have no dignity, you have no rights, nothing. So he was saying, jamaa ati babake Albert ametoka kwa block kwa sababu mtoto wake alikufa. Ni nani huyo mwenye anaweza uza mtoto wake? Can you tell me? Enda kwa slum sasa uambie mtu, I'll give you 10 million unipatie mtoto wako. Who will give you their child? Hata kama akona 9 children, let alone akina Albert's father who had 1 child. So Kenyans, please, tusikuwe co-opted in some of these shit narratives which are very demonic in nature. Ati mtu ametoka kwa block juu mtoto aliuliwa. Do you think all this money he has gotten, even if it's 100 million, it can pay him back for his son? It can't. Please, let's come back to our senses, guys, Kenyans. Let's come back to our senses. Ni kama tumerogwa, sijui ama Ruto ameturoga. Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, thank you. Before the next speaker, the police, as usual, wameshatoa statement. Let's see what the statement says. Okay, for immediate release, Office of the Inspector General, National Police Service. Topic, resurfacing of one Ndiangui Kinyagia. The National Police Service, NPS, has noted the resurfacing of one Ndiangui. One second. Can you hear me? Somebody, I think Asia speaker is. Let me just mute her first. Asia, just wait. I'm just reading a statement from the police a few minutes ago, and then I will bring you back. I'll bring you back. Okay? So let me just read that then, because we've been talking about it here. Okay. So the National Police Service, NPS, has noted that there is surfacing of one Ndiangui Kinyagia from his hideout and subsequent appearance in court today, 3rd July 2025, that Ndiangui had been reported missing, and information circulating on social media as well as mainstream media accused the police service of allegedly abducting him. Nonetheless, he remains a person of interest to the police and is hereby urged to present himself to the DCI headquarters to record a statement. The service reiterates its earlier response that Ndiangui Kinyaga was not in police custody. We take great exception to the emerging trend whereby individuals feign abduction and provide false information to the police, intending to generate a misleading narrative that exploits public outrage and sensational headlines, thereby distorting the truth rather than focusing on justice. These criminal acts undermine the integrity of our law enforcement efforts, damage the reputation of the National Police Service, and cause anxiety to the public. The National Police Service wishes to remind the public that stage-managed abductions and providing false information to the police are criminal offense punishable by law. We therefore warn all persons against engaging in those acts. NPS reaffirms its commitment to upholding blah, 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 standards, fidelity, constitution, maintaining order, and that. So, as expected, that is what they have written, ChatGPT, 90%. Yeah, so as I bring in Anthony for a lot of rebuttals, Anthony, that is a statement that they have written, and it almost resembles with their sentiments. So again, Anthony, I hope you don't speak for the government, but that is exactly what they have said, that the guy did self-abduction. And again, I ask you, Anthony, as you come here, who has the burden of proof? Should you be the one, as I said earlier in this space, should you be the one, I assume you are on the part of DCI, to go after his alibi where he was hiding to find out and tell us if he was actually, I don't know even the meaning of abduction now, but to keep going, Anthony, first. Then I will ask you other questions later.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, I've had a lot, but the one that caught me was Kim saying, I'm the closest thing to Ruto he has encountered so far in Kenya. No hard feelings. Now, if we as a people who want a very different country from what we have right now cannot define ourselves, then our definition will be defined by someone else. And that is exactly what government is trying to do right now. Government is trying to define this movement. And one of the ways it is going to do that is by discrediting your narrative, the narrative that we are fighting for. And the reason you'll hear me, and I might not be popular, and I'm not looking to be popular. You know, people will try and say I'm a politician, I have political ambitions. I have ambitions, I'm a human being. Whether they are political or not is a story for another day. We want to hold a government to be accountable to us, the people who put it there. We must also within our ranks have an accountability methodology to ourselves. Because what this entire case is going to do right now, if Ndiangui does not come out and set the record straight, government will come and say that people have been abducting themselves. And if Danguis will not come out and say this and this and this is what happened, then we risk condemning all other legitimate abductees to a very dark place. There's a narrative that you also need to appreciate here. When the Kware Dam issue happened, we came out and we said a good number of female bodies in particular were found mutilated in Kware Dam. As a people who are pushing for change, none of us, or we didn't have a team that went out and said, as some of us pursue other things, some of us will stick here until we find the conclusive end of this thing. I might not sound politic space correct in this space. But if there's anything that will save and will go far in legitimizing the cause, is when the people who are punished by this government find the courage to speak out and say, I think you've ever had this thing where soldiers say, if a bomb is thrown to a battalion, to a platoon, and it lands on the feet of one soldier, that soldier says, I would rather die than kill everyone else in this platoon. We are being called to do that. If we don't speak out, and I remember when this movement started, what was one of the clarion calls? When we lose our fear, they lose their power. We need to lose the fear of speaking out. We need to come together and say, I'm going to give a chronological events of everything that happens. And we need to come together and unite, because in unity there's strength. So when I call for accountability, and when I say it's important that people speak out, it's because facts diminish lies. And if we let lies perpetuate so long, finally the liar starts looking like he's the victim. And that is exactly what is happening right now in this country. Look at us. Look at this. Look at the timeline today on X. There's a good number saying this is a cooked story. Even me, I'm asking for those facts. And there's a good number saying it is genuine. For the first time, there's a split. Now, the question will be as I land, shall we allow our story to, our facts to be defined by us and allow the rift to grow? Or shall we face the people we are fighting and say, we are here, our voices matter, our story will be told, not by you, but by us. And this is my story. This is what I've always heard Redemptor say, that he tells her story. And that gives Redemptor a lot of credibility. So my plea today to Dangui, and forgive me if in the first instance I used harsh words. I beg your forgiveness for that. But for the first time, let us speak out, because in our speaking, the same way Christians say, when you speak the truth, you shame the devil. If we speak the truth, we shall shame this government. But if you allow this government to continue now, because that's what they are going to do, they are going to start setting the narrative, then their story becomes the truth. And just to land as I finish, I remember when I saw Dangui, I was like, this guy, I actually thought Dangui lived in the US. But I plead, let us do away with fear. Let us come out and say what happens. Because if we don't say it, then our story will be told for us. And he who writes the story determines the facts. Island.
Anthony, before Redemptor, before you come in, there's something that I'm getting from Anthony, but it's not making much sense, because Anthony, you have to know that the DCI or the police, they have that monopoly of distorted formal communication, and the same way they did this communication is the same way they did for that guy, Albert, allegedly the one that they say that hit his head on the wall. So we have lost trust. First of all, you have to know where we are starting our conversation from. We are starting our conversation from the point of loss. We don't have trust. We don't trust them, first of all. So when we start our conversation there, then only it will make sense to you that we create our own narrative around. And that's why we have these discussions in these spaces, whereby there are two things here. Whether he was hiding, he has his own rights. We cannot condemn him. And that's why I'm angry at some. You cannot condemn him for hiding for fear of being abducted by people that we don't know. And DCI are coming out and saying, yes, we went there to arrest him. How do you go to arrest someone with unmarked cars? You don't have IDs. You don't, you know, this is a problem we have as a country. Then once they disappear, the same people who are saying that he abducted himself will say, don't know, those are not our cars. Can you bring evidence? We have been through this vicious cycle for long. We get tired, Anthony. So when you see us saying that we don't trust this authority, we have a reason. I can give, if we have time here, I can give you 12 examples of what they do, what the police do, how they change the facts, how they try to change things. But we retain our own story, as Redemptor said, and we will keep saying it until they come out of darkness. Thank you so much, Anthony. I think Redemptor, you are next.
Japonji, please let me say something. Let me say something to Anthony. Anthony, have some empathy. This man, you don't know what he has been through. What if he has even been sexually assaulted? He's right now, the DCI has already come out and said that he's still a person of interest and he should present himself to the DCI office. So he's not even out of the woods yet. He doesn't know if he talks and then he goes there, what will happen to him, you know. So I've told you the kind of things that these people are going through. Imagine being naked on the floor, on a tile, a floor tile for 32 days, like what happened with Akinanjaki. Now, even if it is for 1 week, or like what has happened with this guy, do you think he'll be thinking like that? Put yourself in his shoe. Just have empathy as a human being. Have some empathy and understand. Put yourself. I want you to just think of you being in that situation. And you tell me whether you'll come out, guns blazing, press conference, you want to talk and say everything that happened to you. Maybe Boniface Mwangi was able to do that because he's been through a lot. So it's easier for him to heal from trauma. But this is someone, the first time, maybe they've never even been to a police station like what happened to Ojwang. Your first time. Then you are taken through, and he's been so threatened that, by the way, bado kesi iko. So you try. Just try and just speak something like this. Ama even you enter spaces, sukuone tu umeingia kwa X, utaona. Na
Thank
kesi
you,
yako
Malia.
bado iko hapa. Thank you.
Thanks, Malia. Back to Redemptor.
I don't know if she had spoken. I see her hand. I can let her go first.
Who, Dennis?
I obey.
Wajiro, can you say, I only see Dennis Kirui's hands up. I can see Mugambi and Wong.
Her hand is up.
I
Her
can
hand
see
is
her
up,
leg.
Japonji.
I can see her. Also, let me
She's
just
there.
note, we have just about 30 minutes,
The space you get is
so
30
we may
minutes.
not add new speakers.
Is she
Sorry.
speaking?
So John is saying that the space will end in the next 30 minutes. So we will be taking, I think, maybe 4 minutes max, something like that, as we wind down. Yeah, that is what he's saying. But keep going. I think Ayabe is yours. Go on. The mic is yours. Ayabe, can you hear us?
I can't hear her. So let me
Even
go.
Even me, I can. Yeah, go on.
So let me go. So first of all, let me correct Anthony about what happened to the quarry victims who are women, and they say the bodies were 40. When you say that tuliwekwa busy na hakuna watu walifuatia, people dedicate themselves to every atrocity. That's why we have human rights defenders and we have social justice centers. So people did follow up, and if you remember, there was even M. Changa, for one of the Shujas, who was helping with the retrieval of the bodies. Remember, Mukuru Justice Center posted the fate of the families, and then the post was deleted. That should tell you something. Now, when you say victims should come and tell their stories, I want to draw your attention to the fact that the victims of the torture chambers have spoken for the first time. I have followed these people, these Shujas. I followed them for a couple of years. I just wanted to hear their stories. And I have been to that chamber and I was looking at their faces, scanning their faces. One of them walks with a limp from the waterboarding, from the torture that happens there. For the first time in since I was young. I saw them come and give an interview. So when you say people who've been gone through an ordeal should speak, you really don't know what torture is. Torture does not even have to be waterboarding, kupoliwa your nails out, even a phone call. In this state where we were just living with Ojwang, and please note, we have never lived in a situation where we see dead bodies, but now we are seeing. So all of us, when we hear Albert Ojwang, we are flooding ourselves with him as a good, handsome young man so that we forget the image of his tortured body. So that one, if you're going to go to another conversation, and I know you will join other spaces where you will victim blame, please do not say he owes us to come and speak up. I'm saying Itobu Imanyara, people like Wafula Buke, people like Dr. Professor Kariuki, who even wrote a book about his experience, 2 weeks in hell. He talked about 2 weeks in hell. These are people in their 70s. People like Willie Mutungi were detained. When people come and say, you shouldn't, you would have, you shouldn't, you don't know what it does to somebody. So I don't think there's a perfect reaction or a perfect victim. I want to summarize and say the truth. The police have made a statement and said we are wanaharibiwa sifa. Wow, okay, finally. Tevo, I see you. Tevo understands the spiritual element. Finally, a very brief story, very summarized story is that human rights defenders in this country, and I hang out with them. I don't know if I'm one of them. We know that in that group, it's infiltrated by the system. It's full of people who are surviving. I don't know why.
Erickson, please mute your speaker. Redemptor, sorry, go on.
Oh, yeah. So I'll just tell you, recently we saw a femicide case where a young woman was brutally killed in an Airbnb. And then it was said the person was a human rights defender. Did people stop being human rights defenders? So I have an appeal for Dangwin. From the bottom of my heart, most of his friends dropped from the space. And I guess they dropped because of the kind of Anthony's submission and the gentleman who came to submit. It was very unfair to his friends. What we do, when you saw that people went online and said, you see, human rights defenders are fake, they are even thieves. We know when you're a human rights defender, we have even thieves and murderers in our midst. How do you tell who is genuine and who is not? So what happens when one of us is wounded, we stand up. And during Kenyatta's era, one of the digital activists would post this picture of the most wanted man for taking loans. And this year would raid on him and they will take all his gadgets. That alone, that act alone. We didn't come on online. Some of us were not even on X and say, is he genuine? How do we know he's not just doing? No. People would fundraise and buy him his gadgets just for sleeping in a police cell and for being raided. So for these genuine soldiers that are out there, they target small wigs because they think no one will care. They targeted Ojwang because they knew he was the son of a poor man. They had already done a background check. They knew they knew everything about him by the time they were going for him. So this is my appeal to the friends of Dangwin. Let's have an Changa. Talk to Wanjiro, talk to the others. I think, like I've said, most of his friends have dropped, the ones I know. Wallace and the rest. Let's buy his gadgets back. Even if they are returned, they will be bagged, they will be spoiled. Every information has been removed. Let's give him the dignity for what he was doing back. Just for being arrested. We don't shame them. We don't laugh at them. Leave alone him disappearing at a time Ojwang had just been brutalized in a police cell. So I don't care what the theories we have.
Damson, let me have the mic after you, okay?
Yeah, so I don't know who wants to do. John Seremali, you do to Siwa Forget. I would want someone to start that initiative where we say Pole to this young man and we buy him his gadgets. That's what we do as human rights defenders, are people who know fighting for the corruption fights back. Evil fights back. Wickedness fights back. And we push back with love. And so we are sending, this is my last submission today, I'm sending all my love and to anybody who is risking their lives by speaking truth to power. And let's stand together and we will never stop doing hashtags. We will never. Because even in December, we saw a young woman who was said she had not abducted herself. It made news. That same December, we had the young people who had been disappeared. for enforced disappearance includes you being threatened to the extent that you hide. That is already, even this DCI making these statements, they think we don't know the law or we don't know what torture is. And to anybody who feels tortured psychologically, Poleni, stay strong. We shall overcome. Aluta continua.
Thank you so much, Redempta. Please stay by for the closing remarks. We are going around for 2 minutes. Asila, take the mic. You have 2 minutes, please. We have 20 minutes to go. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Asila, and I'm here to highlight something. It might be off topic. I'm sure some of you are aware we are still under colonization. And I'm interested in leadership in Kenya and in Africa in general. So I want to talk about this narrative that people talk about. Ruto must go. It's okay, Ruto must go. But one thing that people need to understand is the roots of the problem, yeah? We have roots of the problem, and the root is that we are still under colonization. So whenever a president is elected or someone is put in there, they have a protocol, a system that they have to follow. We as Africans have limits that the colonizers are still controlling everything that we have. So if people are planning on removing Ruto, either you put some people are on Maraga, some people are on this senator is called Okia, some people are on Matiang'i, Gashago, or whatever the person is gonna be. But people need to understand that we have roots of the problem, and we Africans have limits. Unless we have someone who is gonna step inside or step down, okay, that is gonna drain the swamp. Someone like Ibrahim Traore, you understand why he's facing challenges from the West, yeah? So yeah, that's what I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asila. We're looking forward to that. And the next speaker will be Dennis Kiroi. Dennis, please take 3 minutes up, and then Kibunja in that order.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I've gotten the chance. I've been waiting for a long time now. First, let me begin by saying that Diangui was abducted. And it doesn't require rocket science to know that he had been abducted, because the state, the state is known to be a such a kind of entity that that can even come. But since the time of Moi, since the time of Kenyatta, historically we know they exist. But now the problem is that any reasonable person can can easily conclude that the victims of this enforced disappearance are commercial activists. One is that they usually do not come and disclose what happened to them during the period of detention, because they are threatened. They are psychologically tortured to the point that they are not even willing to disclose what happened for fear of being killed or arrested or being subjected to the same treatment. Now we have to understand that the fact that these people are not willing to tell us what happened. We have Kibet Bull. She was abducted in a similar way. Was just dumped in I don't know what do they call these ceremonies in Kakamega. Now, but now the act of remaining silent after undergoing those tortures is what is making them is what is making us not to progress. Because the people like Raila Odinga, James Orengo, who spoke after being tortured, they would come to the public and tell the people, Moi tortured me in the Moi chambers. Moi did this to me during the detention. And that would propel the case for revolution and for multi-party democracy. Now, these people who are coming here they just come here to social media as if nothing happened, is what is making us not to progress. They must come out and speak, tell us what happened, because that brevity, that brevity is what will make us to make progress. Otherwise, we shall be stagnating. Our democracy will be stagnating. We will not be moving us and as a nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Dennis, you say that anyone who has been abducted, they need to come up and speak, and truth to power. So let me ask you a simple question before I move to the next speaker. Have you ever been abducted? Yes or no?
Personally, I have never been abducted.
Thank you.
I've never gotten a
Kibunja, the mic is yours. Please go ahead. 2 minutes or 3 minutes. Go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, please. 3 minutes.
I don't think Anthony justified in any way the issues of abductions. Nobody is forcing the victims to make any confessions. But I think you can never win in a war unless you have devil's advocate in your team. I felt bad when I heard somebody saying that Anthony is being controversial for the sake of being controversial. You cannot have a team that is monolithic thinking, that we are all thinking on one side. We must have devil's advocate who look at other ways, because we are not dealing with the amateurs. We are dealing with people who are very clever in these games, and they play it 24/7, which is government. So we must look at every story from multiple angles at any given time. Any information, whether it's coming from Diangui or the lawyer or whoever at any point, is very important. So there is a difference between being devil's advocate and being termed controversial. So I think nobody is forcing Diangui to speak, but I can tell you any information coming from the victim is very, very, very powerful to the wider audience. It doesn't mean that he's forced to do it. He can do it at his own time, voluntary. But I can tell you, when I watched even Akina Bob Jagi on the TV, that image could play in the mind the way things were, and even triggered even more conviction in my heart that we are dealing with animals. That information is very, very key. We are not being insensitive, but we are just putting the way things are, because we know all the other characters can tweak the information, because they don't associate it. They are not the one who felt the pain. But when the victim comes up and say, "This is what I underwent," it is more powerful, and it sticks to the audience. I learned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kibunja. And Kibunja, something that is coming up is that we should rely more on information from the victim and wait for them to speak up, because their word is powerful. I agree with you 100%. However, we should give them time, because there is no template that says that once you are tortured, you take 2 or 3 days, to get back to your normal self. We have even no idea what happened there. And I can tell you, Kibunja, for a fact, I know Billy Mwangi as a friend. I've been with him even before he became like an activist. And even he cannot even tell me some of the things that happened to him. If you talk to these people who have been abducted, and I think Redemptor, you've hosted them, there are things they cannot tell you. So you ask yourself, what is it that happened to them? They come out different, and we are not able to crack that. We won the revolutionary. Please take 3 minutes. We are out of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening, everyone in this platform. I want to come with another angle of what we are going through in this country. And I want to come with the solution to the problems we are going through. How can we stop these abductions? Because so far, we have realized that the government we are having is not following the law. And the citizens have no moral authority to follow the same law that the government is breaking. Why can't they just do arrest, like normal arrest? Why should we weaponize the security, our servicemen, to intimidate people in the country? Why can't we sit down? We have only one country, the way they are saying. We and the leaders, we can sit down and say, this is the problem. Youths are saying, please, we need employment. Please, we need police to stop these abductions, this police brutality. Please stop corruption. What we are asking as a country is good governance. Why is it that the government we elected cannot listen? And I want to say this. We have to come up with some policies, or if I can say, put in that word, but I wanted to use a bit harsh word, to ensure that our neighbors, our friends, our fellow Kenyans are not abducted. What can we do to stop these abductions? Because I want to tell you for a fact, government is not ready to stop these abductions. They are not ready. Because what happened last year, when William Ruto came out, our president came out and said that he was going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he was going to ensure that these things are not happening. Remember when he was in State House and he said that abduction has stopped and people who abducted have been returned to their families. What is happening right now? Kenyans have to wake up and come with solutions. We know that these things are happening. Yes, we want to talk with the victims. We want to know what happened to them, which is okay. Let us just give them some time. They will talk to us. You know, being in the hands of these people is not that easy. These people are cruel. Remember, these are the people who are sent to come and silence you. If there are no people who cannot follow up on you, then they will even kill you. And I know that in this platform, we have some NIS listening to us. And I want to talk to them also as a people. My fellow Kenyan, because before you are an NIS or a DCI officer or a police officer, you are a Kenyan. Please don't take instruction from politicians. Politicians comes and goes. You will be in service for the next 10, 15, and 20 years or more. You have to protect your fellow Kenyan. You have to know that we have a Kenyan even after these politicians are gone. You cannot work harsh, you cannot react harshly or kill your fellow Kenyan because of a politician who is only using you. And in the matter of that you are arrested or you appear in court, then they will abandon you. I have a proposal to make to my fellow Kenyans. We have to stand as one. We have to unite more than ever. Because if they decide to divide us and succeed to divide us today, then it will be even worse. It will be worse. A tyrant does not fear ballot. What a tyrant feared most is action and reaction. If Kenyans can do the way we are going, we are saying this is wrong. Whatever you are doing is wrong. Yesterday I was watching JKL, and the guys, the Gen Zs who are there, and some millennials, I have to give it for them. These people are saying, we are not afraid. We are only demanding for good governance. Why kill the innocent Kenyans, the same people who gave you that power? Why kill them? Because they are only demanding for good governance. So we have to unite. We have to unite as Kenyans and say that you government, you sought to protect Kenyans and their properties. You cannot be the one who are abducting the same Kenyans you sought to protect. Now, if you cannot obey that law, then we have no reason why we should obey the laws which you yourself are breaking. So why can't we say then that as Kenyans, if a Kenyan is abducted, the same area where he's abducted, with immediate effect, we will walk to the police station. We will demand that there is no way you can abduct people, arrest people if they have done anything wrong. Do you know why abduction is taking place? Because these people have done nothing. They are only trying to use intimidation to silence Kenyans.
1 minute, you're out of time, Wong. Please, 1 minute.
Okay. Let me just finalize. I want to appeal to my fellow Kenyans, please, and I beg you on this. Let us unite. We cannot say that all police officers are bad, but some are being used by politicians, the same people we elected. So I'm just asking, we unite and speak out. Make sure that you have number that can help you. If you are abducted or something wrong is happening to you, please share with immediate effect so that we can follow up and we find you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much for your kind words. And as you come to the speaker, please try and take a maximum of 3 minutes and give your final remarks so we don't have to take new speakers. So, Lyson, the mic is yours, and then after you, we'll go to Erickson, Kim, and then Anthony in that order. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Japonj, and the host. I'll try to use my maximum 3 minutes briefly and clear. Number one, I know a lot has been said, so I'll not want to go into details as to whether he abducted himself or not. I think that's a rather obvious question. We know how the system works, and the truth will come. Any serious person who has been in this struggle and who is pro this struggle should not have a lot of worries about the person wanting our request or our zeal, wanting the guy to speak immediately after court as if he's a politician. You know, if you step out of court, you come and tell Kenya, you know, I was forced, that's why I lied. That's bullshit. I don't think we need to waste our time there. Let the person heal, or rather, if he was hiding, let him settle down his house and know what is happening. If he was frightened, let him go through the moments. He has things to write with DCI and those kind of things. We'll know the things in the course of time. So there's no emergency. And those people are pushing the narrative that this person, Inyage, should immediately tell us what happened. There's something suspicious about them. What is the zeal of wanting this person to explain the circumstances? You have not been abducted yourself. Some of you have now been abducted. Some people here have never been treated. Kenyagia. And they're the ones now here telling us that Kenyagia should explain himself. So I want to say that's bullshit. Let's give the young man time. I think what we need to do is to celebrate him as our hero. In fact of all, he gave us a very good program where we were supposed to hang Ruto by 2 p.m. So that is one of the positive we should be saying, that our hero is still alive after giving us a very good program. One of the things that was exciting me about his program was at 11 o'clock, I think 10 o'clock, Kimbi and police drama was an item there. But I think it was not followed. Kimbi started very early. So those are the things. So for that creativity of a young man to come up and design such a program, and it went viral, and it stimulated the revolution, we must salute him and we must celebrate him. If he hid because the police were looking for him, that was a very good move again. If he was actually updated and he's recuperating, and because of our pressure online, he was released, then we thank ourselves. Either way, we have won. But to enjoy and to turn our guns against ourselves and start saying that the government won, I think because we should have spoken, that's bullshit. We must kill that vibe and we must celebrate our heroes back. We give him time, even Akina Rex and others were given time before they spoke, even the Kitenge. So there's no emergency. We celebrate him, and you can see the government is trying to push the narrative that people are abducting themselves for them to justify abductions in the future. We refuse and we celebrate our hero. And we need more programs like this for Sabasaba. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lyson. The next speaker is Anthony Go. Final submission, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. My final submission will be unity of purpose, clarity of the mission, and an awareness to the people we are fighting or we seek to replace. Those would be my simple remarks.
Thank you so much, Anthony. That was short and clear. I think, Kim, give me your final words, please. And then we go to Erickson. Final words, Kim.
Yeah, Japan. We'll make it very easy for you. We'll be using Anthony's clock as the bar here. Yeah, so as I end this piece, mine is to remind us to really try and define what is this thing we call the system. We try to define it. And then we need to ask ourselves, who are its players? Who are its enablers? And how do you enable it? So that If you ever find yourself or your actions actually playing to the hands of the oppressor, actually rubber stamping the oppressive nature of such a regime, always count yourself as a tool in the toolbox of the oppressor. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker, Dr. Idris, please, if you can, 3 minutes, please. You're winding down. Dr. Idris, Dr. Idris is on the list. Erickson, please go ahead. 3 minutes. Erickson, if you can hear me, please.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. So okay, so now my first and foremost, I want to say thank you for letting me into this space. I want to say thank you very much for this time. The first issue I want to address is on politicians. See, these politicians, number one, you want to understand that they fear, number one, the press and media, and number two, they fear numbers. So when it comes to press and media, let's say something like posting something on social media, you can see like an example is when you post something on social media and it goes viral, you are most of the time abducted. You see, example was Kibet Bull, and now it's Ndiangui. So what I would like to say is let's try and be careful on what we post on, especially on social media. Number one, and also be careful on what you are commenting. Yeah. And also on the last part is, when you see a fellow activist is abducted and then after some time, by God's grace, he's released, please, these bloggers who are coming out and attacking them and saying bad things about them and saying that it was staged or anything, please don't. One example is Boniface Mwangi, alias name is the People's Watchman. He was saying that, and I quote, Yangwe Kenyagwa atoe mask na hoodie, awache kukaa kama mkora, anaficha aje sura kama mtu muongo. So number one, you want to understand that Boniface Mwangi has ever been abducted. Okay, you can remember the story in Tanzania, also here in Kenya, sometimes it has happened now and then. So now that he has been abducted, he should be the first person at least to go and try and comfort the guy, because this is the first time that Ndiangui was abducted. And somebody like Boniface Mwangi, he already knows and he has already experienced what has gone on and what goes on when you are abducted. So number one, to these bloggers, mine is just to the bloggers who are attacking Ndiangui, let's give him time, number one. And also, let's stop threatening him. Let's give him his time. He has his things that he's sorting out right now. Give time also to the family. You don't know what they are going through. So these bloggers who are just posting randomly because they have followers and likes, kindly let's see on that. Let's see on that. Yeah, and that's all for me. My last, and in summary, I would just like to say that I'll repeat what Redemptor has said, that let's give him time, number one. Number two, let's wait for first-hand information from Ndiangui. When Ndiangui will be free and comfortable to speak to the public, that's the time that we will judge from there. But as for now, let's just wait and see what comes about. Yeah, that's all. Host,
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Idris, 3
Yeah,
minutes.
sure. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, the host. Thank you, the speakers, and thank you, the listeners, for this opportunity that you have granted unto me to make my short submission concerning the what transpires in the past or in the last few days concerning Ndiangui. Like, we need first. We need to consider both side of the coin, because I don't see the essence of rushing to make a conclusive report or to make a conclusive declaration that it was self-managed abduction. Let's wait for the guy because speculation are there. As the other speakers had said before me that maybe we don't know this. We don't know what transpires, but there are possibilities that it was self-abduction or it was a state abduction. So let's wait the guy to undergo medical checkups. Let's give the family the privacy, and let's allow the lawyers, the family lawyers, to perform their tasks, so that we can know what's happened or what transpires during those days that our colleague went missing, because we cannot right now rely on the information we are waiting for him to recover, maybe whether he is sick or not. Let's give the due process to occur. Let's wait for guidance and counseling and further direction from the lawyers and from the people who are involved in this matter. But I urge the public that let us just be cautious and let us not be swift in replying each and everything that we comment, because it may trigger some serious constitutional issues that may make us to be the targeted individual over this matter. So kindly, guys, I urge each and every one of us, let us be very vigilant, let us be very cautious, even as we are waiting for the due process to occur. Because for someone to proclaim that he has been abducted, there must be something behind it. And even the eyewitness who witnessed the cars, they said 5 to 10 cars, which they claim that they were parked beside the apartment that the culprit was residing. We are still waiting for them to make an affidavit or to swear an affidavit so that
1 minute,
they
doctor,
can,
1 minute.
okay, so that they can pronounce their stand and what they witness. Otherwise, I don't have much to say. I'm very grateful for the host and the co-host and all other people in the speaker session and the listeners. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Idris. Malia Davis, the speaker is yours. Malia, if you're there, just unmute. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's give Dankwi the time and let's give him the grace. Let's continue keeping him in prayer as we are praying for him to be found alive. He still has a case to go and answer at the DCI. He's supposed to present himself there. We don't know now what will happen next, whether he'll be arrested, he'll be detained, or they'll go to court. And I don't know what are the parameters of treason, because I understand they want to charge him with treason. But the last time I heard of treason was during the era when that pilot was killed, the last person to be executed in Kenya. So treason has a very high sentence, very steep sentence. So he's still not out of the woods, to be honest. He's now traumatized, and maybe even something bad has happened to him. Maybe he's injured in one way or another. Of course, he'll need psychosocial help. Some of the people who went through this, they have problems sleeping at night. I mean, they have so many post-traumatic stress disorder. So they need a lot of therapy. Probably they need some medication to deal with anxiety. So we just pray for them. We support them, as Redemptor had said, that we can start a pay bill for them so that they can be able to get their gadgets back, because probably they may even be using those gadgets for work as well. So let's reach out to them and let's not judge them, because even right now I've seen that the MCA for is it Molo Ward has been abducted. So the abductions are now on steroids. People are being abducted. Maybe 2-3 people in a day are being abducted every other day. So we still have a problem, and it seems to be worsening, because before it was like isolated cases. So I don't know what they're trying to do. Is it like they're trying to abduct so many people that we won't be able? These people, they always have a spin, and they always have something that they're up to, and they're doing something. So they could be just abducting many people, so that we are left in a situation whereby we can't even push. Because now, for example, if 50 people are abducted, who are we going to push? It slows down the momentum of the push. So I think that's what I can say. And then also about the police should understand they live in the community, they live with Raia, they don't live in space. So let them not antagonize the Raia, because they live in that society and that community, and they're expected to serve those people. You can imagine now, like Mawega policemen, the police who are in that police post, the kind of hostile environment they'll be facing with all those villagers you saw today. They can have a very hard time. They need to think about that, about community policing, and not doing things just for the sake, because somebody told you do this and then you do it. And I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Malia Davis. Mugambi, and then Redemptor will close down. Mugambi, your turn.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, I was here, and then I don't know if you guys called me, and then my mic network
That's why I
issues.
brought you back. That's why I brought you back. You dropped.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. I was to do a contribution on. I'll start with my story in 1 minute. There's this incident in Ifanyika after data on 25th. So nilienda kwa nyumba, tumetoka maandamano, nikaingia kwa nyumba nikatulia. I was on a space actually ya Mabonga. So you were talking on after maandamano. And then after nimemaliza doing my submissions, nikasikia mtu akipisha kwangu. And then sikufungua, I thought it's my neighbor, nikasema huyu amelewa, sitaki anisumbue. And then he insist. I was like, let me go and open and check nani anapisha kwa mlango wangu. It's very unusual for me to have guests.
Sorry, Mugambi, is there a way you can go to a less noisy place if you don't mind? Otherwise, continue.
Yeah, so with that nikapata ni police officers. They never spoke to me. Waliniangalia. A good thing, the way they were insisting to knock on my door, my neighbor akafungua, and then this guys just wakatoka kama wameenda. They were two individuals. Wamevalia kofia and this normal jacket za maskari, and then they left. So kwenda kwa security guard, I was like, you guys, how did you allow someone to come to my place without notifying me? Wakaniambia no, walitoa ID ni police officers and they were looking for you. So that time nilikuwa scared. I called my friends. Nikawambia, this what has happened. So I'll be offline for a few days. So mbona nimeleta hiyo story? Actually, nilikuwa very scared, to be honest. Mbona nimeleta hiyo story? Let's not judge this guy. Whether alijificha, whether alikuwa abducted, this is not something that to be scared about. Mtu akuje kwako, si kitu rahisi. Like kwako unaogopa kwenda kwako because you fear something. Imagine sasa kuwa abducted. So let's not do that. Like let's just stand with the guy, whether he did that or not. Let's stand with the guy and anybody else, because that thing is very bad. And we should stop condemning our brothers and sisters in this journey of ensuring that we are having a better Kenya that we will happy about, a better Kenya that is developed, a democratic society. So let's stop condemning each other. We may differ in opinions, ideologies, but what we all want is a better Kenya. So today, let's always stop that criticism of fighting each other, and we want is a better Kenya. That's good for us. The other issue is that tuache kununua propaganda from these guys. Don't even the government bloggers. Those guys don't think. They think their stomach is the one that is talking. We understand that poverty is the enemy, so let's not allow that. Those of our friends, when you're wanaongea na tumbo yao, we listen to them, am the demolarizers. Let's always focus on the mission, the goal of ensuring that we have a better Kenya, a democratic Kenya, a working Kenya, where taxes are working for us, with better healthcare infrastructure, employment opportunities, and a Kenya that has a
1 minute, please.
best environment. So with that, ningeomba that as we fight for this, let's not listen to these bloggers. Let's focus on our journey. Let's ensure that we are fighting for this. The politicians are easy to skiza because they're there for their stomachs. Mumeona kitu wamefanya juzi of ensuring that they are encouraging something. But we'll have our moment through the referendum. Now, niliona mseme post that soon we'll be visiting them in their homes. If they are not going to listen, that's the way. But at the moment, let's stand in solidarity with with each of us, to ensure that they see in numbers. Let's not criticize, let's not condemn, let's support each other, let's grow together. That's all my submission. Na mahali muko, this moment, have a good evening, guys.
Thank you so much, Mugambi, and I hope you're safe. Please take care of yourself, and if you feel like you have any threats, just reach out to others, inbox, and document everything. Take photo, take video, anything you can, and keep it safe. You never know. Thank you so much. And finally, Redemptor, as we wind down, please take 4 minutes as you wind down. Thank you.
First, I want to apologize to the host and the co-hosts. And you did very well. You managed. I brought chaos in your space. And the reason I brought chaos in your space is I was in a turmoil for those 14 days. And I remember June 25th, I kept thinking, we are not going to agitate for the Angoi. I was looking for Wanjiro. I mean, we know each other. And I'll say this, the fact that he is alive is a miracle. I don't think I can take that for granted. And on a lighter note, I write books. If I could write a book, it would be how Diangui hid from DCI, because it's ironic, because I don't think it's possible. You remember the MCA that tried to hide, the MP who tried to hide, the one that was found gagging and frothing from the mouth, and then the same story. Even in such cases where DCI come with number plates and they say this person did, I don't trust them. I don't trust them. Why? Because they lie under oath. And I appreciate the journalist who told the director of DCI to his face, Kenyans say you lied. Now, my very last submission is this. Big wigs overrate their influence. Including Boniface Mwangi, who has 2 million followers. Because the other day I was hearing him saying, and I've never dissed him in public because he's a comrade, but today I'm upset. And he was saying, we are few, the organizers, we are few, and then we went, and then we were with the mothers. So you got a permit, and then what was supposed to happen to all the other Kenyans who wanted to protest? And I've said repeatedly, there are only two faces in Kenya, the face of good and the face of evil. And so when you come and say, I represent a constituent, even an MP, which constituent? So big wigs overrate their influence, because the same Boni tried to be an MP, and I would have voted for him. But Kenyans, they will follow you on X, but they will not follow what you're saying. So anybody who is thinking they're commanding Kenyans on X, you're lying to yourself, even if you have 2 million followers. Maybe I only have 5,000 and I can influence Kenyans more. So rich people also, rich politicians, they have now become the expert of our poverty and our suffering. They know what we should do with our suffering. And that's why, allegedly, Gladys Wanga has gone and given poor people of Homa Bay 500 or Siaibishe Baba, allegedly. And they are not on X. They don't know about Siri numbers. You know, when you see somebody coming on TV and say, oh, Siri number was government. Oh, so what? So what? People came out in their streets. So that's what I'll have to say. And my very final submission is that this regime, and I want to be quoted, and somebody has said, will be brought down by the tears of the mothers of this nation. The mothers are not on X, they are not on Twitter, TikTok, they are not anywhere, but they are watching. And they are watching with the labor pains in their hearts. And they are crying. And they keep saying, any mother who sees a child shot, project on the spot. Anybody who's going to see in the Angui in court with the mother is going to put themselves in the shoes of that mother. There'll be many opinions. The usual people will come and say, oh, the Angui was not abducted, it was to stop this. I don't believe that. I believe he's a God-fearing man. And I speak life to him, and I speak wellness to him, and I speak a bright future to him. It will be tough. Even people who are very close to me, Japonji, you know, they battle with post-traumatic stress disorder. They have blackouts. They found themselves somewhere they can't account for 4 hours of their lives. What happened in those 4 hours? So only sadists. And today, nimeshika nani ko. Kwa sababu he is always saying, I was with this politician, I was with these politicians. We are here, and somehow there's something that unifies us. We go back to our cocoons, we go to our tribes, we come back, we still come back here, and there's something that we have in common. And I always say that is an assignment that has been laid in your heart. I sat with myself and asked myself, why am I doing this? I could write a book, I could do something else with my life, I could look for a job as a communication strategist. Why am I doing this? I am doing this because at a very tender age, I told God I would serve him. I did not know how that looked like. And speaking for the oppressed is serving God. Kenyans are oppressed, even those with the, and I've said this is final, but I'll say the final one. I have had a misfortune, and Japonji, everyone who is on this space knows what it is when your loved one has a terminal illness, especially cancer. And at the very last stages of life, they try everything. One of my closest family member, we used to say wanakunywa zile agriculture zao, you know, they would take concoctions of may her soul rest in peace, may her beautiful soul rest in peace. And I'm sorry I have to use as this example because I loved her. What am I saying is when you are very desperate to live, you will do anything to live. And so Kenyans are very desperate to live. And the political system that is existing knows they have a terminal illness. They know they are dying. So they will do anything. Hata wakiambiwa wakunywe mkojo kama people with HIV in the 80s, watakunywa mkojo. Wakiambiwa uwa mtu wataua. They are so desperate. They are clinging on to power. They're not holding it. It's slipping through their hands. And for that, stay safe. You're dealing with people who want to live so badly, and then another group that knows they are dying. They know they are dying, and there's nothing they can do to stay alive. So sending love. Thank you for hosting space. John, thank you for Tusiwa Forget. My area of activism, I am a writer, I am a speaker. My area of activism in this country is brutalized Kenyans and forgotten victims. I know a victim when I see one. And that this year that we were told does very well has told many victims that I've interviewed, why did you talk to Redemptor? Why don't they want people to tell their stories if they have nothing to hide? May truth win. May what is right and just win in this country. Kenya, like 254 likes to say, deserves better. To all you courageous human beings, especially our young men, you're being targeted for that courage. They want to harvest it. Stay safe. I wish Tangui can tell us how to hide because we all need that lesson. We need to know how to stay safe. And if that is not the case, if he was brutalized and he was hurt, again, I say we wish him healing. Please, Wanjiro, I have said we are going to buy gadgets for Ndiangui. We have to buy his gadgets. So figure it out, Wanjiro. I can trust you. Reach out to people who you know. Let's figure if it's a pay bill number, if it's a direct number. Tutatuma hizo pesa anunue new gadgets. That's the least we can do. We've done it before for people who have been through less. People who just spend one night, had their time yangu imeisha. Thank you very much, Japonji. John Seremali, Wanjiro, thank you for allowing me to debrief because I've been carrying a very heavy burden about what's going on in this nation. Asanteni sana, mbarikiwe. God bless Kenya.
Thank you so much, Redemptor, for your closing remarks. Wanjiro and Wallace, do you have anything to say? John, do we have time? John, host, do we have some time?
Yeah. Just give Wallace 3 minutes, I think, and
okay.
Wanjiro as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and also,
I think I will start. I will start because I have to go. Sorry for jumping, everyone.
No, you're not jumping. You're next. Go on.
Okay. I think I started the space with John from the beginning. I have been having a wave of becoming mad with some speakers, cooling down, becoming mad again, cooling down. Hey, singing watu mnaweza fadisha mtu blood pressure. If the Queen was listening to the space as I was listening, and I'm not even the person who have been abducted, Aki would be mad with all Kenyans. How can you? People are not grateful at all, you know. I don't. Do people even listen to themselves when they're speaking? And you put yourself in the shoes of the Queen, and you think, ingekuwa ni mimi, the Queen, what would I be thinking? I was just so mad about that. But apart from there, I can see we have a lot of sober Kenyans as well. And we have sober people who are reasoning and resonating with what is happening. And also to be specific, I'm mad with people like I think it was Omoshomba. I saw her posting something at Yamejificha. She should apologize to Kenyans. I'm like, woman, you are a mother to somebody else, you know. That is a son of someone you're talking about at Yariko Amejificha. Who even trusted DCI? Who even trusted DCI to start with? I'm just so shocked because whoever trusted DCI walituambia Albert Ojwang alijigongesha kichwa kwa ukuta. And they wrote with that story. DCI have told us walituambia Kware ati wamepata the serial killer wakatoa innerwears za wanawake zenye zina kaunti ati that was the serial killer of Kware, you know. Who even trusts DCI? They should literally ask themselves why Kenyans do not trust them. Kenyans literally do not trust their own government. Reason being, they lie. They lie. Hawafanyi uchunguzi, they are so in a hurry, they are employed because not of merit, lakini sababu wanajua mtu ama because wamehongana. That is not even news, that is the truth. These DCI people do lie a lot. And we need to only trust in ourselves. And just like the Homa Bay youths have done, justice should be served. Ni sisi tu itabidi tu tumefanya justice sisi peke yetu tujue how and what it happened. And why that it? Let's give Dagwin some time to actually cool down. He should relax, be given his entire time. When he's free to speak out, he will come even on a space like this and tell us, Wanjiru, this is what happened. But right now, starting to kill his morale, trying to make him feel, I don't know, he has already been abducted. God knows what they did to him on those cells. And now, you know, you want to tell us he has to. Theories are not helping anybody. Let somebody cool down, put yourself in his shoes and be as humanly possible. Anyway, apart from that, I'm so grateful for the sober minds as well. I'm grateful for every other Kenyan who have stood against any criminality. Na nasema sabasaba, we have to show up. This government has to go because the root of everything is Ruto. If Ruto was actually a good person, he is not. We would not be talking here. We would not be having all these problems, you know. Dagwin would have never thought of even making a poster like that of saying, alikuwa amechoka. You know, the main motive of even him making such a poster was because amechoka na hii serikali. And instead of these motherfuckers actually seeing it, ati wamechoka, I don't know who even advises them, you know, it could be Sudi, but I actually have no idea. So, kwa hayo machache, I bow down. Back to you, Japonje.
Hey, come on now. Thank you. Wallace, close up. Last speaker, Wallace, go.
Yeah, thank you. And if you want, I'll play for you the anthem at the end. Yeah, to say that the most important thing is that Diangui is alive. We are thanking God for that. We need to be very empathetic. Yeah, we know his friends, including ourselves, we fellowship with him. We'll give him space to even beyond the gadgets. We know he needs to restore, to get his sanity back, his peace of mind. And so we'll be, even will, of course, give him time to get in touch with his friends. Right now, it's just give him space, because even if you could see his pictures, you know when a face is spaced out, all spaced out. When somebody is looking into the distance, they are not present, you know? So his sanity is very important, his peace of mind. And as Wanjiru has said, I really wish he does not get to hear any of the online chat. I hope he'll be kept offline for some time, because people can be very insensitive. It's very shocking to hear somebody saying they've never even sent a single free anybody message, but they are here saying, why has he not explained to us what I think that's very insensitive. So for those of you who pray, kindly keep him in your prayers. And as soon as he's back online, I'm sure he'll get in touch with his with whoever he feels he's able to start talking to, and people will stay ready. If you are ready to reactivate his gadgets, get his gadgets back, that will be fine. But for now, is sanity that is most important. Then I want to remind Kenyans unity. Besides saying serene in numbers, unity is the power of the numbers. The numbers uniting them is very important. Let's keep patriotism at our heart. We still continue to sing the anthem together. I'll play it for you at the end. But let's say if you're abducted, or if we should insist as Kenyans, because we are law abiding, if DCI wants any of us to report to police, don't they put out messages in the public domain where you see a rich person or a minister or somebody is being told, can you report to DCI? They should do that to us, or if they figure that we have broken the law, it should be people are on space. So you should be able to present yourself. And of course, if you're wise, make sure your friends know, people come. So that there's no question of who, if you're going to be arrested, everybody knows you've been picked up. But we know, of course, right now, they're operating in a very criminal-like way, which is very disappointing. But Kenyans should not take it. So let's use our unity with patriotism. Let's agree again in the future. Even the neighbors, if you see somebody being picked, take video so that besides your affidavit, you have video clips of the person being picked up, being dragged, being arrested. Like the way, remember Njeri, by the time Njeri was picked, people were recording. Even they recorded the faces of the people arresting her. There was no way they were going to say we don't have her. People were even ganged around and they were asking, where are you taking her? Who are you? Those kind of things, because you are not breaking the law. We cannot, if we are afraid and we are the majority, it will not serve us. It has to be that thing of, if they are picking somebody, we want to know who are you that's arresting this person, and a lot of them brandishing guns where all you do is hide behind somewhere and take that video. You should be able to step out and say, hey, kwa nini mnachukua huyu jamaa? Mbona mnachukua huyu madam? And others record, so that it's always clear who has been taken where and when. So I think that's my final submission for today. Let's keep praying for Ndiangui. We know he'll get in touch, but for now we're giving him family time. We don't know how he's been threatened. I imagine if it's you and somebody says, if you ever speak anything on space, we will pick you up again or harm your family. We don't know what conditions he's been given. So we'll give him all the space and the grace and the prayers that he needs right now. So thank you, Wazalendo. God bless you all. God bless Kenya. We have won this war. There are a lot of battles to go, but we need, with our numbers, umoja na uzalendo. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wallace. Wallace, before I do my final submission in a minute, I just say stand by for the national anthem, which I know you put pride a lot on it, and we're all patriots. So as we wind down, I don't know if John, maybe you can speak later to your space, but my submission is very simple. There's an assumption that an idea is true, moral, or wise just because many people wanna believe. And what I've realized that it is flawed, because majority can be wrong. If you look at history, things like slavery, sijui tano tena, chungwa, sijui, all these things, they have overturned, by evidence and ethical progress, that they don't work. Majority opinion is always not right. And also, we have to all agree that abductions are happening. Once you start on that premise, then you ask yourself, why is the government not following the due process? And why, again, is the police nowadays telling you that you are guilty until proven innocent? I think it should be innocent until proven guilty, according to our constitution. So why would the police take you without any evidence? And then while you are in the police cell, that's when now they start looking for evidence. It should not be like that. And that is what we are fighting for. And I wanted to ask Anthony, unfortunately he's not here, but just for the record, I wanted to ask him, why is it that we cannot start asking the former AG's son what happened to him during abduction? It's been long. According to his hypothesis, why is it that we couldn't ask the former AG's son, but he wants us to ask Ndiangui. Why, why the hypocrisy, And should we also say that he abducted himself as he was trying to purport? Well, I believe that we always have to evaluate ideas on evidence and reasoning and not the crowd size. You're in the right place. Remember, you're doing a great job. Wallace, I don't know why Ronyo is not coming up. Kibunja, it was very nice. I don't do a lot of co-hosts. It's very difficult, and I have respect for you, Akina Wanjiru. It's tiresome, and now I understand. Remember, you said we can get something for Ndiangui, but my take would be very easy. Do assessment, you go on the ground, see what's happening, because sometimes what we have on space here is different from the ground. Go there, do your own assessment. I know you've done a lot of these things, a lot of respect for you. I've been listening to your spaces with the others. And yeah, thank you so much, John, by the way, for hosting this space. It was very timely. We always learn. No one has monopoly of ideas. And please, let us always allow others to speak, even if they're on the opposite side, so that we can come up with, narrative to counter, so we understand them better. We cannot, if we don't listen to what they say, we can only assume. And when we are at that point of assumption, we are at a disadvantage, because sometimes when the enemy is making mistakes, we don't correct them. Let them make that mistake. But if we can counter with facts, and they will not have room, as we have proven today, Redemptor and the rest, Malia and the rest. We just have to ask them very basic questions, and they cannot be able to answer. And once they are pushed to the corner, they disappear. Let them come to space, please, John. If you're hosting or Redemptor sometimes, bring them in, put your facts straight, and they will not be able to answer. Thank you so much, everyone, and God bless Kenya. Back to you, Wallace. Please play the national anthem. God bless.
Thank you. So here is the Kenya national anthem. We sing it every Fridays at 2. And we, of course, now we'll be pushing the hashtag end abductions as well. And we'll be taking a minute silence for those who've lost their lives and been abducted, but that will be tomorrow. Here's the anthem for tonight.
Nguvu yetu ni baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ratibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
God bless you all. The link is in the comment section. God bless Kenya.
Asanteni guys. Yeah, me, I'm just glad Ndiangui is alive. Now, if he's listening, Erickson Chalo, the family, they were praying for him as well. So, cheers. Good night.
Leka ipite, if you can remember very well. So sio baba alifanya tudife na Uhuru. But hiyo notion ni easy sana kuuzia watu wa Nyanza ambao tumekuwa na shida nao, hatujai kuwa in same political side, and it's okay because it is working for politicians who want to put it that way. So I think I've answered you, James. Can I go to the next point?
Gerald,
Yes,
can I
mama.
ask you? Yes, sijaongea. Can I ask you a question? Nilikuwa hapa chini na nilisikia kama ulikuwa unasema hatujai kuwa kwa same political side. In 2002 to take Moi out, we voted. Raila alikuja tu akasema Kibaki tosha. Mimi sikukuwa nimeshapiga kura before, but that was the first time nilipiga kura. Yani nilienda nikachukua juu Raila amesema Kibaki tosha. So tumeshakuwa, lakini wanasiasa wanapenda kututenga. Nimeona tu nikuambie hivyo, pengine ulikuwa mdogo. But Luos already have returned a hand to you guys. Tuliwapigia kura mpaka Martha alikuwa naimba sana, we are unbogable, you know? Ilikuwa mzuri sana. So let not politicians take us for a ride when we have other issues that are affecting us. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that collection, but I remember nilianza nani, I think engineer nikamwambia that nakumbuka hiyo time ya 202 and then tukakuja tukadifa pale 2007. Haya, so toka hapo hatujai kuwa side moja, but initially kutengeneza hiyo coalition government no rainbow, the Rainbow Coalition, was that the name? Hiyo tulikuwa side moja cause baba ndo walikuwa determinant, walisimama akasema Kibaki tosha, where else alikuwa na expectiwa support Nyachae. Haya, to the next point, I don't want to lose my point. Kuna kitu nilisema, kuna mambo ambayo yanafanyika kwa serikali ya Ruto ambayo tunadifa naye. Nikasema kitu ya kwanza, uchumi. Alitudanganya ya kwamba atatengeneza uchumi ambao uliharibika wakati wa Uhuru. Ameharibu zaidi, imedeteriorate. Hiyo ni point number 1. Point number 2, kuna hizi story za watu walikuwa wanapatikana Livayala during Uhuru regime. Alikuja hata na vijana walikuwa wanashutiwa sana. If you can remember, hata Isili kuna kijana askari alitoaga akamshoot live. Akasema ndio kuliko criminals, hizo guns zilikuwa zimeanza kujiform sana kina Gaza and what have you. Akasema atastop hizo killings. During his time tunaona mtu ambaye atanabuza mask anauliwa. Mtu anachukuliwa kwa police station pale anauliwa. Si sababu okay, watu wanataka kufanya kila kitu about either politics ama about tribes. Ukisikiza Wakenya wakiongea sana, they either leaning on the side of their tribe or the side of their affiliated political. Na mostly politics za Kenya zinakuwa based on tribes. But ukiangalia hiyo kitu ya abductions na killings zinaendelea hata wakati wake. So sisi frustration yetu ni hiyo maongo. Ulitudanganya uchumi, umekuja tena ukatudanganya historia ya abduction. Hayo mabaya yote bado yanaendelea. Kitu ingine alikuwa ametuambia, if you remember very well, akikuwa interviewed akasema kwa interviews mob akasema alikuwa na complain, anasema hii shida yote tumefika hapa ni sababu ya opposition joining government. Na aka promise, I remember him saying like, we don't know whether it's government that is in opposition or opposition in government. We have a mongrel of government. We don't know who is who. That's the exact, hiyo ndo kitu amerudi akarudia because
Mr. Gerald,
si nimalize tu point and then ni hand over mic.
Usibete wewe ndio unaongea tu.
Okay.
Umesema Ruto alisema hata kubali opposition kuingia kwa government. So ule wakati Gachagua alipanga kumoverthrow. Gachagua akatoa press conference huko Mombasa after the president. after the Gen Zs walivamia parliament, Ruto aliongea, Gachagua akanini. Was that not insubordination? Alafu ulikuwa una expect nini? Anyamaze tu aende nyumbani? Ama ulikuwa una expect nini? Juu hii mpango ilikuwa imeshajulikana, Mr. Gerald. Kwanza ukiangalia vile Raila alikuwa na Martha. Ruto akona nani? Akona Gachagua. Na Gachagua mwenyewe ni mchoyo mwenye anataka ku send his boss home. Mr. Gerald, tukue, kama ingekuwa wewe ungefanya nini? Wewe ungefanya nini Mr. Gerald? Na wakati Ruto aliungana na Raila, mimi si support, lakini uliona maandamano iliisha. Wewe kama Gerald ungefanya nini? Kama mtu deputy wako anataka kukupeleka nyumbani, wewe ungefanya nini? Nijibu hapo Mr. Gerald.
Hiyo Madam Chair, hiyo ya kujoin nilikuwa nakuambia kwa mambo ambayo matatu yanafanyika ambayo Promise alikuwa ametuambia. I think nimekuletea point by point. Na hiyo ya kujoin government umekuja according to me, hiyo story ya Gachagua kutaka overthrow the president, hiyo ni propaganda.
Okay, ni propaganda,
because when we put it like that, Madam Chair, let me answer your first question.
Mr. Gerald, kidogo tu unasema ni propaganda. Wewe kama ni president, uko na deputy yako, Gen Z wamevamia parliament, the country was in a state of anarchy, unatoa press whatever, then at 4, then deputy wako anatoa ingine at 5.
The statement, there's a statement you use which is very correct, insubordination. Gachagua, it was not his place ya kwenda kutoa statement after the president.
Just to fix some two things.
Remember, there was a state of anarchy in the country. What was Gachagua's intention, Mr. Gerald? Mimi nimemaliza swali.
I think Madam Chair, hapo tuna differ na wewe sana, because kuna hiyo story na hiyo narrative ambayo imeuziwa, especially watu ambao wana support government, ya kwamba Gachagua wanted to overthrow the government. I don't think is that. You guys are overrating this guy. Gachagua is not that powerful. Remember, Gachagua
alikuwa anataka kufanya nini?
Madam, hujaniruhusu.
Hiyo ni siasa tu.
Haujaniruhusu hata nikujibu.
Alikuwa anataka Hakim,
wacha nianze ndio nipatiane mic
hapa. Gachagua kwenda Mombasa,
anajaribu kukuambia
no, I'm not talking to you. Huwa nanyamaza kwa hii platform. Nataka nijibiwe. Sawa sawa. Ni nini Gachagua alikuwa anataka wakati kuna huo kwa country, watu wamevamia parliament, president amekasirika, ametoa press whatever, yeye anatoa baada ya president. Yeye alikuwa anamaanisha nini Mr. Gerald? Hit the nail on the head.
Nimekujibu nikakwambia aje, kuna statement mbili umetoa na zina contradict each other. Kuna moja umesema ilikuwa ni overthrow the government.
Nipe tu yako. Wewe ulikuwa unaiona kama nini? Yes, then nitakuacha tu ni mute.
Okay, hiyo ya kwanza, hiyo ilikuwa ni insubordination, na hiyo ni kitu ilikuwa imeendelea between Ruto and Uhuru behind the curtains, ya kwamba not Uhuru and Ruto, Gachagua and Ruto. Gachagua alifika mahali alikuwa anakaa kama yeye ni co-president, hakuwa anacheza kama deputy president, mtu ambaye ana deputize president, na ni sababu Gachagua alikuwa amezoea Ruto sana. Ukisikiza statement zake during hata time ambayo alikuwa amekaziwa na Uhuru, hata campaigns na nini, Gachagua alikuwa anatumia pesa zake. Somehow Gachagua alikuwa undermine the president, and that's why even after president ametoa statement, unapata a deputy, there's nobody who's supposed to talk after the president have issued a statement. There I agree, there was an insubordination. But
he was trying to overthrow the government. His expectation was Gen-Z wangeingia parliament na wachukue. Amtaki tu kukubali, but mimi nimemaliza.
You just say you have bought on that very issue.
Nyamama, I'm off.
Yes,
thank you.
Okay, Nyamama, can I finish and then you give the next person then you?
After you, I should speak. Then I think a wrap.
Okay, what time are you giving me? How many minutes or seconds? What time should I use?
2 minutes.
Nampe 1 minute, Aki.
Okay, wacha
Ameongea
ni wind up
mingi.
in 1 minute because nimeongea sana. Let me just be reasonable and use one minute. Okay. Thank you. I hope there won't be any interruption.
I hope
Now,
so.
during that time, kidogo, and I'm sorry to say this, my stand, and I on this case, in this case, I would like to agree to disagree with Madam Chair. Ya kwamba there was a coup. But if there was any, I cannot dismiss that entirely. I'm not aware of it. Okay? But I don't think so. And I think the reason as into why, it is justifiable pia Gachagua venye alikuja akaongea after the president. Despite ya kuwa ni kuinsubordinate, alikuwa ashajua karakta ya mtu kaa Ruto. Ruto ni muongo. Huyu jamaa amekuwa cruiser. Hakuna mtu kwa hao watu wamekuwa kwa government. Alikuwa cruiser na Ruto na anamjua inside out kama Gachagua. Alishajua huyu jamaa anaanza kubishana, anaanza kubomolea watu nyumba, alisema atabomoa. Wanaenda huko kwa ofisi na yeye. Jamaa anaanza kupeana nini projects ambazo zingine hatutaki kutaja hapa, but kuna vitu mingi Gachagua alikuwa amedifa before ikam hiyo.
I'll speak and then ama kuna mtu nilipata hapa. I think nimeongeza hao watu.
Ulinipata?
Nilikupata James Okuku. Go ahead.
Yes.
3
yes,
minutes.
Yes, 2 minutes. Thank you. Now, for me, I think that Gachagua is worse than Ruto. And there is no change Gachagua can bring to this nation apart from dividing us based on tribal. Because all the times Gachagua speaks, he's very comfortable calling of Mount Kenya, our people, my people, everything should go to his people. Mara nani akiwekwa, huyu akipewa, ni mimi nilikuwa nimemchagua, ni mimi nilikuwa nimemappoint hapo. Mturi akichaguliwa, akiwekwa kwa post, ni mimi nilikuwa nimemappoint. Everything. I have never heard of him speaking just normal like any other person. Like he is just like the boss himself. He is like the president and he forgets. Hata hapo kwa hiyo statement amesema ati watu wa Kalenjin walimpigia kura. I even fail to understand. Kwani yeye pia alikuwa he was just nominated by president. He is thinking that he was also voted in. Now there is nothing. Hata Gerald akijaribu kumsupport ati yeye ni mzuri. Gachagua is worse than Ruto, and there is nothing he can bring, absolutely nothing. So in the case of Gachagua, I don't even think there is, I don't even understand the reason why we are debating about him. He is worse than Ruto, and there is nothing he can change into this nation. So this narrative of he is better, he did what, he provide money to Ruto, he supported what, those are narratives, and that they can change nothing. Gachagua is worse than Ruto. And I'm thinking like these Gachagua allies, these people are all bad, because I can even see Gerald supporting a very worst thing that I've never seen. A president speaks, then the deputy comes after. Something I have never seen. So Gachagua is worse, and there is no debate about it. There is nothing he can bring new. He is the one who cheated us. When he got into power, when they got into power, he began saying that they found empty coffins, maybe at Mara America Mitego. So he is just selfish, and there is nothing he can bring to our nation. So let us not cheat ourselves that there is something better Gachagua can change to us as Gen Zs, as Kenya, as any other. Hata hiyo hata hiyo Mount Kenya wanasema ati let me lower my voice because hata hiyo Mount Kenya wanasema ati he like them. He just like them because he want a favor. He want to get support 2027. But after getting that support, I tell you, he will narrow it down to his Madeira constituency. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If nobody has something to say, then I'll speak. I'll start with the speech that he did in Laikipia.
I have something, Yamama. Don't let me out. If you are the last, then allow me go first.
No. I'm not.
Mwanaume mzima kuna huyu
born in 1976.
Minded. That is something we need to know as a people. And their interests are served first and ours next. So if we all agree with that, then we will not have Kenya that we have now. On Gachagua as a person, he's not a new face. This is a man that turned his own people to be killed in Molo because he was a DO. So this man is not that good because life is life. It don't matter which tribe is dying, you know? So I'm gonna call it as it is without even mincing my words. When somebody is bad, all the speeches I hear from Raila, and I'm not saying that because I'm his supporter. I support nobody. I voted once in 2002 and I've never voted again, which I will never. But I've never seen Raila or heard Raila speaking of him as a person and his Luo people. Raila goes on television, even if he's doing it off the camera, but when he's in the camera, he always speak about Kenya is bigger than him. So we have to know what type of a leader we have. Gachagua is a tribalistic, egocentric, predictable, somebody with no filters in his mouth. You will know what Gachagua wants to say before even he opens his mouth. And that is the problem. He's very careless with his words. And when you're careless, we had a little bit of a civil war in 2007 and 8. We can't let politicians push us there. So what he said in that speech was very reckless. And I've seen some Luo senators or MPs too talk recklessly. I've seen some CS also talk. It's just not about Gachagua. I think Kenya has leaders that are very selfish if we talk, but the topic was about his speech. He literally said that the development should not go to Luo. So I keep on wondering, and Luo is not part of Kenya. So if we will please take a step back and do our own self, like, I don't even know what to say, how you guys do the politics in Kenya, but it is so sad that he said that was reckless, and it is just not him, as I repeated. A lot of leaders have very careless, loose, baggy mouth that don't control what they are saying and how much word when you throw word is like ash. When you throw ash in the air, the wind is blowing, it will go far. So we cannot talk like that. We need to be very cautious with our words. Nobody is a child. We are all adults with a sound mind. And you don't know what that person that is listening to you can go and do with the word you are saying, because people are stressed na njaa na uchumi na kila kitu, you know. So I'll just leave it at that. I will not condone what he said, but I will also really say that he's not only different. That is what most politicians thrive on in Kenya. They are very careless talkers, you know.
A point of correction, Mama.
Huh?
Are you done? I would like to correct you somewhere. Are you done?
Go ahead.
But Gerald has spoken. Can just round continue? Then he can.
People will interject later.
Yeah.
Okay, put a note down. Then I'm gonna give a rap. It's a rap. Then Charles.
Then.
Yeah.
Yes,
Rap
yes,
bot.
yes, yes. Habari zenyu.
Mzuri.
Okay, one thing I will be short and brief. Unajua the problem with we are talking about Rigiji na vitu alisema leo. The problem with Rigiji, he wants to run the whole show by himself. You know, that's a problem. Na akasahau penye amefika politically, like the position he was na penye ako, kuna vitu zingine zi lazima aseme. There are some things he has to filter it. Na waji wa jamaa ma MCA na tuembi kina metu. You know, he needs to learn the way hata wakati Uhuru alikuwa. Uhuru kuna vitu alikuwa asemangi, anaachia maboys wake waseme. You know, because amefika mahali yenye, which it's a bad habit, but it's our politics. We just have to accommodate it. But penye Gachagua hako kuna vitu zingine anasemanga, mimi nacheka, anasema umsie kweli anajua penye alikuwa amefika position yenye alikuwa, na anaenda kwa TV na anasema watu wangapi wanasikiza. Like sorry to say, but kuna watu wana entertain na kuna watu wanakubali, but it's a very sad situation where we are, because ukipata mtu kama yeye anaongea vitu kama hizo, it's really bad, because atakuwa anasema something, you know, he will be the sayer kwa any candidate mwenye anasimama, na hiyo tabia hawezi waacha, ni tabia yake. Let's say I support someone and then that person win. This is a scenario I'm just giving. Hiyo tabia atawacha kweli ama atapeleka huko aambia, okay, now I'm gonna say 70% of the people, because tulikupea kura fulani, 70% positions whatever ni zangu. If you don't do that because ako na MP sama nini, you are the next to be slaughtered in the table. So people need to look this thing in a very holistic way before you make a choice in 2027. I submit.
Thank you. That was quick. Charles Gidui. I'm sorry so much. Forgive me. Go ahead. Okay. 3 minutes at most.
No problem. Okay. I have seen a comment here below that someone is saying we speak Swahili language, so I can articulate my issues using Swahili, if you allow me.
Sure, hiyo ni lugha ya taifa, tafadhali.
Okay, thank you so much. Sasa naona watu hapa ni kuaccuse wanasiasa kulingana na vile wanaona wakiongea ama wanafanya. My worry is hapa Kenya sisi wote 80%, maoni yangu, we are all tribal. Na siongea hivyo nikiwa chini ya meza, naongea hivyo nikiwa juu ya meza. Sababu niseme hivyo ni sababu gani? Huyu Raila na Ruto sahi wako pamoja, watu wao wamewafuata pamoja. Ruto wakati wa campaign alikuwa anaita Raila mgaga, sijui nini. Lakini sahi juu wameshikana, sasa unapata watu wa Raila, followers wa Raila wako kwa Ruto, na walikuwa hawakuchagua Ruto ama hawakumpenda hiyo time. Sasa huyu nani anaongea mambo ya Gachagua, wale wanaongea mambo ya Gachagua hapa wanasema Gachagua ni reckless. Sasa ndio wamejua Gachagua ni reckless, lakini wakati alikuwa ana support Ruto hakuwa reckless. This shows how tribal we are, all of us, kusema tu kweli. Sasa kuna hii Gen Z ambao tulikuwa tumekuja vizuri bila kukuwa na tribal, na nikaona Kenya iko na future. Kukatokea jamaa anaitwa Samuel Makool na Molala Kebaso, nikaona Kenya tumepata future. All of a sudden nikaanza kuona Samuel na Raila Odinga. Molala Kebaso na yeye nimeanza kumuona na Ruto mpaka amesema ametaya politics. Sasa nikashindwa kama nchi tunaelekea wapi kusema ukweli. Sasa najiuliza tu, nasikia vile watu wanaongea hapa kwa hii platform, lakini nikipima matamshi yao vizuri wote ni wakabila. Kusema nasema hivi sababu gani? Hakuna venye Raila akienda hivi unamfuata. Ruto akienda hivi jueni mfuazi wake unamfuata. Azin wewe hauna akili yako ama hauna position yako ya kujitawala kiakili. Hii kama Wakenya ni upumbavu wa hali ya juu. Kama unajua wewe unafuata a political class leader, regardless he or she is from your tribe, wewe ujue tu, wewe hata kama ulisoma ama kama hukwenda shule, wewe ujue wewe tu hauna msimamo, wewe hauna maisha, niseme tu ukweli. Wewe hauna maisha. Lakini kama wewe unaangalia ukaona kuna Mjaluo, kuna Mkaba, kuna nini pale kwa presidential ballot, na ukaona ukasema sasa juu mimi ni Mkaba nitafuata Mkaba mwenzangu, juu mimi ni Mjaluo nitafuata Mjaluo mwenzangu, juu mimi ni Mkikuyu nitafuata Mkikuyu mwenzangu. Wewe ujue wewe Kenya hii haustahili, kusema tu kweli. Hii si wakati ule tulikuwa tunasema eti sijui mtu wetu. Kenya itabaki ikuwe yetu sisi wote, na tujiangalilie vizuri. Yule mtu anakuja na policies mzuri bila kujali kabila yake, tufuate huyo mtu, na yule mtu ambaye hana ubinafsi. Sijui kama watu wananielewa.
Unasikika? Asante. Umemaliza?
Sijamaliza kabisa. Sasa nilikuwa naomba hivi.
Kulikuwa na speech. Kulikuwa na speech Gachagua alisema. Na hiyo ndio ilikuwa the point of discussion. Hiyo speech alisema like kipi, akisema sitaki tuongee na ujui topic juu naona tu kila mtu anafuatanga king yao, si ndio? So
ile kitu mnyamama naongelea. Ile kitu naongelea hapa.
Topic ilikuwa vile alikuwa anaongea. Akisema ati Makalenjins his brothers walimpigia kura muishi nao na amani, ni amekatika tu juu maendeleo inaenda Nyanza. So such topic was his speech ndio tunaongea hapa. Do you think it was more of it was a divisive speech ama ni ya kuunite?
Ndio nataka kusema aje, tusipoongelea tu mambo ya speech ya Gachagua alisema nini. Tukiangalia hawa wanasiasa wa Kenya wote vile wako saa hii ama kuanzia hapo kitabo, wote hakuna mtu anaongeleaga speech ambayo
ongelelea Gachagua. Mr. Charles, yenye kama uta comment ni sawa, tutapea mtu mwingine mic.
Madam Chair, hebu icheze tu kidogo, just one last time please. Hiyo speech tafadhali.
Okay.
Ndio.
Unajua siku nilikuwa hapa 1998 baada ya hii mtu anaitwa Kasongo na mbaba mwingine anaitwa Raila Odinga alikuwa anatusi sisi. So ndio tunaenda Tawira. Na mimi wakale jini walinipigia kura na niko na shukrani. Hao wakale jini ni ndugu zetu, ni dada zetu. Mimi nataka tuishi nao kwa amani. Tumekubaliana. Hao wakale ni watu wazuri, ni wangwana. Hata hao wanalalamika Kasongo amechukua maendeleo amepeleka kwa Raila na watu yake hawakupigia kura. Hao wakale wanalalamika vile kila mtu analalamika, si ndio? Kwa hiyo ndio kuga I want to clarify. Sisi
I think I'm done.
Okay, Charles.
Nyamama, nimesikia hiyo.
Mute, goja kidogo. Panera, mute your microphone please. Ni Charles anaongea. Go ahead, Charles.
Hiyo speech nimesikia, lakini hiyo speech si Gachagua wa kwanza kusema maendeleo inaenda Nyanza peke yake. Hata Ruto wakati alikuwa wamekusana na Uhuru alisema hiyo maneno.
Kutoka vijijini, mijini hadi jijini. Hii ni Sound Kanti Talk Live.